Samantha at Saratoga. By Marietta Holley. When Josiah read my dedication, he said, "It was a shame to dedicate a book that it had took most a whole bottle of ink to write, to a lot of creeters that he wouldn't have in the back door yard." But I explained it to him, that I didn't mean tramps with broken hats, variegated pantaloons, ventilated shirt sleeves, and barefooted. But I meant tramps with diamond earrings, and cuff buttons, and Saratoga trunks, and big accounts at their bankers. And he said, "Oh, pshaw!" But I went on nobly, unmindful of that pshaw, as female partners have to be, if they accomplish all the talkin' they want to. And says I, "It does seem sort o' pitiful, don't it, to think how sort o' homeless the Americans are a-gettin'? How the posies that blow under the winters of home are left to waste their sweet breaths amongst the weeds, while them that used to love 'em are a-climbin' mountain tops after strange nosegays. The smoke that curled up from the chimblies, a-wreathin' its way up to the heavens, all dead and gone. The bright light that shone out of the winder through the dark a-tellin' everybody that there was a home, and someone a-waitin' for somebody, all dark and lonesome. Yes, the waiter and the waited for are all a-rushin' round somewhere, on the cars, mebbe, or a yacht, a-chasin' pleasure, that like as not settled right down on the eaves of the old house they left, and stayed there. I wonder if they will find her there when they go back again. Mebbe they will, and then agin, mebbe they won't. For happiness hain't one to set round and lame herself a-waitin' for folks to make up their minds. Sometimes she looks folks full in the face, sort o' solemn like and heart-searchin', and gives them a fair chance what they will choose. And then if they choose wrong, she'll turn her back to 'em for always. I've hearn of just such cases. But it does seem sort o' solemn to think how the sweet restful feelin's that clings like ivy round the old familiar doorsteps, where old forefathers' feet stopped, and stayed there, and baby feet touched and then went away. I declare for it almost brings tears, to think how that sweet clingin' vine of affection, and domestic repose, and content, how soon that vine gets tore up nowadays. It is a sort of a runnin' vine anyway, and folks use it as they run with it. Just as it puts its tendrils out to cling round some fence post, or lilac bush, they pull it up, and start off with it. And then its roots get dry, and it is some time before it will begin to put out little shoots and clingin' leaves agin round some particular mountain top, or bureau or human bein'. And then it is yanked up agin, poor little runnin' vine, and run with, and so on, and so on, and so on. Why, sometimes it makes me fairly heartsick to think on't. And I fairly envy our old forefathers, who used to set down for several hundred years in one spot. They used to get real rested, it must be they did. Jacob now, set in right by that well of his end for pretty nigh 200 years. How much store he must have set by it during the last 100 years of 'em. How attached he must have been to it. Good land! Where is there a well that one of our rich old American patriarchs will set down by for 2 years, leavin' off the orts? There hain't none, there hain't no such a well. Our patriarchs hain't fond of well water, anyway. And old Miss Abraham now, and Miss Isaac, what stay to home them men they was, and economical. What a good contented creetur Sarah Abraham was. How settled down, and stiddy, stayin' right to home for hundreds of years. Not gettin' rampant for a wider spear, not a coaxin' old Mr. Abraham nights to take her to summer resorts, and winter haunts of fashion. No, old Mr. Abraham went to bed, and went to sleep for all of her. And when they did once in 100 years, or so, make up their minds to move on a mile or so, how easy they traveled. Mr. Abraham didn't have to lug off 10 or 12 wagon loads of furniture to the Safe Deposit Company, and spend weeks and weeks a-settlin' his business, in western lands, and northern mines, southern railroads, and eastern wildcat stocks, to get ready to go. And Miss Abraham didn't have to have a dozen dressmakers in the house for a month or two, and messenger boys, and dry goods clerks, and have to stand and be fitted for basques and polonaise, and back drapery, and front drapery, and tea gowns, and dinner gowns, and drive-in gowns, and mornin' gowns, and evenin' gowns, and etectery, etc., etc. No, all the preparations she had to make was to wrap her mantily a little closter round her, and all Mr. Abraham had to do was to gird up his lions. That is what it says. And I don't believe it would take much time to gird up a few lions, it don't seem to me as if it would. And when these few simple preparations had been made, they just histed up their tent and laid it across the camel, and moved on a mile or two, walking afoot. Why, just imagine if Miss Abraham had to travel with 8 or 10 big Saratoga trunks, how could they have been got up onto that camel? It couldn't have been done. The camel would have died, and old Mr. Abraham would also have expired at trying to lift him up. No, it was all for the best. And just think on't, for all of these simple, stay-to-home ways, they called themselves pilgrims and sojourners. Good land! What would they have thought nowadays to see folks make nothing of setting off for China, or Japan, or Jerusalem before breakfast? And what did they know of the hardships of civilization? Now, to s'posen the case, s'posen Miss Abraham had to live in New York winters, and go to 2 or 3 big receptions every day, and to dinner parties, and theater parties, and operas and such like, evenings, and receive and return about 3,000 calls, and be on more than a dozen charitable boards, hard boards they be too, some on 'em, and lots of other projects and enterprises, be on the go the whole winter, with a dress so tight she couldn't breathe instead of her good loose robes, and, instead of her good comfortable sandals, have her feet upon high-heeled shoes pinch in her corns almost unto distraction. And then to Washington to go all through it agin, and more too, and Florida, and Cuba, and then to the seashore and have it all over agin with sea bathin' added. And then to the mountains, and all over agin with climbin' round added. Then to Europe, with seas sickness, picture galleries, etc. added. And so on home agin in the fall to begin it all over agin. Why, Miss Abraham would be so tuckered out before she went half through with one season, that she would be a dead for mother. And Mr. Abraham, why, 1/2 hour down at the stock exchange would have been too much for that good old creetur. The yells and cries, and distracted movements of the crowd of lucre gatherers there, would have scared him to death. He never would have lived to follow Miss Abraham round from pillow to post through summer and winter seasons. He wouldn't have lived to waltz, or toboggan, or suffer other civilized agonies. No, he would have been a dead patriarch. And better off so, I almost think. Not but what I realize that civilization has its advantages. Not but what I know that if Mr. Abraham wanted Miss Abraham to part his hair straight, or clean off his phylactery when she happened to be out a-pickin' up Manny, he couldn't stand on one side of his tent and telephone to bring her back, but had to yell at her. And I realize fully that if one of his herd got straight off into another county, they hadn't no telegraph to head it off, but the old man had to poke off through rain or sun, and hunt it up himself. And he couldn't set down cross-legged in front of his tent in the mornin', and read what happened on the other side of the world, the evenin' before. And I know that if he wanted to set down some news, they had to kill a sheep, and spend several years a-dressin' off the hide into parchment, and kill a goose, or chase it up till they was beat out for a goose quill. And then after about 20 years or so, they could put it down that Miss Isaac had got a boy, the boy, probably being a married man himself and a father when the news of his birth was set down. I realize this, and also the great fundamental fact that underlies all philosophies, that you can't set down and stand up at the same time, and that no man, however pure and lofty his motives may be, can't lean up against a barn door and walk off simultaneous. And if he don't walk off, then the great question comes in, how will he get there? And he feels lots of times that he must stand up so's to bring his head up above the mullein and burdock stalks, amongst which he is set in, and get a wider view, a broader horizon. And he feels lots of time that he must get there. This is a sort of a curious world, and it makes me feel curious a good deal of the time as we go through it. But we have to make allowances for it, for the old world is on a tramp, too. It can't seem to stop a minute to oil up its old axletrees. It moves on, and takes us with it. It seems to be in a hurry. Everything seems to be in a hurry here below. And some say heaven is a place of continual sailin' round and goin' up and up all the time. But while risin' up and soarin' is a sweet thought to me, still sometimes I love to think that heaven is a place where I can set down, and set for some time. I told Josiah so, waked him up, for he was asleep, and he said he sot more store on the golden streets, and the waving palms, and the procession of angels. And then he went to sleep again. But I don't feel so. I love, as I say, to just set down for quite a spell, and set there, to be kinder settled down and to home with them whose presence makes a home anywhere. I wouldn't give a cent to sail round unless I was made to know it was my duty to sail. Josiah wants to. But, as I say, everybody is in a hurry. Husbands can hardly find time to keep up an acquaintance with their wives. Fathers don't have no time to get up an intimate acquaintance with their children. Mothers are in such a hurry, babies are in such a hurry, that they can't scarcely find time to be born. And I declare for it seems sometimes as if folks don't want to take time to die. The old folks at home wait with faithful, tired old eyes for the letter that don't come, for the busy son or daughter hasn't time to write it. No, they are too busy a tearing up the running vine of affection and home love, and a running with it. Yes, the whole nation is in a hurry to get somewhere else, to go on, it can't wait. It is a trampin' on over the western slopes, a trampin' over red men, and black men, and some white men a hurryin' on to the west, hurryin' on to the sea. And what then? Is there a tide of restfulness a layin' before it? Some cool waters of repose where it will bathe its tired forward, and its stun-bruised feet, and set there for some time? I don't espose so. I don't espose it is in its natur to. I espose it will look off longingly onto the far-off somewhere that lays over the waters, beyond the sunset. Josiah Allen's Wife. New York, June 1887. Chapter 1. Samantha at Saratoga. The day come to me one day about sundown, or a little before sundown. I was a-settin' in calm peace, and a big rockin' chair covered with a handsome copperplate, a-readin' what the psalmist says about vanity, vanity, all is vanity. The word struck deep, and as I said, it was just that very minute that the day struck me about goin' to Saratoga. Why I should have had the day at just that minute, I can't tell, nor Josiah can't. We have talked about it since. But good land! Such creeturs as thoughts be never was, nor never will be. They will creep in, and round, and over anything, and get inside of your mind, entirely unbeknown to you, at any time. Curious, hain't it, how you may try to hedge 'em out, and shet the doors and everything. But they will creep up into your mind, climb up and draw up their ladders, and there they will be, and stalk round independent as if they owned your whole head. Curious. Well, there the day was. I never knew nothin' about it, nor how it got there. But there it was, lookin' me right in the face of my soul, kinder pert and saucy, sayin', "You'd better go to Saratoga next summer, you and Josiah." But I argued with it. Says I, "What should we go to Saratoga for? None of the relations live there on my side, or on Hyson. Why should we go?" But still that day kept a hauntin' me. "You'd better go to Saratoga next summer, you and Josiah." And it whispered, "Mebbe it will help Josiah's corns." He is dreadful troubled with corns, and so the day kept a naggin' me. It nagged me for 3 days and 3 nights before I mentioned it to my Josiah. And when I did, he scoffed at the day. He said, "The day of water curing them dumb corns." Says I, "Josiah Allen, stranger things have been done." Says I, "That water is very strong. It does wonders." And he scoffed again and says, "Don't you believe faith could cure 'em?" Says I, "If it was strong enough it could." But the thought kept a naggin' me stiddy, and then, here is the curious part of it, the thought nagged me, and I nagged Josiah, or not exactly nagged, not a clear nag. I despised them, and always did. But I kinder kept it before his mind from day to day, and from hour to hour. And the day would keep a-tellin' me things, and I would keep a-tellin' 'em to my companion. The day would keep a-sayin' to me, "It is one of the most beautiful places in our native land. The waters will help you, the inspirin' music, and elegance and gay enjoyment you will find there, will sorta uplift you. You had better go there on a tower." And again it says, "Mebbe it will help Josiah's corns." And old Dr. Gale a-happenin' in at about that time, I asked him about it. He doctored me when I was a baby, and I have helped him for years. Good old creetur, he don't get along as well as he ort to. Town is a healthy place. I told him about my strong desire to go to Saratoga, and I asked him plain if he thought the water would help my partner's corns. And he looked dreadful wise, and he riz up and walked across the floor to and fro several times, probably 3 times to, and the same number of times fro, with his arms crossed back under the skirt of his coat and his eyebrows knit in deep thought, before he answered me. Finally he said that modern science had not fully demonstrated yet the direct bearing of water on corn. In some cases it might, and probably did, stimulate them to greater luxuriance, and then again a great flow of water might retard their growth. Says I, anxiously. Then you'd advise me to go there with him? Yes, says he. On the whole, I advise you to go. Them words I reported to Josiah, and says I in anxious accents, Dr. Gale advises us to go. And Josiah says, I guess I shan't mind what that old fool says. Them was my partner's words, much as I hate to tell on him. But from day to day I kept it steady before him, how dangerous it was to go against the doctor's advice. And from day to day he would scoff at the plan. And I, every now and then, and maybe oftener, would get him a extra good meal, and attack him on the subject immediately afterwards. But all in vain. And I see that when he had that immovable softness onto him, one extra meal wouldn't soften or mollify him. No, I see plain I must make a more violent effort. And I made it. For 3 steady days I put before that man the best victuals that these hands could make, or this brain could plan. And at the end of the 3d day I gently tackled him again on the subject, and his state was such, bland, serene, happified, that he consented without a parley. And so it was settled that the next summer we was to go to Saratoga. And he began to count on it, and make preparation in a way that I hated to see. Yes, from the very minute that our 2 minds was made up to go to Saratoga, Josiah Allen was set on having something new and unique in the way of dress and whiskers. I looked coldly on the day of putting a gay stripe down the legs of the new pantaloons I made for him, and broke it up, also a figured vest. I went through them 2 crises and came out triumphant. Then he went and bought a new bright pink necktie with broad long ends which he intended to have flowed out, down the front of his vest. And I immediately took it for the light-colored blocks in my silk log cabin bed quilt. Yes, I settled the matter of that pink neckgear with a high hand and a pair of shears. And Josiah says now that he bought it for that purpose, for the bed quilt, because he loves to see a dressy quilt, says he always enjoys seeing a cabin look sort o' gay. But good land! He didn't. He intended and calculated to wear that necktie into Saratoga, a sight for men and angels if I hadn't broke it up. But in the matter of whiskers there I was powerless. He trimmed them, unbeknown to me, all off the side of his face, them good honorable side whiskers of Hyson, that had stood by him for years in solemnity and decency, and begun to cultivate a little patch on the end of his chin. I argued with him, and talked well on the subject, eloquent, but it was of no use. I might as well have argued with the wind in March. He said he was bound on going into Saratoga with a fashionable whisker, come what would. And then I said, and he says, You have broke up my pantaloons, my vest, and my necktie, you have ground me down onto plain broadcloth, but in the matter of whiskers I am firm. Yes, says he, on these whiskers I take my stand. And again I said heavy, and I says in a dreadful impressive way, as I looked on him, Josiah Allen, remember you are a father and a grandfather. And he says firmly, If I was a great-grandfather I would trim my whiskers in just this way, that is if I was a-going to set up to be fashionable and a-going to Saratoga for my health. And I groaned kinder low to myself, and kept hoping that maybe they wouldn't grow very fast, or that some accident would happen to 'em, that they would get a fire or something. But they didn't. And they grew from day to day luxuriant in length, but thin. And his watchful care kept 'em from accident, and I was too high-principled to set fire to 'em when he was asleep, though sometimes, on a moonlight night, I was tempted to, sorely tempted. But I didn't, and they grew from day to day, till they was the curiousest looking patch o' whiskers that I ever see. And when we sot out for Saratoga, they was just about as long as a shaving brush, and looked some like one. There was no look of a class leader, and a professor about 'em, and I told him so. But he worshipped 'em, and gloried in the day of going afar to show 'em off. But the neighbors received the news that we was going to a watering place coldly, or with ill-concealed envy. Uncle Jonas Bentley told us he shouldn't think we would want to go round to watering troughs at our age. And I told him it wasn't a watering trough, and if it was, I thought our age was just as good a one as any, to go to it. He had the impression that Saratoga was an immense watering trough where the country all drove themselves summers to be watered. He is deaf as a hemlock post, and I yelled up at him just as loud as I dashed for fear of breaking open my own chest, that the water got into us, instead of our getting into the water. But I didn't make him understand, for I heard afterwards of his saying that, as nigh as he could make out, we all got into the watering trough and was watered. The school teacher, a young man, with long, small limbs, and some pimply on the face, but well-meaning, he says to me, "Saratoga is a beautiful spa." And I says warmly, "It ain't no such thing, it is a village, for I have seen a peddler who went right through it, and watered his horses there, and he says it is a waterin' place, and a village." "Yes," says he, "it is a beautiful village, a modest retirin' city, and at the same time it is the most noted spa on this continent." I wouldn't contend with him, for it was on the stoop of the meetin' house, and I believe in bein' reverent. But I knew it wasn't no spa. That had a dreadful flat sound to me. And anyway, I knew I should face its realities soon and know all about it. Lots of Wyman said that for anybody who lived right on the side of a canal, and had 2 good cisterns on the place, and a well, they didn't see why I should feel in a sufferin' condition for any more water, and if I did, why didn't I catch rain water? Such was some of the deep arguments they brung up against my embarking on this enterprise. They talked about its sights and sights. Why, it lasted the neighbors for a stiddy conversation, till along about the middle of the winter. Then the minister's wife bought a new alpaca dress, unbeknown to the church till it was made up, and that kind drawed their minds off o' me for a spell. Aunt Polly Pixley was the only one who received the intelligence gladly. And she thought she would go too. She had been kinder run down, and most bedrid for years. And she had a day the water might help her. And I encouraged Aunt Polly in the day, for she was well off. Yes, Mr. and Miss Pixley was very well off, though they lived in a little mite of a dark, low, lonesome house, with some tall pollard willows in front of the door in a row, and just across the road from a graveyard. Her husband had been close and wasn't willin' to have any other luxury or means of recreation in the house, only a bass viol, that had been his father's. He used to play on that for hours and hours. I thought that was one reason why Polly was so nervous. I said to Josiah that it would have killed me outright to have that low grumblin' a-goin' on from day to day, and to look at them tall lonesome willows and gravestones. But howsomever, Polly's husband had died durin' the summer, and Polly parted with the bass viol the day after the funeral. She got out some now, and was quite wrought up with the idea of going to Saratoga. But Sister Minkley, sister in the church and sister-in-law by reason of Whitefield, says to me that she should think I would think twice before I danced and waltzed round waltzes. And I says, "I hain't thought of doin' it. I hain't thought of dancin' round or square or any other shape." Says she, "You have got to, if you go to Saratoga." Says I, "Not while life remains in this frame." And old Miss Bobbit came up that minute, it was in the store that we were a-talkin', and says she, "It seems to me, Josiah Allen's wife, that you are too old to wear low-neck dresses and short sleeves. And I should think you'd take cold a-goin' bareheaded," says Miss Luman Spink, who was with her. Says I, lookin' at him coldly, "Are you loonies, or has softness begun on your brains?" "Why," says they, "you are talking about going to Saratoga, hain't you?" "Yes," says I. "Well, then you have got to wear 'em," says Miss Bobbit. "They don't let anybody inside of the incorporation without they have got on a low-neck dress and short sleeves." "And bareheaded," says Miss Spink. "If they have got a thing on their heads they won't let 'em in." Says I, "I don't believe it," says Miss Bobbit. "It is so, for I hearn it, and hearn it straight. James Roberts's wife's sister had a second cousin who lived neighbor to a woman whose niece had been right there on the spot. And Celestine Bobbit, Uncle Ephraim Celestine, hearn it from James's wife when she was up there last spring. It comes straight. They all have to go in low necks. And not a mite of anything on their heads," says Miss Spink. Says I in sarcastical accents, Do men have to go in low necks too? No, says Miss Bobbit. But they have to have the tails of their coats kinder pint. Why, says she, I hearn of a man that had got clear to the incorporation and they wouldn't let him in because his coat kinder rounded off round the bottom, so he went out by the side of the road and pinned up his coat tails into a sort of a pint shape, and good land the incorporation let him right in, and never said a word. I contended that these things was so, but I found it was the prevalent opinion. For when I went to see the dressmaker about making me a dress for the occasion, I see she felt just like the rest about it. My dress was a good black alpaca. I thought I would have it begun along in the edge of the winter, when she didn't have so much to do, and also to have it done on time. We laid out to start on the following July, and I felt that I wanted everything ready. I bought the dress the 7th day of November early in the forenoon, the next day after my partner consented to go, and give 65 cents a yard for it, double width. I thought I could get it done on time. Dressmakers are drove a good deal. But I felt that a dressmaker could commence a dress in November and get it done the following July, without no great strain being put onto her, and I am fur from being the one to put strains onto them men, and hurry 'em bayin' their strength. But I felt Omley had time to make it on honor and with good buttonholes. Well, she says, the first thing after she had unrolled the alpaca, and held it up to the light to see if it was firm, says she, I suppose you are going to have it made with a long train, and low neck and short sleeves, and the waist all girded down to a taper? I was aghast at the idea, and to think Almany should broach it to me, and I give her a piece of my mind that must have lasted her for days and days. It was a long piece, and firm as iron. But she is a woman who likes to have the last word and carry out her own ideas, and she insisted that nobody was allowed in Saratoga, that they was outlawed, and laughed at if they didn't have trains and low necks, and little mites of waists no bigger than pipe stems. Says I, Almany Hadgerstone, do you suppose that I, a woman of my age, and a member of the meetin' house, am a going to wear a low-neck dress? Why not? Says she. It is all the fashion and them men as old agin as you be wear 'em. Well, says I, it is a shame and a disgrace if they do, to say nothin' of the wickedness of it. Who do you suppose wants to see their old skin and bones? It hain't nothin' pretty anyway. And as fair the waist bein' all girded up and drawed in, that is nothin' but crushed bones and flesh and vitals, that is just crowdin' down your insides into a state o' disease and deformity, torturing your heart down so's the blood can't circulate, and your lungs so's you can't breathe. It is nothin' but slow murder anyway, and if I ever take it into my head to kill myself, Almany Hadgerstone, I hain't a-goin' to do it in a way of perfect torture and torment to me. I'd ruther be drowned dead. She quailed, and I says, I am one that is going to take good long breaths to the very last. She see I was like iron against the idea of being drawed in, and tapered, and she desisted. I suppose I did look scareful. But she seemed still to cling to the idea of low necks and trains, and she says sorta rebukingly, You aren't to go to Saratoga if you hain't willin' to do as the rest do. I s'pose, says she dreamily, the streets are full of them men a-walkin' up and down with long trains a-hangin' down and sweepin' the streets, and every one on 'em with low necks and short sleeves, and all on 'em a-flirting with some man. Truly, says I, if that is so, that is why the day come to me. I am needed there. I have a high mission to perform about. But I don't believe it is so. Then you won't have it made with a long train? Says she, a-holdin' up a breadth of the alpaca in front of me, to measure the skirt. No, Mom, says I, and there was both dignity and deep resolve in that. Mom. It was as firm and stern principled a Mom as I ever see, though I say it that shouldn't. And I see it scared her. She measured off the breadths kinder trembly, and seemed so anxious to pacify me that she got it a leetle shorter in the back than it was in the front. And for the same reason, it fairly clicked me in the neck, it was so high, and the sleeves was that long that I told Josiah Allen, in confidence, I was tempted to knit some loops across the bottom of 'em and wear 'em for mitts. But I didn't, and I didn't change the dress either. Thinks as I, mebbe it will have a good moral effect on them other old them men there. Thinks as I, when they see another woman melted and shortened and choked for principal's sake, Maybe they will pause in their wild careers. Wall, this was in November, and I was to have the dress, if it was a possible thing, by the middle of April, so's to get it home in time to sew some lace in the neck. And so having everything settled about going, I was calm in my frame most all the time, and so was my partner. And right here, let me insert this one word of wisdom for the special comfort of my sect, and yet it is one that may well be laid to heart by the more opposite one. If your partner gets restless and uneasy and middling cross, as partners will be anon, or even oftener, start them off on a tower. A tower will in 9 cases out of 10 lift them out of their uneasiness, their restlessness, and their crossness. Why this is so I cannot tell, no more than I can explain other mysteries of creation, but I know it is so. I know they will come home more placider, more serener, and more settled downer. Why I have known a short tower to slab city or loon town act like a charm on my partner, when crossness was in his mien and snappishness was present with him. I have known him to set off with the mien of a lion and come back with the lineament of a lamb. Curious, hain't it? And just the prospect of a tower ahead is a great help to a woman in ruling and keeping a partner straight and right in his lineaments and his acts. Somehow just the thought of a tower sorta lifts him up in mind, and happifies him, and makes him easier to quell, and partners must be quelled at times, else there would be no livin' with them. This is known to all of them men companions and men too. Great is the mystery of partners. Chapter 2. Ardella Tutt and her mother. But to resume and continue on. I was a settin' one day, after it was all decided, and plans laid on. I was a settin' by the fire a-mendin' one of Josiah's socks. I was a settin' there, as soft and pliable in my temper as the woosted I was a darnin' em with, my Josiah at the same time a peacefully sawin' wood in the woodhouse, when I heard a rap at the door, and I riz up and opened it, and there stood 2 perfect strangers, females. I, with a perfect dignity and grace, and with the sock still in my left hand, asked them to sit down, and consequently they sat. Then ensued a slight pause during which my 2 gray eyes roamed over the females before me. The oldest one was very sharp in her face and had a pair of small round eyes that seemed when they were sot unto you to sort of bore into you like 2 gimlets. Her nose was very sharp and defiant, as if it was constantly saying to itself, I am a nose to be looked up to, I am a nose to be respected, and feared if necessary. Her chin said the same thing, and her lips which was very thin, and her elbow, which was very sharp. Her dress was a stiff sort of a shireen poplin, made tight across the chest and elbows. And her hat had some stiff feathers in it that stood up straight and sorta sharp lookin'. She had a long sharp breastpin sorta stabbed in through the front of her stiff standin' collar, and her knuckles sot out through her firm lisle thread gloves. Her umbrel was long and wound up hard, to that extent I have never seen before nor since. She was, take it all in all, a hard sight, and scareful. The other one was no more like her in looks than a soft fat young cabbage head is like the sharp bean pole that it grows up by the side on, in the same garden. She was soft in her complexion, her lips, her cheeks, her hands, and as I mistrusted at that first minute, and found out afterwards, soft in her head too. Her dress was a loose wove parmity, full in the waist and sorta drab bly round the bottom. Her hat was drab-colored felt with some loose ribbon bows a-hangin' down on it, and some soft ostrich tips. She had silk mitts on and her hands was fat and kinder moist lookin'. Her eyes was very large and round, and blue, and looked sort o' dreamy and wanderin', and there was a kind of a rapt smile on her face all the time. She had a roll of paper in her hand and I didn't dislike her looks a mite. Finally the oldest female opened her lips, some as a steel trap would open sudden and kinder sharp, and says she, I am Miss Deacon Tutt of Tuttville, and this is my second daughter Ardelia. Cordelia is my oldest, and I have 4 younger than Ardelia. I bowed real polite and said, I was glad to make the acquaintance of the whole 7 on 'em. I can be very genteel when I set out, almost stylish. I suppose, says she, I am talking to Josiah Allen's wife? I gin her to understand that that was my name and my station, and she went on, and says she, I have heard on you through my husband's 2d cousin, Cephas Tutt. Cephas, says she, being wrote to by me on the subject of Ardelia, The same letter contained 7 poems of hern, and on being asked to point out the quickest way to make her name and fame known to the world at large, wrote back that he having always dealt in butter and lard, wasn't up to the market price in poetry, and that you would be a good one to go to for advice. And so, says she, pointing to a bag she carried on her arm, a hard-looking bag made of crash with little bullets and knobs of embroidery on it. And so we took this bag full of Ardelia's poetry and come on the morning train, Cephas's letter having reached us at 9 o'clock last night. I am a woman of business. The bag would hold about 4 quarts, and it was full. I looked at it and said, I see, says she, that you are sorry that we didn't bring more poetry with us. But we thought that this little batch would give you a idea of what a mind she has, what a glorious, soaring genius was in front of you, and we could bring more the next time we come. I said the again 3 times, but Miss Tut didn't notice Emma might no more and they'd been giggles or titters. She wouldn't have took no notice of them. She was firm and decided doing her own errand, and not paying no attention to anything, nor anybody else. Ardelia, read the poem you have got under your arm to Miss Allen. The bag was full of her longer ones, says she, but I felt that I must let you hear her poem on spring. It is a gem. I felt it would be wrong in you, not to give you that treat. Read it, Ardelia. I see Ardelia was used to obeying her ma. She opened the sheet to once, and begun. It was as follows. Just a minute, Ardelia stopped reading. Miss Tat says proudly, There! Hain't that a remarkable poem? Says I calmly. Yes, it is a remarkable one. Did you ever hear anything like it? Says she triumphantly. No, says I honestly. I never did. Ardelia, read the poem on little Ardelia Cordelia. Give Miss Allen the treat of hearing that beautiful thing. I sorta said low to myself. It was more of a groan than a common sith, but Miss Tut didn't heed it. She kept right on. I have always brought up my children to make other folks happy, all they can, and in rehearsing this lovely and remarkable poem, Ardelia will be not only making you perfectly happy, giving you a rich intellectual feast that you can't often have, way out here in the country, far from Tutville, but she will also be attendant to the business that brought us here. I have always fetched my children up to combine joy and business, weld them together like brass and steel. Ardelia, begin! So Ardelia commenced again. It was wrote on a big sheet of paper, and a running vine was a running all round the edge of the paper, made with a pen. It was as follows. Just as soon as Ardelia stopped rehearsing the verses, Miss Tut says again to me, Hain't that a most remarkable poem? And again I says calmly and trustfully, Yes, it is a very remarkable one. And now, says Miss Tut, plunging her hand in the bag, and drawing out a sheet of paper, to convince you that Ardelia has always had this divine gift of poesy, that it is not all the effect of culture and high education, let me read to you a poem she wrote when she was only a mere child. And Miss Tut read. Don't you think, says Miss Tut, that this poem shows a fund of passion, a reserved power of passion and constancy, remarkable in one so young? Yes, says I reasonably. No doubt she liked the cat. And, says I, wanting to say something pleasant and agreeable to her, no doubt it was a likely cat. Oh, the cat itself is of minor importance, says Miss Tut. We will fling the cat to the winds. It's of my daughter I would speak. I simply handled the cat to show the rare precocious intellect. Oh, how it gushed out in the last line in the unconquerable burst of repressed passion. Dear old cat, Shakespeare might have wrote that line, do you not think so? No doubt he might, says I calmly, but he didn't. I see she looked mad, and I hastened to say, he wasn't acquainted with the cat. She looked kinder mollified and continued, Ardelia dashes off things with a speed that would astonish a mere common writer. Why, she dashed off 39 verses once while she was waiting for the dish water to boil, and sent M right off to the printer, without glancing at M again. I dare say so, says I. I should judge so by the sound on M. Out of envy and jealousy, the rankest envy, and the sheerest jealousy, them verses was sent back with the infamous request that she should use M for curl papers. But she sot right down and wrote 48 verses on a cruel request, wrote M inside of 18 minutes. She throws off things, Ardelia does, in half an hour, that it would take other poets weeks and weeks to write. I presume so. Says I. I dare presume to say, they never could write M. And now, says Miss Tutt, the question is, will you put Ardelia on the back of that horse that poets ride to glory on? Will you lift her onto the back of that horse, and do it at once? I require nothing hard of you, says she, a-boring me through and through with her eyes. It must be a joy to you, Josiah Allen's wife, a rare joy, to be the means of bringing this rare genius before the public. I ask nothing hard of you, I only ask that you demand is the right word, not ask, that would be grovelling truckling folly, but demand that the public that has long ignored my daughter Ardelia's claim to a seat amongst the immortal poets, demand them, compel them to pause, to listen, and then seat her there, up on the highest, most perpendicular pinnacle of fame's pillow. Will you do this? I sat in deep dejection in my rocking chair, and knew not what to say, and Miss Tutt went on. We demand more than fame, deathless, immortal fame for M. We want money, wealth for M, and want it at once. We want it for extra household expenses, luxuries, clothing, jewelry, charity, etc. If we enrich the world with this rare genius, the world must enrich us with its richest emollients. Will you see that we have it? Will you at once do as I asked you to? Will you seat her immediately where I want her sot? Says I, considerin'. I can't get her up there alone, I hain't strong enough. Says I, sorta mechanically. I have got the rheumatiz. So you scoff me, do you? I came to you to get bread, am I to get worse than a stun, a scoff? I hain't Ginny no scoff. Says I, spunkin' up a little. I hain't thought on it. I like Ardelia and wish her well, but I can't do miracles, I can't compel the public to like things if they don't. Says Miss Tutt, you are jealous of her, you hate her. No, I don't. Says I. I hain't jealous of her, and I like her looks first rate. I love a pretty young girl. Says I candidly. Just as I love a fresh posy with the dew still on it, a dainty rosebud with the sweet fragrance layin' on its half-folded heart. I love em. Says I, a beginning to episode a little unbeknown to me. I love em just as I love the soft unbroken silence of the early spring mornin'. The sun all palely tinted with rose and blue, and the earth allin calm and unwoke up, fresh and fair. I love such a mornin' and such a life, for itself and for the unwritten prophecies in it. And when I see genius in such a sweet, young life, why it makes me feel as it does to see through all the tender prophetic beauty of the mornin' skies, a big white dove a-soarin' up through the blue heavens. Says Miss Tutt, you see that in Ardelia, but you won't own it, you know you do. No, says I. I would love to tell you that I see it in Ardelia. I would honest, but I can't look into them mornin' skies and say I see a white dove there, when I don't see nothin' more than a plump pullet, a jumpin' down from the fence, or a pickin' round calmly in the back dooryard. Just as likely the hen is, as the white dove, just as honorable, but you mustn't confound the two together. A hen, says Miss Tutt bitterly. To confound my Ardelia with a hen! And I don't think there was ever a more ironialer hen than that was, or a scornful one. Why? Says I reasonably. Hens are necessary and useful in any position, both walkin' and settin' and layin'. You can't get 'em in any position hardly, but what they are useful and respectable, only jest flyin'. Hens can't fly. Their wings hain't shaped for it. They look some like a dove's wings on the outside, the same feathers, the same way of stretchin' 'em out. But there is somethin' lackin' in 'em, some heaven-given capacity for soarin' and for flight that the hens don't have. And it makes trouble, sights and sights of trouble when hens try to fly, and can't. At the same time it is hard for a dove to settle down in a backyard and stay there, hard and tedious. She can and does sometimes, but never till after her wings have been clipped in some way. Poor little dove! I am always sorry for 'em to see 'em a-walkin' round there, a-wantin' to fly, a-not forgettin' how it seemed to have their wings soarin' up through the clear sky, and the rush of the pure liquid wind waves a-sweepin' against 'em, as they riz up, in freedom, and happiness, and glory. Poor little creeters! Yes, but doves can, if you clip their wings, settle down and walk, but hens can't fly, not for any length of time they can't. No amount of stimulant poultices applied to the ends of their tail feathers and wings can ever make 'em fly. They can't, it hain't their nater. They can make nests, and fill them with pretty downy chicks, they can be happy and beautiful in life and mean, they can spend their lives in just as honorable and worthy a way as if they was a flyin' round, and make a good honorable appearance from day to day, till they begin to flop their wings, and fly, then their mien is not beautiful and inspirin', no, it is fur from it. It is tough to see 'em, tough to see the flop in, tough to see their vain efforts to soar through the air, tough to see 'em fall precipitously down onto the ground again. For they must come there in the end, they are morally certain to. Now Ardelia is a sweet pretty-looking girl, she can set down in a cushioned armchair by a happy fireside, with pretty baby faces a-clusterin' around her, and some man's face like the sun a-reflectin' back the light of her happy heart. But she can't sit up on the pinnacle of fame's pillow. I don't believe she can ever get up there, I don't. Honestly speakin', I don't. Envy, says Miss Tutt. Glarin', shameless envy. You don't want Ardelia to rise. You don't want her to mount that horse I spoke of, you don't want to own that you see genius in her. But you do, Josiah Allen's wife, you know you do. No, says I don't see it. I see the sweetness of pretty girlhood, the beauty and charm of opening life, but I don't see nothin' else, I don't, honest. I don't believe she has got genius, says I. Seein' you put the question straight to me and depend to answer, seein' her future career depends on her choice now, I must tell you that I believe she would succeed better in the millionary trade or the mantly makers than she will in tryin' to mount the horse you speak on. Why, says I candidly, some folks can't get up on that horse, their legs hain't strong enough. And if they do manage to get on, it throws 'em, and they lay under the heels for life. I don't want to see Ardelia there, I don't want to see her maimed and lammed and stunted so early in the mornin' of life, by a kick from that animal, for she can't ride it. Says I. Honestly, she can't. There is nothin' so useless in life, and so sort o' wearin' as to be a-lookin' for somethin' that hain't there. And when you pretend it is there when it hain't, you are addin' iniquity to uselessness. So if you'll take my advice, the advice of a well-wisher, you will stop lookin', for I tell you plain that it hain't there. Says Miss Tutt. Josiah Allen's wife, you have for reasons best known to your conscience balked my hopes of a speedy immortality. You have wilfully tried to break down my hopes of an immense, immediate income to flow out of them poems for luxuries, jewelry, charity, etc., but I can at least claim this at your hands. I demand honesty. Tell me honestly what you yourself think of them poems. Says I, gettin' up sorta quick and goin' into the buttery, and bringin' out a little basket. Here are some beautiful sweet apples, won't you have one? Apples at such a time as this, says Miss Tutt, when the slumberin' world trembles before the advancin' tread of a new poet, when the heavens are listenin' intently to catch the whispers of an Ardelia's fate, sweet apples. In such a time as this, says she. But she took two. I demand the truth, says she. And you are a base, trucklin' coward if you give it not, says I, tryin' to carry off the subject and the apples into the buttery. Poetry ought to have pains took with it. Jealousy, says Miss Tutt. Jealousy might well whisper this. Envy, rank envy might breathe the suspicion that Ardelia hain't been took pains with. But I can see through it, says she. I can see through it. Well, says I, wore out, if they belonged to me, and if she was my girl, I would throw the verses into the fire, and set her to a trade. She stood for a minute and bored me through and through with them eyes. Why, it seemed as if there was 2 holes clear through my very spirit and soul. She partly lifted that fearful lookin' umbrel as if to pierce me through and through. It was a fearful scene. At last she turned, and flung the apple she was a-holdin' onto the floor at my feet, and says she, I scorn 'em, and you too. And she kinder stomped her feet and says, I fling off the dust I have gathered here, at your feet. Now my floor was clean and looked like yeller glass, almost, it was so shurneen and spotless, and I resented the idea of her sayin' that she collected dust off from it. But I didn't say nothin' back. She had the bag of poetry on her arm, and I didn't feel like adding any more to her troubles. But Ardelia, after her mother had swept out ahead, turned round and held out her hand, and smiled a sweet but ruther of a despondent and sorrowful smile, and I kissed her warmly. I like Ardelia. And what I said for her good, and she knew it. I like Ardelia. Well, Miss Tutt and Ardelia went from our house to Eben Pixley's. They are distant relatives of hern, and live about 3/4 of a mile from us. The Pixleys think everything of Ardelia, but they can't bear her mother. There has been difficulties in the family. But Ardelia stayed there more'n 2 weeks right along. She hain't very happy to home, I believe. And before she went back home it was arranged that she should teach the winter's school and board to Miss Pixley's. But Miss Pixley was took sick with the typhus before she had been there 2 weeks, and for all the world, if the district didn't want us to board her. Josiah hadn't much to do, so he could carry her back and forth in stormy weather, and it was her wish to come. And it was Josiah's wish too, for the pay was good, and the work light, for him. And so I consented after a parley. But I didn't regret it. She is a good little creature, and no more like her mother than a feather bed is like a darning needle. I like Ardelia, so does Josiah. Chapter 3. The Charity of the Jonesvillians. We have been having a pound party here in Jonesville. There was a lot of children left without any father or mother, nobody, only an old grandma to take care of them, and she was half bent with the rheumatiz, and had a swelled neck, and lumbago and fits. They lived in an old tumble-down house just outside of Jonesville. The father was, I couldn't deny, a shiftless sort of a chap, good-natured, always ready to oblige a neighbor, but he hadn't no faculty. And I don't know, come to think of it, as anybody is any more to blame if they are born without a faculty, than if they are born with only one eye. Faculty is one of the things that you can't buy. He loved to hunt. That is, he loved to hunt some kinds of things. He never loved to hunt steady, hard work, and foller on the trail of it till he ever took success and captured it. No, he drew the hunt after catamounts and painters, in woods where catamounts hain't mounted, and painters hain't painted since he was born. He generally killed nothing bigger than red squirrels and chipmunks. The biggest game he ever brought down was himself. He shot himself one cold day in the fall of the year. He was getting over a brush fence. They s'posed the gun hit against something and went off, for they found him a-layin' dead at the bottom of the fence. I always s'posed that the shock of his death comin' so awful sudden unto her killed his wife. She had been sick for a long spell, she had consumption and dropsy, and so forth, for a long time, and after he was brought in dead, she didn't live a week. She thought her eyes of him, for no earthly reason as I could ever see. How strange a dispensation of Providence it does seem, that some women love some men, and vice versa and the same. But she did just about worship him, and she died whisperin' his name, and reachin' out her hands as if she see him just ahead of her. And I told Josiah I didn't know, but she did. I shouldn't wonder a mite if she did see him, for there is only the veil of mystery between us and the other world at any time, and she had got so nigh to it, that I s'pose it got so thin that she could see through it. Just as you can see through the blue haze that lays before our forest in Injun summer. Come nigh up to it, and you can see the silvery trunks of the maples and the red sumac leaves, and the bright evergreens, and the forms of the happy hunters a-passin' along under the glint of the sunbeams and the soft shadows. They died in Injun summer. I made a wreath myself of the bright-colored leaves to lay on their coffins. Dead leaves, dead to all use and purpose here, and yet with the bright mysterious glow upon them that put me in mind of some immortal destiny and blossoming beyond our poor dim vision. Jane Smedley was a good woman, and so was Jim, good but shiftless. But I made the same wreath for her and Jim, and the strange mellow light lay on both of them, making me think in spite of myself of some happy sunrisen that haply may dawn on some future hunting ground, where poor Jim Smedley even may strike the trail of success and happiness, hid now from the sight of Samantha, hid from Josiah. Wall, they died within a week's time of each other, and left 9 children, the oldest one of them not quite 15. She, the oldest one, was a good girl, only she had the rickets so that when she walked, she seemed to walk off all over the house backwards and sideways, and every way, but when she sat down, she was a good steady girl, and faithful. She took after her mother, and her mother took after her grandmother, so there was 3 talking after each other, one right after the other. Jane was a good, faithful, hard-working creature when she was well, brought up her children good as she could, learnt the catechism, and took in all kinds of work to earn a little something towards getting a home for 'em. She and her mother both did. Her mother lived with 'em, and was a smart old woman, too, for one that was pretty nigh 90. And she was worrisome much, only about one thing: she wanted a home dreadfully. Some them men are so. She had moved round so much, from one poor old place to another, that she sort o' hankered after being settled down into a stiddy home. Wall, there was 8 children younger than Marvilla, that was the oldest young girl's name. 8 of 'em, counting each pair of twins as 2, as I suppose they ort. The town buried the father and mother, which was likely and clever in it, but after that it wouldn't give only just so much a week, which was very little, because it said town did, that they could go to the poorhouse, they could be supported easier there. I don't know as the town could really be blamed for saying it, and yet it seemed kinder mean in it. The town was so big, and the children, most of 'em, was so little. But anyway, it was just sot on it, and there was the end of it, for you might just as well dispute the wind as to dispute the town when it gets sot. Wall, the old grandma said she would die in the streets before she would go to the poorhouse. She had come from a good family in the first place. They say she run away and left a good home and got married, and did dreadful poor in the married state. He was shiftless, and didn't have nothin' and didn't lay up any. And she didn't keep any of her old possessions, only just her pride. She kept that, or enough of it to say that she would die on the road before she would go to the poorhouse. And once I see her cry she wanted a home so bad. And lots of folks blamed her for it, blamed the old woman awfully. They said pride was so wicked. Them men who would run like deers if company came when they wasn't dressed up slick, they would say the minute they got back into the room, all out of breath with hurrying into their best clothes, they'd say a pantin', "That old woman ought to be made to go to the poorhouse, to take the pride out of her. Pride was so awfully, dreadfully wicked, and it was a shame that she was so ungrateful as to want a home of her own." And then they would set down and rest. Wall, the family was in a sufferin' state. The town allowed 'em $1 a week. But how was 10 human beings to live on $1 a week? The children worked every chance they got, but they couldn't earn enough to keep 'em in shoes, let alone other clothin' and victuals. And the old house was too cold for 'em to stay in during the cold weather. It was for Grandma Smedley, anyway. If the children could stand it, she couldn't. And what was to be done? A cold winter was a comin' on, and it wouldn't delay a minute because Jim Smedley had got shot, and his wife had follered him into, let us hope, a happier hunting ground than he had ever found in earthly forests. Wall, I proposed to have a pound party for 'em. I said they might have it to our house if they wanted it, but if they thought they wanted it in a more central place, our house was quite a little to one side, why we could have it to the schoolhouse. I proposed to Josiah the first one. He was a set-in by the fire, relapsed into silence. It was a cold night outside, but the red curtains was down at our sitting-room winders, shedding out the cold drizzlin' storm of hail and snow that was a descendin' onto the earth. The fire burned up warm and bright, and we sat there in our comfortable home, with the tea-kettle singin' on the stove, and the tea-table set out cozy and cheerful, for Josiah had been away and I had waited supper for him. As I sat there waitin' for the tea-kettle to bile, and when I say bile, I mean bile, I don't mean simmer, the thought of the Smedleys would come in. The warm red curtains would keep the storm out, but they couldn't keep the thought of the children, and the feeble old grandmother out of the room. They come right in, through the curtains, and the firelight, and everything, and sat right down by me and hand me. And what curious creeturs thoughts be, hain't they? And uncertain, too. You may make all your plans to get away from 'em. You may shet up your doors and winders, and set with a veil on and an umbrella up, but good land, how easy they jest untackle the doors and windows, with no sounds of untacklin', and come right in by you. First you know there they be right by the side of you, under your umbrel, under your veil, under your spectacles, a-lookin' right down into your soul, and a-haunting you. And then agin, When you expect to be hand by 'em, lay out to, why, they'll just stand off somewhere else, and don't come nigh you. Don't want to. Uncertain creeters, thoughts be, and curious where they come from, and how. Why, I got to thinkin' about it the other day, and I got lost. Some like children set in on a log over a creek a ridin'. There they be, and there the log is. But they don't seem to be there, they seem to be a floatin' down the water. And there I was, a settin' in my rockin' chair, and I seemed to be a floatin' down deep water, very deep. A thinkin' and a wonderin'. A thinkin' how all through the ages what secrets God had told to man when the time had come, and the reverent soul below was ready to hear the low words whispered to his soul, and a wonderin' what strange revelation God held now, ready to reveal when the soul below had fitted itself to hear and comprehend it. Ah! Such mysteries as He will reveal to us if we will listen. If we wait for God's voice. If we did not heed so much the confusing clamor of the world's voices about us. Emulation, envy, anger, strife, jealousy, if we turned our heads away from these discords, and in the silence which is God's temple, listened, who knows the secrets He would make known to us? Secrets of the day, secrets of the night, the sunshine, the lightning, the storm. The white glow of that wonderful light that is not like the glow of the sun or of the moon, but yet lighteth the world. That strange light that has a soul that reads our thoughts, translates our wishes, overleaps distance, carrying our whispered words after holding our thoughts for ages, and then unfolding them at will. What other wondrous mysteries lie concealed, wrapped around by that soft pure flame, mysteries that shall lie hidden until some inspired eye shall be waiting, looking upward at the moment when God's hand shall draw back the shining veil for an instant, and let him read the glowing secret. Secrets of language. Shall some simple power, some symbol be revealed, and the nations speak together? Secrets of song. Shall some serene, harmonious soul catch the note to celestial melodies? Secrets of sight. Shall the eyes too dim now see the faces of the silent throngs that surround them? The great cloud of witnesses. Secrets of the green pathways that lead up through the blue silent fields of space. Shall we float from star to star? Secrets of holiness. Shall earthly faces wear the pure light of the immortals? But oh! Who shall be the happy soul that shall be listening when the time has fully come and He shall reveal His great secret? The happy soul listening so intently that it shall catch the low, clear whisper. Listening, maybe, through the sweet twilight shadows for the wonderful secret, while the silver shallop of the moon is becalmed over the high northern mountains, as if a fleet of heavenly guests had floated down through the clear ocean waves of the sky to listen to hear the wonderful heavenly secret revealed to man, and a clear star looks out over the glowing rose of the western heavens, looking down like God's eye, searching His soul. Searching if it be worthy of the great trust. Maybe it will be in the fresh dawning of the day that the great secret will grow bright and clear and luminous, as the dawning of the light. Maybe it will be in the midst of the storm a mighty voice borne along by the breath of the wind and the thunder, clamoring and demanding the hearer to listen. Oh! If we were only good enough, only pure enough, what might not our rapt vision discern? But we know not where or when the time shall be fully come, but who shall be the happy soul that shall, at the time, be listening? Oh! How deep, how strange the waters was, and how I floated away on 'em, and how I didn't. For there I was a-settin' in my own rockin' chair, and there opposite me sot my own Josiah Whitlan, for the world hadn't come, and he was restless and ill at ease, and time hung heavy on his hands. There I sot the same Samantha, and the thought of the Smedleys, the same old Smedleys, was a hauntin' of me, the same old haunt, and I says to my Josiah, says I, Josiah, I can't help thinkin' about the Smedleys, says I. What do you think about havin' a pound party for 'em, and will you take holt and do your part? Good land, Samantha! Are you crazy? Crazy as a loon? What under the sun do you want to pound the Smedleys for? I should think they had trouble enough without poundin' 'em. Why, says he, the old woman couldn't stand any poundin' at all, without killin' her right out, and the children hain't over tough any of 'em. Why, what has got into you? I never knew you to propose anything of that wicked kind before. I shan't have anything to do with it. If you want 'em pounded, you must get your own club and do your own poundin'. says I. I don't mean poundin' 'em with a club, but let folks buy a pound of different things to eat and drink and carry it to 'em, and we can try and raise a little money to get a warmer horse for 'em to stay in the coldest of the weather. Oh, says he, with a relieved look. That's a different thing. I am willin' to do that. I don't know about givin' 'em any money towards gettin' 'em a home, but I'll carry 'em a pound of crackers or a pound of flour, and help it along all I can. Josiah is a clever creetur though close, and he never made no more objections towards havin' it. Wall, the next day I put on my shawl and hood, a new brown hood knit out of zephyr worsted, very nice, a present from our daughter Maggie, our son Thomas Jefferson's wife, and sallied out to see what the neighbors thought about it. The first woman I called on was Miss Beasley, a new neighbor who had just moved into the neighborhood. They are rich as they can be, and I expected at least to get a pound of tea out of her. She said it was a worthy object, and she would love to help it along, but they had so many expenses of their own to grapple with, that she didn't see her way clear to promise to do anything. She said the girls had got to have some new velvet suits, and some sealskin sacks this winter, and they had got to new furnish the parlors, and send their oldest boy to college, and the girls wanted to have some diamond lockets, and ought to have 'em, but she didn't know whether they could manage to get them or not. If they did, they had got to scrimp along every way they could. And then they was going to have company from a distance, and had got to get another girl to wait on 'em. And though she wished the poor well, she felt that she could not dare to promise a cent to 'em. She wished the Smedley family well, dreadful well, and hoped I would get lots of things for 'em. But she didn't really feel as if it would be safe for her to promise 'em a pound of anything, though maybe she might, by a great effort, raise a pound of flour for 'em, or meal. Says I dryly, dry as meal ever was in its driest times. I wouldn't give too much. Though, says I, a pound of flour would go a good ways if it is used right. And I thought to myself that she had better keep it to make a paste to smooth over things. Wall, I went from that to Miss Jacob Hess, and Miss Jacob Hess wouldn't give anything because the old lady was disagreeable, old Grandma Smedley. And I said to Miss Jacob Hess that if the Lord didn't send his rain and dew onto anybody only the perfectly agreeable, I guessed there would be pretty dry times. It was my opinion there would be considerable of a drouth. There was a woman there a visitin' Miss Hess. She was a stranger to me and I didn't ask her for anything, but she spoke up of her own accord and said she would give, and give liberal, only she was hampered. She didn't say why or who or when, but she only says that she was hampered, and I don't know to this day what her hamper was, or who hampered her. And then I went to Eben Garvin SES, and Miss Eben Garvin wouldn't help any because she said Joe Smedley had been right down lazy, and she couldn't call him anything else. But, says I, Joe is dead, and why should his children starve because their pa wasn't over and above smart when he was alive? But she wouldn't give. Wall, Miss Wimper said she didn't approve of the manner of giving. Her face was all drawed down into a curious sort of a long expression that she called religious, and I called something that begins with HYPO. And I don't mean hypo either. No, she couldn't give, she said, because she always made a practice of not letting her right hand know what her left hand give. And I said, for I was kinder took aback, and didn't think, I said to her, a glancin' at her hands which was crossed in front of her, that I didn't see how she managed it, unless she give when her right hand was asleep. And she said she always gave secret. And I said, so I have always esposed, very secret. I esposed my tone was some sarcastic, for she says, don't the Scripture command us to do so? Says I firmly. I don't believe the Scripture means to have us stand round talkin' Bible, and let the Smedleys starve. Says I suppose it means not to boast of our good deeds. Says she, I believe in talking the Scripture literal, and if I can't get my stuff there entirely unbeknown to my right hand I shan't give. Wall, says I, gettin' up and movin' towards the door. You must do as you're a mind to with fear and tremblin'. I said it pretty impressive, for I thought I would let her see I could quote Scripture as well as she could, if I sought out. But good land! I knew it was excuse. I knew she wouldn't give nothin' not if her right hand had the number palsy, and you could stick a pin into it. No, she wouldn't give, not if her right hand was cut off and throwed away. Wall, Miss Bombus, old Dr. Bombus's widow, wouldn't give, and for all the world, I went right there from Miss Wimpress's. Miss Bombus wouldn't give because I didn't put the names in the Jonesville Auger or Gimlet, for she said, "Let your good deeds so shine." "Why?" says I. "Miss Wimper wouldn't give because she wanted to give secreter, and you won't give because you want to give publicer, and you both quote scripter, but it don't seem to help the Smedleys much." She said that probably Miss Wimper was restin' the scripter to her own destruction. "Wall," says I, "while you and Miss Wimper are arrestin' the scripter, what will become of the Smedleys? It don't seem right to let them freeze to death, and starve to death, while we are a debatin' on the ways of Providence." But she didn't tell, and she wouldn't give. A woman was there a visitin', Miss Bombus's aunt, I think, and she spoke up and said that she fully approved of her niece Bombus's decision. And she said, as for herself, she never give to any subject that she hadn't thoroughly canvassed. Says I, "There they all are in that little hut, you can canvass them at any time. Though," says I thoughtfully, "Marvilla might give you some trouble." And she asked why? And I told her she had the rickets so she couldn't stand still to be canvassed, but she could probably follow her up and canvass her, if she tried hard enough. And says I, "There is old Grandma Smedley, over 80, and 5 children under 8, you can canvass them easy." Says she, "The Bible says, search the sperrits." And I was so wore out a seein' how place after place, for 3 times a runnin' the Bible was lifted up and held as a shield before stingy creeturs, to ward off the criticism of the world and their own souls, that I says to myself, loud enough so they could hear me, "Meb, why is it that when anybody wants to do a mean, ungenerous act, they will try to quote a verse of scripture to uphold them, just as a wolf will pull a lock of pure white wool over his wolfish foretop, and try to look innocent and sheepish?" I don't care if they did hear me, I was on the step mostly when I thought it, pretty loud. Wall, from Miss Bombus's I went to Miss Pettingill's. Miss Pettingill is a awful high-headed creetur. She come to the door herself, and she said, I must excuse her for answerin' the door herself. I never heard the door say anything and don't believe she did, it was just one of her ways, but she said I must excuse her as her girl was busy at the time. She never mistrusted that I knew her hired girl had left, and she was doin' her work herself. She had ketched off her apron, I knew, as she come through the hall, for I see it a-layin' behind the door, all covered with flour. And after she had took me into the parlor, and we had sat down, she discovered some spots of flour on her dress, and she said she had been pottin' some flowers into a scrapbook to pass away the time. But I knew she had been bakin' for she looked tired to death almost, and it was her bakin' day. But she would sooner have had her head took right off than to own up that she had been doin' housework. Why, they say that once when she was doin' her work herself, and was ketched lookin' awful, by a strange minister, that she passed herself off for a hired girl and said Miss Pettingill wasn't to home, and when pressed hard she said she hadn't the leasty day where Miss Pettingill was. Just think on tea once, and there she was herself. The day! Wall, the minute I sot down before I'd begun my business or anything, Miss Pettingill took me to do about puttin' in Miss Bibbins president of our missionary society for the relief of indignant heathens. The Bibbinses are good, very good, but poor, says Miss Pettingill. It seems to me as if there might be some other woman put in, that would have had more influence on the church. Says I, hain't Miss Bibbins a good Christian sister, and a great worker? Why, yes, she was good in her place. But, she said, the Pettingills hadn't never associated with the Bibbinses. And I asked her if she s'posed that would make any difference with the heathen, if the heathen would be apt to think less of Miss Bibbins because she hadn't associated with the Pettingills? And she said she didn't s'pose the heathens would ever know it. It might make some difference to 'em if they did, she thought, for it couldn't be denied, she said, that Miss Bibbins did not move in the first circles of Jonesville. It had been my doin's a puttin' Miss Bibbins in, and I took it right to home. She meant to have me, and I asked her if she thought the Lord would condemn Miss Bibbins on the last day, because she hadn't moved in the first circles of Jonesville? And Miss Pettingill tossed her head a little, but had to own up that she thought He wouldn't. Wall, then, says I, Do you suppose the Lord has any objections to her working for him now? Why no, I don't know as the Lord would object. Wall, says I. We call this work the Lord's work, and if he is satisfied with Miss Bibbins, we ought to be. But she kinder nestled round, and I see she wasn't satisfied, but I couldn't stop to argue, and I tackled her then and there about the Smedleys. I asked her to give £1 or pounds as she felt disposed. But she answered me firmly that she could give 1 cent to the Smedleys, she was principled against it. And I asked her, why? And she said, because the old lady was proud and wanted a home, and she thought that pride was so wicked that it ought to be put down. Wall, Miss Cephas Huff, wouldn't give anything because one of the little Smedleys had lied to her. She wouldn't encourage lying. And I told her I didn't believe she would be half so apt to reform him on an empty stomach as after he was fed up. But she wouldn't yield. Wall, Miss Daggett said she would give, and give abundant, only she didn't consider it a worthy object. But it wasn't nothin' only excuse, for the object has never been found yet that she thought was a worthy one. Why, she wouldn't give a cent towards painting the Methodist steeple, and if that hain't a high and worthy object, I don't know what is. Why, our steeple is over 70 feet from the ground. But she wouldn't help us a mite, not a single cent. Take such folks as them, and the object never suits 'em. They won't come right out and tell the truth that they are too stingy and mean to give away a cent, but they will always put the excuse onto the object. The object don't suit 'em. Why, I do believe it is the living truth that if the angel Gabriel was the object, if he was in need and we was gettin' up a pound party for him, she would find fault with Gabriel, and wouldn't give him an ounce of provisions. Yes, I believe it. I believe they would toss their heads and say, they always had their thoughts about anybody that tooted so loud. It might be all right, but it didn't look well, and would be apt to make talk. Or they would say that he was shiftless and extravagant a loafin' round in the clouds, when he might go to work, or that he might raise the money himself by selling the feathers often his wings for down pillars, or some of the rest of the Gabriel family might help him, or something, or other. Anyway, they would propose some way of getting out of giving a cent to Gabriel. I believe it as much as I believe I live and breathe, and so does Josiah. Wall, Miss Mooney wouldn't give anything because she thought Jane Smedley wasn't so sick as she thought she was, she said. She was spleeny. And I told Miss Mooney that when a woman was sick enough to die, I thought she ought to be called sick. But Miss Mooney wouldn't give up, and insisted to the very last that Miss Smedley was hypo-y and spleeny, and thought she was sicker than she really was. And she held her head and her nose up in a very disagreeable and haughty way, and said as I left, that she never could bear to help spleeny people. Wall, all that forenoon did I traipse through the street, and not 1 cent did I get for the Smedleys. Only Miss Gowday said she would bring a cabbage, and Miss Deacon P. Dick and Miss Ingledew partly promised to squash a piece. And I mistrusted that they give 'em more to please me than anything else. Wall, I was clean discouraged and beat out, and so I told Josiah. But he encouraged me some by saying, Wall, I could have told you just how it would be. And you would have done better, Samantha, to have been to home a cookin' for your own famishin' family. And several more just such inspirin' remarks as men will give to the females of their families when they are engaged in charitable enterprises. But I got a very good dinner, and it made me feel some better, and then I hain't one to give up to discouragements, anyway. So I put on a little better dress for afternoon, and my best bonnet and shawl, and set sail again after dinner. And if I ever had a lesson in not giving up to discouragements in the first place, I had it then. For whether it was on account of the more dressy look of my bonnet and shawl, or whether it was that folks felt cleverer in the afternoon, or whether it was that I had gone to the more discouraging places in the forenoon, and the better ones in the afternoon, or whether it was that I tackled on the subject in a better way than I had tackled them, whether it was for any of these reasons, or all of 'em, or something. Anyway, my luck turned at noon, 12 m, and all that afternoon I had one triumph after another. Place after place did I collect pound or pounds as the case may be, or collected the promises of 'em, I mean. I did splendid, and was prospered perfectly amazing, and I went home feelin' as happy and proud as a king or a czar. And the next Tuesday evening we had the pound party. They concluded to have it to our house. And Thomas Jefferson and Maggie, and Tirzah and Whitefield came home early in the afternoon to help trim the parlor and settin' room with evergreens and everlastin' posies, and fern leaves. They made the room look perfectly beautiful. And they each of 'em, the 2 children and their companions, brought home a motto framed in nice plush and gilt frames, which they put up on each side of the set-in room, and left them there as a present to their pa and me. They think a sight of us, the children do, and vice versa, and the same. One of 'em was worked in gold letters on a red background. Bear ye one another's burdens. And the other was, Feed my lambs. They think a sight on us, the children do. They knew them mottos would highly tickle their pa and me. And they did seem to kinder invigorate up all the folks that come to the party. And they was seemingly legions. Why, they come, and they kept a-comin'. And it did seem as if every one of 'em had tried to see who could bring the most. Why, they brought enough to keep the Smedleys comfortable all winter long. It was a sight to see 'em. It was a curious sight, too, to set and watch what some of the folks said and done as they brought their pounds in. I had to be to the table all the time amos, for I was appointed a committee, or a board. I suppose it would be more proper to call myself a board, more business-like. Wall, I was the board appointed to lay the things on, to see that they was all took care of, and put where they couldn't get eat up, or any other casualty happened to 'em. And I declare if some of the queerest looking creeters didn't come up to the table and talk to me. There was lots of 'em there that I didn't know, folks that come from Zor, Jim Smedley's old neighborhood. There was a long table stretched across one end of the set-in room, and I stood behind it some as if I was a dry goods merchant or grocery, and some like a preacher. And the women would come up to me and talk. There was one woman who got real talkative to me before the evening was out. She said her home was over 2 miles beyond Zor. She had a young babe with her, a dark-complexioned babe, with a little round black head that looked some like a cannon ball. She said she had shingled the child that day about 8 o'clock in the forenoon. She talked real confidential to me. She said the babe had sights of hair, and she told her husband that day that if he would shingle the babe she would come to the party, and if he wouldn't shingle it she wouldn't come. It seemed they had had an altercation on the subject. She wanted it shingled and he didn't. But it seemed that ruther than stay away from the party, he consented, and shingled it. So they come. They brought a 8-pound loaf of maple sugar and 2 dozen eggs. They did well. Then there was another woman who would walk her little girl into the bedroom every few minutes, and wet her hair, and comb it over, and curl it on her fingers. The child had a little blue flannel dress on, with a long plain waist, and a long skirt gathered on full all round. Her hair lay just as smooth and slick as glass all the time, but 5 times did she walk her off, and go through with that performance. She brought 10 yards of factory cloth, and a good woolen petticoat for the old grandma. She did first rate. And then there was another woman who stayed by the table most all the evening. She would gently but firmly ask everybody who brought anything, what the price of the article was, and then she would tackle the different women who come up to the table for patterns. I do believe she got the pattern of every basque waist there was there, and every mantily. And Abram G. brought 25 loaves of bread, of different sizes, but all on 'em good. And he looked at Ardelia Tut every minute of the time. And Ardelia brought a lot of verses. Stanzas on a grandmother. I didn't think they would do Grandma Smedley much good, and then on the other hand I didn't suppose they would hurt her any. But we had a splendid good time after the things was all brought in. Of course, being aboard the fore part of the evening I naturally had a harder time than I did the latter part, after I had got over it. The children, Thomas J., and Tirzah and Ardelia Tut, and Abram G., and some of the rest of the young folks sung and played some beautiful pieces, and they had 4 tableaux, which was perfectly beautiful. And then we passed good nice light biscuit and butter, and hot coffee, and popcorn and apples. And it did seem, and all the neighbors said so, that it was the very best party they had ever attended to. And before they went away they made a motion, some of the responsible men did, some made the motions and some seconded 'em, that they would adjourn till just 1 year from that night, when if the Smedleys was still alive and in need, we would have just such a party again. And at the last Aunt Elder Minkley made a prayer, a very thankful and good prayer, but short. And then they went home. Wall, the next morning we started to carry the things to the Smedleys. It was very early, for Josiah had got to go clear to Loontown on business, and I was going to stay with the children till he got back. It was a very cold morning. We hadn't heard from the Smedleys for 2 or 3 days, because we wanted to surprise them, so we didn't want to give them a hint beforehand of what we was a-doing. So, as I say, it was a number of days since we had heard from them, and the weather was cold. When we got to the door it seemed to be dreadful still there inside. And there was some white frost on the latch just as if a icy, white hand had unlatched the door, and had laid on it last. We rapped, but nobody answered. And then we opened the door and went in, and there they all lay asleep. The children waked up. But old Grandma didn't. There wasn't any fire in the room, and you could see by the freezing coldness of the air that there hadn't been any for a day or 2. Grandma Smedley had took the poor old coverings all off from herself, and put 'em round the youngest baby, little Jim. And he lay there all huddled up tight to his grandma, with his red cheek close to her white one, for he loved her. Josiah cried and wept and cried onto his bandana, but I didn't. The tears run down my face some, to see the children feel so bad when Grandma couldn't speak to 'em. But I knew that the children would be took care of now. I knew the Jonas Villians would be all rousted up and sorry enough for 'em, and would be willin' to do anything now, when it was some too late. And I felt that I couldn't cry nor weep, and told Josiah so. The tears just dripped down my face in a stream, but I wouldn't weep, for as I said to myself, while the Jonas Villians had been a disputin' back and forth, and restin' Scripter, and the maning of Providence in regard to helpin' Grandma Smedley in gettin' her a comfortable place to stay in, and somethin' to eat, the Lord himself had took the case in hand and had gin her a home and the bread that satisfies. Chapter 4. Ardelia and Abram G. Wall, I don't s'pose there had been a teacher in our district for years and years that gin better satisfaction than Ardelia Tutt. Good soft little creetur, the scholars any one of 'em felt above huttin' on her or plagin' her any way. She sorta made 'em feel they had to take care on her, she was so sorta helpless actin', and good-natured, and yet her learnin' was good, fust-rate. Yes, Ardelia was thought a sight on in Jonesville by scholars and parents, and some that was parents. One young chap in Pertisiler, Abram G. by name, who had just started a baker's shop in Jonesville, he fell so deep in love with her from the very start that I pitied him from about the bottom of my heart. It was at our house that he fell. The young folks of our meetin' house had a sort of a evenin' meetin' there to see about raisin' some money for the help of the steeple, repairin' of it. Abram is a member, and so is Ardelia, and I see the whole thing. I see him totter and I see him fall. And prostrate he was from that first night. Never was there a feller that fell in love deeper, or lay more helpless. And Ardelia liked him, that was plain to see. At fust as I watched and see him totter, I thought she was a sort o' wobblin' too, and when he fell deep, deep in love, I looked to see her a-follerin' on. But Ardelia, as soft as she was, had an element of strength. She was ambitious. She liked Abram, but she had read novels a good deal, and she had for years been lookin' for a prince to come a-ridin' up to their dooryard in disguise with a crown on under his hat, and woo her to be his bride. And so she braced herself against the sweet influence of love, and it was tough, I could see for myself that it was, when she had laid out to set on a throne by the side of a prince, he a-holdin' his father's scepter in his hand, to descend from that elevation and wed a husband who was a moulder of bread, with a rollin' pin in his hand. It was tough for Ardelia, I could see right through her mind, it was the great distance to see, and I could see just how a conflict was a-goin' on between love and ambition. But Abram had my best wishes, for he was a boy I had always liked. The G's had lived neighbor to us for years. He was a good creetur and his bread was delicious, milk emptins. He was a sort of a hard, sound-looking chap, and she, bein' so uncommon soft, the contrast kinder sot each other off and made 'em look well together. He had a house and lot all paid for, with no encumbrances, only a mortgage of $150 and a lame mother. But he laid out to clear off the mortgage this year, and I was told that Mother G was a-goin' to live with her daughter Susan, who had just come into a big property, as much as $700 worth of land, besides cows, 2 heads of cow, and 1 head of a calf. I knew Mother G, and she was going to stay with Abram till he got married, and then she was going to live with Susan. And I suppose it is so. She is a likely old woman with a milk leg. Wall, Abram paid Ardelia lots of attention, secas walking home with her from protracted meetins nights, and looking at her during the meetins more protracted than the meetins was fur. And 3 times he sent her a plate of his biscuits sweetened too sweet almost. He went too fur in this, and I see it. Yes, he done his part as well as his condition would let him, paralyzed by his feelings. But she acted kinder offish, and I see that something was in the way. I mistrusted at first, it might be Abram's encumbrance, but during a conversation I had with her, I see I was in the wrong lot. And I could see plain, though some couldn't, that she liked Abram as she did her eyes. Somebody run him down a little one day before me, and she sprouted right up and took his part violent. I could see her feelings towards him, though she wouldn't own up to him. But one day she came out plain to me and lamented his condition in life. Somebody had attacked her that day before me about marrying of him, and she owned up to me that she had laid out to marry somebody to elevate her. Someone with a grand pure mission in life. And I spoke right up and says, "Why, bread is just as pure and innocent as anything can be. You won't find anything wicked about good yeast bread, nor," says I cordially, "in milk risin' if it is made proper." But she said she preferred a occupation that was risin' and noble, and that made a man necessary and helpful to the masses. And I says agin, "Good land! The masses have got to eat. And I guess you starve the masses a spell and they'll think that good bread is as necessary and helpful to 'em as anything can be. And as fair it's bein' a risin' occupation, why," says I, "it is stiddy risin' in the mornin', and risin' at night, and all night, both hop and milk emptins. Why," says I never see a occupation so risin' as his is, both milk and hop." But she wouldn't seem to give in and encourage him much, only by spells. And then Abram didn't take the right way with her. I see he was a-goin' just the wrong way to win a woman's love. For his love, his great honest love for her made him abject. He groveled at her feet, loved to grovel. I told him, for he confided in me from the first aunt and bewailed her coldness to me. I told him to sprout up and act as if he had some will of his own and some independent life of his own. Says I, "Any woman that sees a man a-layin' around under her feet will be tempted to step on him." Says I don't see how she can help it, if she calculates to get round any and walk. Says I, "Sprout up and be somebody. She is a good little creetur, but no better than you are, Abram. Be a man." And he would try to be. I could see him try. But one of her soft little glances, especially if it was kind and tender to him, yes, it was a good deal of the time, why, it would just overthrow him agian. He would collapse and become nothin' agian before her. Why, I have heard him sing that old hymn, a-lookin' right at Ardelia stiddy. And thinks I to myself, if this keeps on, you are in a fair way to get your wish. He was a good singer, a baritone, and she a decent. They loved to sing together. They needed some air, but then they got along without it, and it sounded quite well, though rather low and deep. Wall, it run along for weeks and weeks, he with his hopes a-risin' up sometimes like his yeast, and then bein' pounded down agian like his bread, under the hard knuckles of a woman's capricious cruelty. For I must say that she did, for sec a soft-lit creetur, have cold and cruel ways to Abram. But I s'pose it was when she got to thinkin' about the prince, or some other genteel lover. But her real feelin's would break out once in a while, and lift him up to the 3D heaven of happiness, and then he'd have to totter and fall down agian. Abram G. had a hard time on't. I pitied him from nearly the bottom of my heart. But I still kept a-thinkin' it would turn out well in the end. For it was just about this time that I happened to find this poetry in a book where she had, I supposed, left it. And I read almost entirely unbeknown to myself. It was wrote in a dreadful blind way, but I recognized it at once. I looked right through it, and see what she was a-writin' about, though many wouldn't. It was wrote in sec a deep style. Wall, as I say, she gin good satisfaction in the district, and I declare for it, I got to liking her dreadful well before the winter was over. Softer she was, and had to be, than any fuzz that was ever on any cotton flannel fur or near. And more verses she wrote than was good for her, or for anybody else. Why, she would write lines on the tongs, or stanzas on the salt cellar. If she couldn't do any better, it beats all. And then she would read 'em to me to get my ideas on 'em. Why, I had to call on every martyr in the whole string of martyrs sometimes to keep myself from telling her my full mind about 'em unbeknown to me. For if I had, it would have scared the soft little creetur out of what little wit she had. So I kept middlin' still, and see it go on. For she was a good little soul, affectionate and kinder helpful. A good creetur now to find your specs. Why, she found 'em for me times out of number, and I got real attached to her and vice versa. And when she came a visitin' me in the spring, at my request, and I happened to mention that Josiah and me laid out to go to Saratoga for the summer, what did the soft little creetur want to do but to go too? Her father was well off and was able to send her, and she had relatives there on her own side, some of the Pixleys, so her board wouldn't cost nothin'. So it didn't look nothin' unreasonable, though whether I could get her there and back without her mashin' all down on my hands, like a overripe peach, she was that soft, was a question that hent me, and so I told Josiah. But Josiah kinder likes young girls, nothin' light, a calm meetin' house affection, it is kinder nater that he should, and he says, "Better let her go, she won't make much trouble." "No," says I. "Not to you, but if you had to set for hours and hours and hear her verses read to you on every subject, on heaven, and earth, and the seas, and see her a measurin' of it with a stick to get the lines the right length, if you had to go through all this, mebbe you would meditate on the subject before you took it for a summer's job." "Wall," says he, "mebbe she won't write so much when she gets started. She will be kinder jogged round and stirred up in body, and mebbe her feelin's will kinder rest." "I shouldn't wonder a mite if they did," says he. "And then she can take a good many steps for you, and I love to see you favored," says he. He wanted her to go, I see that, and I see that it was nater that he should, and so I consented in my mind, after a parley. She found his specs a sight and his hat. Nothin' seemed to please her better than to be gropin' round after things to please somebody. Her disposition was such. So it was settled that she should accompany and go with us. And the mornin' we started she met us at the Jonesville depot in good spirits, and a barège de laine dress, cream color, and a hat of the same. I hadn't seen her for some weeks, and she seemed softly tickled to see Josiah and me, and asked a good many questions about Jonesville, kinder turnin' the conversation gradually round onto bread, as I could see. So I branched right out, knowin' what she wanted of me, and told her plain that Abram G. was a lookin' kinder maugre, but doin' his duty stiddy, says I, lookin' keenly at her. A doin' his duty by everybody, and beloved by everybody, him and his bread too. She turned her head away and kinder sidded, and I guess it was as much as a quarter of an hour after that I see her take out a pencil and a piece of paper out of her portemonnaie, and a little stick, and she went to makin' some verses, a measurin' 'em careful as she wrote 'em, and when she handed 'em to me they was named. After I had read it and handed it back to her, she says, "Don't you think I improve on the melody and rhythm of my poetry? I take this little stick with me now wherever I go, and measure my lines by it. They are just of a length, I am very particular, you know you advised me to be." "Yes," says I mechanically. "But I didn't mean just that," says I. "The poetry I was a-thinkin' on is measured by the soul, the enraptured throb of heart and brain, it don't need tacking a stick to it." "Howsomever," says I, for I see she looked sorta disapp'inted. "Howsomever, if you have measured 'em, they are probable about the same length. It is a good sound stick, I hain't no doubt." And I kinder sidded. And she says, "What do you think of the first verse? Hain't that verse as true as fate, or sadness, or anything else you know of?" "Oh yes," says I candidly. "Yes, if the cars run backwards we shouldn't go on, that is true as anything can be. But if I was in your place, Ardelia," says I wouldn't write any more today. It is a kind of muggy damp day. It is a awfully bad day for poetry today. And," says I, to get her mind off in it, Have you seen anything of my companion's specs? And that took her mind often poetry, and she went a huntin' for 'em, on the seat and under the seat. She hunted truly high and low, and at last she found 'em on my partner's foretop, the last place any of us thought of lookin'. And she never said another word about poetry, or any other trouble, nor I nother. Chapter 5. We arrive at Saratoga. We arrived at Saratoga just as sunset, with a middlin' gorgeous dress on was a walkin' down the west and a biddin' us and the earth goodbye. There was every color you could think on almost, in her gown, and some stars a shireen through the floatin' drapery, and a half-moon restin' up on her cloudy foretop like a beautiful ornament. I suppose maybe it is proper to describe sunset in this way on going to such a dressy place, though it hain't my style to do so. I don't love to describe sunset as a female and don't, much of the time, but I love to see things correspond. We descended from the cars and went to the boardin' place provided for us beforehand by the lookout of friends. It was a good place, there hain't no doubt of that, good folks, good fare and clean. Ardelia parted away from us at the depot. She was a-goin' to board to a smaller boardin' house kept by a second cousin of her father's brother's wife's aunt. It was her father's request that she should get her board there on account of its bein' in the family. He loved to see relations hang together, so he said, and get their boards of each other. But I thought then, and I think now, that it was because they asked less for the board. Deacon Tut is close. But howsomever Ardelia went there, and my companion and me arrove at the abode where we was to abide, with no episode, only the triflin' one of the driver bein' dreadful mistook as to the price he asked to take us there. I thought, and Josiah thought, that 50 cents was the outlay of expenditure he required to carry us where we would be. It was but a short distance. But no! He said that $5 was what he said, that is, if we heard anything about a 5. But he thought we was deaf, and didn't hear him. He thought he spoke plain, and said $4 for the trip. And on that price he sat down immovable. They argued, and Josiah Allen even went so far as to use language that grated on my nerve, it was so violent and virgin on the profane. But there the man sot, right on to that price, and he had to me the appearance of one who was going to sot there on it all night. And so rather than to spend the night outdoors, in conversation with him, he has set in on that price, and Josiah shaking his fist at it, and a jawing at it, I told Josiah that he had better pay it. And finally he did, with groanings that could hardly be uttered. After supper, a good supper and enough on't, Josiah proposed that we should take a short walk, we two alone, for Ardelia was afar from us, most to the other end of the village, either asleep or a-writin' poetry. I didn't know which, but I knew it was one or the other of 'em. And I was tired enough myself to lay my head down and repose in the arms of sleep, and told my companion so, but he said, "Oh, Shaw! Let old Morpheus wait for us till we get back, there'll be time enough to rest then." Josiah felt so neat, that he was fairly beginning to talk high-learnt and classical. But I didn't say nothin' to break it up, and tied on my bonnet with calmness, and a double-bow knot, and we sallied out. Soon, or maybe a little after, for we didn't walk fast on account of my deep tucker, we stood in front of what seemed to be one whole side of a long street, all full of ornaments and open work, and pillows, and flowers, and carvings, and scallops, and down between every scallop hung a big basket full of posies, of every beautiful color under the heavens. And over all, and way back as far as we could see, was innumerable lights of every color, gorgeousness a-shireen down on gorgeousness, glory above, a-shireen down on glory below. And sweet strains of music was a-floatin' out from somewhere, a-shireen somewhere, renderin' the scene fur more beautiful to all four of our raptured ears. And Josiah says, as we stood there nearly rooted to the place by our motions, and a picket fence, says he dreamily, "I almost feel as if we had made a mistake, and that this is the land of Beulah." And he murmured to himself some words of the old hymn. And I whispered back to him and says, "Hush, they don't have brass bands in Beulah land." And he says, "How do you know what they have in Beulah?" "Wall," says I, "'tain't likely they do." But I don't know as I felt like blamin' him, for it did seem to me to be the most beautiful place that I ever saw my eyes on. And it did seem fairly as if them long glittering chains and links of colored lights, a stretchin' fur back into the distance sorta begun for us to enter into a land of perfect beauty and pure delight. And then them glitterin' chains of light would jine onto other golden, and crimson, and orange, and pink, and blue, and amber links of glory and hang there all drip-pin with radiance, and way back as fur as we could see. And away down under the shurneen lanes the white statues stood, beautiful snow-white females, a-lookin' as if they enjoyed it all. And the lake mirrored back all of the beauty. Right out onto the lake stood a fairy-like structure all glowin' with big drops of light, and every glitterin' drop reflected down in the water, and the fountain a-sprayin' up on each side. Why, it sprayed up floods of diamonds, and rubies, and sapphires, and topazes, and turkeys, and pearls, and opals, and sparklin' right back into the water agin. And right while we stood there, nearly rooted to the spot and gazin' through ecstasy and two pickets, the band gin a loud burst of melody and then stopped, and after a minute of silence, we hearn a voice angel sweet a-risin' up, like a lark, a tender-hearted, golden-throated lark. High, high above all the throngs of human folks who was charin' her down below up above the sea of glitterin' light up above the bend-in trees that clasped their hands together in silent applaudin' above her, up, into the clear heavens, rose that glorious voice a-singin' some song about love, love that was deathless, eternal. Why, it seemed as if the very clouds was full of shadowy faces a-bendin' down to hear it, and the new moon, shaped just like a boat, had glided down the sky to listen. If the man of the moon was there he was a-layin' in the bottom of the boat, he wasn't in sight. But if he heard that music I'll bet he would say he wasn't in the practice of hearin' any better. And Josiah stood stunned still till she had got done, and then he sort o' out. "Oh, it seems as if it must be Beulah Land. Do you s'pose, Samantha, Beulah Land is any more beautiful?" And I says, "I hain't a-thinkin' about Beulah." I says it pretty middlin' tart, partly to hide my own feelin's, which was perfectly rousted up, and partly from principle, and says I, "Don't for mercy's sake call it Beulah. Josiah always will call it so. I've got a fourth cousin, Beulah Smith, my own age and unmarried up to date, and he always did and would call her Beulah. Truly in some things a partner's influence and encouragement fails to accomplish the ends aimed at." Wall, it was after some words that I drew Josiah away from that scene of enchantment, or he me, I don't exactly know which way it was, and we wended onwards in our walk. The whole broad streets was full of folks, full as they could be, all on 'em perfect strangers to us and who knew what motives or weapons they was a-carryin' with them. But we knew we was safe, Josiah and me did, for way up over all our heads stood a big straight soldier, a volunteerin', to see to the whole crew on 'em below, a-seein' that they behaved themselves. His age was 77 as near as I could make out, but he didn't look more'n half that. He had kept his age remarkable. Wall, it was, if I remember right, just about now that we see a glitterin' high up over our heads some writin' in flame. I never see such brilliant writin' before, nor don't know as I ever shall agin. And Josiah stopped stunned still, and stood a-lookin' perfectly dumbfoundered at it. And finally he says, "I'd give $1 bill if I could write like that." I see he was deeply rousted up, for 2 senses as high as he usually goes in bed. I see he felt deep, and I didn't blame him. "Why," says he, "just imagine, Samantha, a whole letter wrote like that. How I'd love to send one back to Uncle Nate Gaudet. How Uncle Nate's eyes would open, and he wouldn't want no spectacles nor nothin' to read it with, would he? I wonder if I could do it," says he, beginning to be all rousted up. But I says, "Be calm," for so deep is my mind that I grasped the difficulties of the undertaking at once. "How could yon send it, Josiah Allen? Where would you get an envelope? How could you get it into the mail bag?" says I. "When anybody would send a letter wrote like that, they would want to write it on sheets of lightnin', and fold it up in the envelopin' clouds of the skies, and it should be received by a kneelin' and reverent soul. Who is Uncle Nate that he should get it? He has not a reverent soul, and he has also rheumatiz in his legs." And then I thought, so quick and active is my mind when it gets to startin' off on a tower, I thought of what I had heard a few days before, of how the secret had been learnt by somebody who lived right there in the village, of Flirtin letters up at sea from one ship to another, signalin' out in letters of flame. "Help! I'm a sinkin'!" or "Danger ahead! Look out!" And I thought what it must be to stand on a dusky night on a lone deck and see up on the broad, dark, lonesome sky above, a sudden message, a flash of vivid lightnin', talking to itself the form of language. And I wondered to myself if in the future we should use the great pages of the night sky to write messages from one city to another, or from sea to land, of danger and warning. And then I thought to myself, if souls clog-bound to earth are able to accomplish so much, who knows but the freed soul going outward and onward from height to height of wisdom may yet be able to signal down from the safe land messages of help and warning to the souls it loved below. The souls a-sailin' and a-driftin' through the dark night of despair, a-dashin' along through fog and mist and darkness against rocks. What it would be to one kneelin' in the lonesome night watches by a grave, if the dark sky could grow luminous and he could read, "Do not despair! I am alive! I love you!" Or, in the hour of the blackest temptation and dread, when the earth is hollow and the sky a black vault, and the only way of happiness on God's earth seems down the dangerous, beautiful way, God forbidden, what would it be to have the empty vault lit up with, "Danger ahead! We will help you! Be patient a little longer!" Oh, how firm my thoughts was a-travelin', and at what a good jog, but not one trace did my companion see on my forward of these thoughts that was a-passin' through my foretop. And at that very minute, we came up nigh enough to see that right back of the glitterin' language overhead went a long line of big, glowin' stars of glory way up over our heads, and leadin' down a gentle declivity, and Josiah says, "Let's foller on, and see what it will lead us to, Samantha." "Wall," says I, "light is pretty generally safe to foller, Josiah Allen." And so we meandered along, keepin' our two heads as nigh as we could under that long glitterin' chain of golden drops that was high overhead. And on, we follered it diligently, till for the land's sake, if it didn't lead us to another one of them openwork buildin's, fixed off beautiful, and we could see inside two big wells like, with acres of floor seemin' away on each side of 'em, and crowds of folks a-walkin' about and set in at little tables and most all of 'em a-drinkin'. The water they drinked we could see was a-bubblin' up and a-runnin' over all the time, in big round crystal globes. And up on a slender pole way up over one of the wells hung another one of them crystal bowls, a-bubblin' over with the water and sparklin'. And Aegean Josiah asked me if I thought Beulah land could compare with it? And I told him Aegean kinder sharp, that I was to thinkin' about Beulah. I didn't know any second place or name. I wish he would call things right. Wall, he was so dead tired by this time, that we sot sail homewards. That is, my feet was tired, and my bones, but my mind seemed more rousted up than common. Chapter 6. Saratoga by Daylight. Wall, the next mornin' Josiah and me sallied out middlin' early to explore still further the beauties and grandness of Saratoga. I had on a black straw bonnet, a green veil, and umbrel. I also have my black alpaca, that good moral dress. My dress being such a high mission one choked me. It was so high in the neck it held my chin up in a most uncomfortable position, but sort o' grand and lofty lookin'. My sleeves was so long that more'n half the time my hand was covered up by 'em, and I was too honorable to wear 'em for mitts. No, in the name of principle I wore 'em for sleeves, good long sleeves, a pattern to other grandmas that I might meet. I felt that when they see me and see what I was a-doin' and endurin' for the cause of female dressin' they would pause in their wild career, and cover up their necks and pull their sleeves down. Wall, it hain't to be expected that I could walk along carryin' such hefty emotions as I was a-carryin', and havin' my neck held high, and stiddy both by principle and alpaca, and see to every step I was a-talking. And first I knew, right while I was enjoyin' the loftiest of these emotions, I catched my foot in somethin', and most fell down. Instinctively, such is the power of love, I put out my hand and clutched at the arm of my partner. But he too was nearly fallin' at the same time. It was a narrow chance that we was a-runnin' from having our prostrate forms a-layin' there outstretched on the highway. Instinctively I says, "Good land!" And Josiah says, "Wall, it is fur from me to tell what he said, but it ended up with these words. Dumb them dumb sidewalks anyway." And says he, I should think it would pay to have a little less gilt paint and spangles and ornaments overhead, and a few more solid bricks unless they want more funerals here, dumb em. Says I. Be calm. Who be you a-talkin' about? Who do you want to bring down your fearful curses on, Josiah Allen? Why, onto the dumb bricks, says he. He was agitated, and I said no more. But 4 times in that first walk did I descend almost precipitously into declivities amongst the bricks, rising simultaneously on similar elevations. It was a fearful ordeal, and I felt it so, but upheld by principle and Josiah, I moved onwards, through what seemed to be 5 great throngs and masses of people, 3 on the ground and 2 hinted up above us on tall pillows. Them immense places overhead, long as the streets, was kinder scalloped out and trimmed off handsome with railings, etc., and on it, oh, what a vast congregation of heads of all sorts and sizes and colors! And oh, what an immense display of parasols! Why, no parasol store in the land could begin with what I see there. I can truly say that I thought I knew something about parasols, having owned 3 different ones in the course of my life, and having one covered over. I thought I knew something of their nature and habits, which is a good deal, so I had always posed, like umbrels. But good land! I gin up that I knew them not, nor never had. Why, anybody could learn more on 'em through one journey down that street, than from a whole lifetime in Jonesville. Truly, travel is very uplifting and opening and spreading out to the mind, both in parasols and human natur. Wall, them 2 masses over our heads was 2, then the one in which we was a-strugglin', and the one opposite to it made 4. For anybody with any pretense to learnin' knows that twice 2 is 4. And then in the middle of the broad street was a bigger mass of chariots and horsemen, and carts and carriages, and great buggies and little ones, and big loads of barrels, and big loads of ladies, and then a load of wood, and then a load of hay, and then a pair of young folks pretty as a picture. And then came some high big coaches as big as our spare bedroom, and as high as the roof on our horse barn, with 6 horses hitched to 'em, all runnin' over on top with men, and children, and parasols, and giggles, and ha-has. And a man was up behind us soundin' out on a trumpet, a dreadful sort of a high, sweet note, not dwindlin' down to the end as some music does, but kinder crinklin' round and endin' up in the air every time. Josiah was dreadful took with it, and he told me in confidence that he laid out when he got home to buy a trumpet and blow out just them strains every time he went into Jonesville, or out of it. He said it would sound so sort o' warlike and impressive. I expostulated against the idea. But says he, "You'll enjoy it when you get used to it." "Never!" says I. "Yes, you will," says he. "And while I live I lay out that you shall have advantages, and shall enjoy things new and unique." "Yes," says I feelingly, "I expect to, Josiah Allen, as long as I live with you," and I sithed. But I had little time to enjoy even sithin', for oh! The crowd that was a-pressin' unto us and surroundin' us on every side, some on 'em curious and strange lookin', some on 'em beautiful and grand. Pretty young girls lookin' sweet enough to kiss, and right behind 'em a Chinese man with a long dress, and wooden shoes, and his hair in a long braid behind, and his eyes sot in sideways. And then would come on a whole lot of them men in dresses every color of the rainbow, and some men. Then a few children, lookin' sweet as roses, with their mothers a-pushin' the little carts ahead on 'em. And if you'll believe it, I don't s'pose you will, but it is true that lots of black mas had children just as white as snow, and pretty as rosebuds, took after their fathers I s'pose. But I don't believe in a mixin' of the races. And when I see 'em a-kissin' the pretty babies, I begun to muse a very little on the feelin's of the indignant South, at havin' a colored girl set in the same car with 'em, or on a bench in the same schoolroom. I mused on how they held the white forms close to their black breasts at birth, and in the hour of death, the black lips pressed to the white cheeks and lips, in both cases. And all the way between life and death they mingle clost as they can, some in some cases like the hill of knowledge. Then the contact is too clost, when they sought out to climb up by him. Truly there are deep conundrums and strange ones, all along through life, though the white man may be, and is, clear up out of his way, on the sunshiny brow of the hill, and the black man at the foot, way down amongst the shadows and darkness of the low grounds. They don't come very nigh each other. But the arms that have felt the clasp and the lips that have felt the kisses of that very same black climber all through life, moves M and shouts M to go down, to go back. The contact is getting too close, danger is ahead. Curious, hain't it? Just as if any danger is so dangerous as ignorance and brutality. Curious, hain't it? But I am at Pisidin, and to resume. Wall, right after the babies we meet a Catholic priest with a calm and faraway look on his face, a lookin' at the crowd as if he was in it, but not of it. And then a begla mebbe, anyway a mean-lookin' creetur, ragged and humble. And then 2 or 3 men foreign-lookin', jabberin' in a tongue I know nothin' of, nor Josiah either. And then some more childern, and them men, and dogs, and parasols, and men, and babies, and Injuns, and Frenchmen, and old young them men, and young old ones, and handsome ones, and hombly ones, and parasols, and some sweet young girls Aegean, and some black men, and some white men, and some more vim men, and parasols, and silk, and velvet, and lace, and puckers, and raffles, and gathers, and gores, and flowers, and feathers, and fringes, and frizzles, and then some men, some southerners from the south, some westerners from the west, some easterners from the east, and some Cubebs from Cuba, and some Chinamen from China. Oh! What a scene! What a scene! Back and forth, passin' and repassin', to and fro, parasols, and dogs, and them men, and babies, and parasols, to and fro, to and fro. Why, if I stood there long so crazed would I have become at the scene, that I should have felt that Josiah was a to and I was a fro, or I was a parasol and he was a dog. And to prevent that fearful catastrophe, I says, if we ever get beyond this side of the village that seems all run together, if we ever do get beyond it, which seems doubtful, le's go and sit down, in some quiet spot, and try to collect our scattered minds. Says I feel curious, Josiah Allen. And says I, how do you feel? His answer I will not translate. It was neither biblical nor even moral. And I says again, hain't it strange that they have the village all run together with no streets to off of it? Says I, it makes me feel queer, Josiah Allen, and I am a-goin' to inquire into it. So we wended our way some further on amongst the dense crowd I have spoken of, only more crowded and more denser, and anon, if not oftener, Josiah's head would be scooped in by passin' parasols, and then in low, deep tones, Josiah would use words that I wouldn't repeat for a $1 bill, till at last I asked a bystander a standin' by, and says I, is this village all built together, don't you have no streets a-'tin' off of it? Yes, says he, you'll find a street just as soon as you get by this hotel. I stopped right in my tracks, I was dumbfounded. Says I, do you mean to say that this whole side of the street that we have been a-traversin' anon, or long before anon, do you say that this is all one buildin'? Yes, Mom, says he. Says I, in faint accents, when shall we get to the end on it? Says he, you have come just about halfway. Josiah gin a deep groan and turned him round in his tracks and says, le's go back this minute. I too thought of the quiet haven from whence we had set out, with a deep longin', but sec is the force and strength of my mind that I grasped hold of this situation and held it there tight. If we was halfway across it wouldn't be no further to go on than it would to go back. Such was my intellect that I see it to once, but Josiah's mind couldn't grasp it, and with words murmured in my ears which I will never repeat to a living soul he wended on by my side through the same old crowd, parasols, and them men, and dogs, and babies, and men, and parasols, and Injuns, and Spaniards, and Creoles, and pretty girls, and old them men, and puckers, and gathers, and bracelets, and diamonds, and lace, and parasols. Several times, if not more, was Josiah Allen scooped in by a parasol held by a female, and I felt he was liable to be torn from me. His weight is but small. 3 times his hat fell off in the operation, and was rescued with difficulty, and he spoke words I blush to recall as having passed my partner's lips. Wall, in the fullness of time, or a little after, for truly I was not in a condition to sense things much, we arrove at a street, and we gladly turned our 2 frames into it, and wended our way on it, goin' at a pretty good jog. The crowd a growin' less and less, and we kep' a goin', till Josiah says in weary accents, "Where be you a goin', Samantha? Hain't you never goin' to stop? I am fairly tuckered out." And I says in faint accents, "I would fain reach a land where parasols and puckers are not, and dogs and diamonds are no more." I was middlin' incoherent from my agitation. But I meant well. I was truly in hopes I would reach some quiet place where Josiah and me could set down alone. Where I could look in quiet and repose upon that dear bald head, and recooperate my strength. We went by beautiful places, grand houses of different colors, but every one on 'em good-lookin' ones, a set in back amongst their green trees, with shady grass-covered yards, and fountains and flower beds in front of 'em, and more grand handsome houses, and more big beautiful yards, green velvet grass and beautiful flowers and fountains, and birds and beauty on every side on us. And though I felt and knew that in them big carriages that was a passin' to and fro all the time, though I felt that parasols, and puckers, and laces, and dogs, and diamonds, was a bein' borne past me all the time, yet sec is the force of my mind that I could withdraw my specs from 'em, and look at the beautiful works of natur, assisted by man, that was about me on every hand. Finally my long search was rewarded. We came to a big open gateway that seemed to lead into a large, quiet, delightful forest. And in that lovely, lonesome place, Josiah and me sat down to recooperate our 2 energies. Josiah looked good to me. Men are nice creeters, but you don't want to see too many of 'em to once, likeways with women. Josiah looked to me at that moment some like a calico dress that you have picked out of a dense quantity of patterns of calico at a store. It looks better to you when you get it away from the rest. Josiah Allen looked good to me. But anon, after I had bathed my distracted eyes, as you may say, in the lineament of my partner, I began to take in the rare beauty of the scene laid out before me, and we arose and wended our way onwards peaceful and serene, as 2 children led on by their mother. Dear Mother Nature! How dost thou rest and soothe thy distracted children when too hardly used by the grindin', oppressive hands of fashion, and the wearisome elements of a too civilized life. Maybe thou art a heathen mother, uneducated and ignorant in all but the wisdom of love, but thy bosom is soft and restful, and thy arms lovin' and tender. And heathen if thou art, we love thee first and at last. We are glad to slip out of all the vain and gilded supports that have held us wearily up, and lay down our tired heads on thy kindly and unquestioning bosom and rest. As we rose from the soft turf, on which we had been a-restin', and meandered on through that beautiful park, so tenderly had nature used him, not one trace of the wild commotion that had almost rent Josiah Allen's breast could be seen save one expiring thrill of agony. As we started out Aegean, he looked down onto my faithful umbrel, that had steadied me on so many towers of principle, and says he, in low concentrated accents of scorn and bitterness, "If that was a dumb parasol, Samantha, I would crush it to the earth and grind it to atoms." Truly he could not forget how his bald head had been gathered in like a ripe sheaf, by 7 females, during that very walk, humbly ones too, so it had happened. But I says nothing in reply to this expiring note of the crisis he had passed through, knowing this was not the time for silver speech but for golden silence, and so we meandered onwards. And it was anon that we see in the distance a fair white female a-standin' kinder still in the edge of the woods, and Josiah spoke in a seemin' careless way, and says he, "She don't seem to have many clothes on, Samantha." Says I, "Hush, Josiah! She has probably overslept herself, and come out in a hurry, mebbe to look for some herbs or somethin'. I presume one of her children are sick, and she sprung right up out of bed, and come out to get some weatherwort, or catnip, or somethin' dot." And as I spoke I drawed Josiah down a side path away from her. But he stopped stunned still, and says he, "Mebbe I ought to go and help her, Samantha." Says I, "Josiah Allen, since I lived with you, I don't think I have been shamed of you." Says I, "It would mortify her to death if she should mistrust you had seen her in that condition." "Wall," says he, still a-hangin' back, "if the child is very sick, and I can be any help to her, it is my duty to go." His eye had been on her nearly every moment of the time, in spite of my almost violent protests, and says he, kinder excited like. She is standin' stunned still, as if she is scared. Mebby there is a snake in front of her or somethin', or mebby she is took paralyzed. I'd better go and see. Says I in low, deep accents. You stay where you be, Josiah Allen, and I will go forward, being two females together. It is what it is right to do, and if we need your help I will holler. And finally he consented after a parley. Wall, as I got up to her I see she wasn't alive, meat woman, but a statue, and so I hastened back to my Josiah and told him there was no need of his help, and he was in the right on't. She was stunned still. He said he guessed we'd better go that way. And I says, No, Josiah, I want to go round by the other road. Wall, we got back to our abode perfectly tuckered out, but perfectly happy. And we concluded that after dinner we would set out and see the different springs and partake of them. Had it not been for our almost frenzied haste to get away from parasols and dogs and detraction into a place of rest, we should have beheld them sooner. And our afternoon's adventures I will relate in another epistle. Chapter 7. Seeing the different springs. Immediately after dinner, a good one, Josiah Allen, Ardelia Tutt and me sought out to view and look at the different springs and to partake of the same. We hadn't drinked a drop of it as yet. Ardelia had come over to go with us. She had on a kind of a yellowish drab dress and a hat made of the same, with some drab and blue bows of ribbon and some pink hollyhocks in it, and she had some mitts on. Her hands perspired dreadfully, and she sweat easy. As I have said, she is a good-looking girl but soft. And most any dress she puts on kinder falls into the same looks. It may be quite a hard-looking dress before she puts it on, but before she has wore it half a hour it will kinder crease down into the softest-looking thing you ever see. And so with her bonnets, and mantles, and everything. The down onto a goslin's breast never looked softer than every rag she had on this very afternoon, and no tender goslin itself was ever softer than she was on the inside on't. But that didn't hinder my liking her. Wall, anon, or a little before, we came to that long buildin', beautiful and dreadful ornamental, but I could see plain by daylight what I had mistrusted before, that it was built for warmth. It must be dreadful cold in the winter, and I don't see how the vim men folks of the home could stand it, unless they hang up bed quilts and blankets round the side, and then, I should think they would freeze. They couldn't keep their house plants over winter anyway, and I see they had sights of 'em unless they kep' 'em down cellar. But howsomever, that is none of my lookout. If they want to be so fashionable as to try to live outdoors and in the house too, that is none of my business. And of course it looked dreadful ornamental and pretty. But I will say this, it hain't been medium. I should rather live either outdoors, or in the house, one of the two. But I am a Pisidin. And Teresum. Josiah Allen paid the money demanded of him, and we went in and advanced onwards to where a boy was a pullin' up the water and handin' of it round. It looked dreadful bubblin' and sparklin'. Why, something seemed to be a sparklin' up all the time in the water, and I thought to myself, mebby it was water thoughts, mebby it wanted to tell somethin', mebby it has all through these years been a tryin' to bubble up and sparkle out in wisdom, but hain't found any one yet who could understand its liquid language. Who knows now? I took my glass and looked close. Sparkle, sparkle, up came the tiny thought sparks. But I wasn't wise enough to read the glitterin' language. No, I wasn't deep enough. It would take a deep mind, maybe thousands of feet deep, to understand the great glowing secret that it has been a tryin' to reveal and couldn't. Maybe it has been a tryin' to tell of big diamond mines that it has passed through great cliffs and crags of gold sot deep with the crystallized dew of diamonds. But no, I didn't believe that was it. That wouldn't help the world, only to make it happier, and these seemed to me to be dreadful inspirin', upliftin' thoughts. No, mebby it is a tryin' to tell a cold world about a way to heat it. Mebby it has been a runnin' over and is sparklin' with bright thoughts about how deep underneath the earth lay a big fireplace, that all the cold beggars of mortality could set round and warm their frozen fingers by. A tryin' to tell how the heat of that fire that escapes now up the chimblies of volcanoes, and sometimes in sudden drafts blows out sideways into earthquakes, etc., could be utilized by conveyin' it up on top of the ground, and have it carried into the houses like Croton water. Who knows now? Mebby that is it. Oh, I felt that it would be a happy hour for Samantha when she could boil her potatoes by the heat of that large, noble fireplace. And more than that, far more was the thought that heat might become, in the future, as cheap as cold. That the little cold hands that freeze every winter in the big cities could be stretched out before the big, generous warmth of that noble fireplace. And who built that fire in the first place? Who laid the first sticks on the hand irons, and put the match to it? Who was it that did it, and how did he look, and when was he born, and why, and where? These, and many other thoughts of similar size and shape, filled my brain almost full enough to lift up the bonnet that reposed gracefully on my foretop, as I stood and held the sparkling glass in my hands. Sparkle! 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 What was it? It was a trying to say to me and couldn't. Good land! I couldn't tell, and Josiah couldn't. I knew instinctively he couldn't, though I didn't ask him. No, I turned and looked at that beloved man, for truly I had for the time being been by the side of myself, and I see that he was a-drinkin' lavishly of the noble water. I see that he was a-drinkin' more than was for his good, his liment showed it, and says I, for he was a-liftin' another tumbler full onto his lips, says I, "Pause, Josiah Allen, and don't imbibe too much." "Why?" he whispered. "You can drink all you are a mind to for 5 cents. I am bound for once, Samantha Allen, to get the worth of my money." And he drank the tumbler full down at one swoller almost, and turned to the weary boy for another. He looked bad, and eager, and says I, "How many have you drinked?" Says he, in a eager, animated whisper. "9. And he whispered in the same accents, 5 times 9 is 45. If it had been to a fair, or 4th of July, or anything, it would have cost me 45 cents, and if it had been to a church social, let me see, 9 times 10 is 90. It would have cost me $1 bill. And here I am a-havin' it all for 5 cents. Why," says he, "I never see the beat on't in my life." And agin he drinked a tumbler full down, and motioned to the frightened boy for another. But I took him by the vest and whispered to him, says I, "Josiah Allen, do you want to die, because you can die cheap?" "Why," says I, "it will kill you to drink so much. But think of the cheapness, Aunt Samantha. The chance I have of getting the worth of my money." But I whispered back to him in anxious accents and told him that I guessed if funeral expenses was added to that 5 cents it wouldn't come so cheap, and says I, "You won't live through many more glasses, and you'll see you won't." "Why," says I, "you are a-drownin' out your insides." He was fairly a-gettin' white round the mouth, and I finally got him to withdraw, though he looked back longingly at the tumblers and murmured even after I had got him to the door, that it was a dumb pity when anybody got a chance to get the worth of their money, which wasn't often, to think they couldn't take advantage on it. And I says back to him in low, deep accents, "There is such a thing as bein' too grup in, Josiah Allen," says I. "The children of Israel used to want to lay up more money than they wanted or needed, and it spilt on their hands." And says I, "You see if it hain't just so with you, you have been in too great haste to enrich yourself, and you'll be sorry for it, you see if you hain't." And he was. Though he uttered language I wouldn't wish to repeat, about the children of Israel and about me for bringin' of 'em up. But the man was deathly sick. Why, he had drinked 11 tumblers full, and I trembled to think what would have follered on, and ensued, if I hadn't interfered. As it was, he was confined to our abode for the rest of the day. But I wouldn't have Josiah Allen blamed more than is due for this little incident, for it only illustrates a prevalent trait in men's natur', and sometimes women's a too great desire to amass sudden riches, and when opportunity offers, burden themselves with useless and wearisome and oft-times painful gear. They don't need it, but seeing they have a chance to get it cheap, dog cheap, as the poet observes, why they weight themselves down with it, and then groan under the burden of unnecessary and wearin' wealth. This is a deep subject, deep as the well from which my companion drinked, and nearly drinked himself into an untimely grave. Men heap up more riches than they can enjoy, and then groan and writhe under the taxes, the charity given, the envy, the notoriety, the glare, and the glitter, the crowd of fortune hunters and greedy hangers-on, and the care and anxiety. They ornament the high front of their houses with the paint, the gilding, the fashion, and the show of enormous wealth, and while the crowd of fashion-seekers and fortune-hunters pour in and out of the lofty doorway, they set out on the back stoop a groanin' and a sithin' at the cares and sleepless anxieties of their big wealth, and then they get up and go down street and try their best to heap up more treasure to groan over. And them men now, when was there ever a woman who could resist a good bargain? Her upper bureau drawers may be a runnin' over with laces and ribbons, but let her see a great bargain sold for nothin' almost, and where is the female woman that can resist addin' to that already too filled up bureau drawer? A baby, be he a male, or be he a female child, when he has got a pell in both hands, will try to lay holt of another, if you hold it out to him. It is human natur'. Josiah must not be considered as one alone in laying up more riches than he needed. He suffered, and I also, for sec is the divine law of love, that if one member of the family suffers, the other members suffer also, especially when the sufferin' member is impatient and violent is his distress, and talks loud and angry at them who truly are not to blame. Now I didn't make the springs, nor I was to blame for their being discovered in the first place. But Josiah laid it to me. And though I tried to make him know that it was a Injun that discovered 'em first, he wouldn't gin in and seemed to think they wouldn't have been there if it hadn't been for me. I hated to hear him go on so. And in the cause of duty, I brung up Sir William Johnson and others. But he lay there on the lounge, and kept his face turned resolute towards the wall, in a dreadful uncomfortable position, sec was his temper of mind, and said, he never had heard of them, nor the springs nother, and shouldn't if it hadn't been for me. Why, says I, a Injun brought Sir William Johnson here on his back. Wall, says he, cross as a bear. That is the way you'll have to take me back, if you go on in this way much longer. In what way, Josiah? Says I. Why, a fin-in springs and draggin' a man off to 'em, and makin' him drink. Why, Josiah Allen, says I. I told you not to drink, don't you remember? No. I don't remember nothin', nor don't want to. I want to go to sleep, says he, snappish as anything, so I went out and let him think if he wanted to, that I made the springs, and the minerals, and the geysers, and the spoutin' rock, and everything. Good land! I knew I didn't, but I had to rest under the unkind insinuation. Such is some of the trials of partners. But Josiah waked up real clever. And I brung him up some delicate warm toast and some fragrant tea, and his smile on me was dreadful good-natured, almost warm. And I forgot all his former petulance, and basked in the rays of love and happiness that beamed on me out of the blue sky of my companion's eyes. The clear blue sky that held 2 stars, to which my heart turned. Such is some of the joys of partners with which the world don't meddle with, nor can't destroy. But to resume. Ardelia sat down a while in our room before she went back to her boarding house. I see she was a-writin', for she had a long lead pencil in her right hand, and occasionally she would lean her forehead down upon it, in deep thought, and before she went, she slipped the verses into my hand. Says I, a-lookin' over my specs at Ardelia after I had finished readin' the verses. What does Ron mean? I never heard of that word before, nor knew there was sech a one. Says she. I meant Ran, but I suppose it is a poetical license to say Ron, don't you think so? Oh, yes, says I. I suppose so. I don't know much about licenses, nor don't want to, they are suthin' I never believed in. But, says I, for I see she looked red and overcast by my remarks, I don't suppose it will make any difference in 100 years whether you say Ran or Ron. But, says I, Ardelia, it is a hot day, and I wouldn't write any more if I was in your place. If you should heat your broad dash, the upper part of your head, you might not get over it for some time. But, says she, you have told me sometimes to stop on account of cold weather. Wall, says I, most any kind of weather is hard on some kinds of poetry. Says I, poetry is somethin' that takes particular kinds of folks and weather to be successful. Says I, it is something that can't be tampered with impunity by Christians or world's people. It is a kind of a risky thing to do, and I wouldn't write any more today, Ardelia. And she heard to me, and after a set in a while with us, she went back to Mr. Pixley's. Chapter 8. Josiah and Samantha take a long walk. Wall, we hadn't been to Saratoga long before Aunt Polly Pixley came over to see us, For Aunt Polly had been as good as her word and had come to Saratoga, to her 2D cousins, the Mr. Pixley SES, where Ardelia was a stopping. Ardelia herself is a distant relation to Aunt Polly, quite distant, about 40 or 50 miles distant when they are both to home. Wall, the change in Aunt Polly is wonderful, perfectly wonderful. She don't look like the same woman. She took her knit-in work and come in the forenoon, for a all-day's visit, just as she was used to in the country, good old soul, and I took her right to my room and done well by her, and we talked considerable about other vim men, not run and talk, but good plain talk. She thinks a sight of the Saratoga water, and well she may, if that is what has brung her up, for she was always sick in Jonesville, kinder bedrid. And when she sought out for Saratoga she had to have a pillar to put on the seat behind her to sort of prop her up, hen's feather. And now, she told me she got up early every mornin' and walked down to the spring for a drink of the water walked afoot. And she says, "It is astonishin' how much good that water is a-doin' me, for," says she, "when I am to home I don't stir out of the house from one day's end to the other, and here," says she, "I set outdoors all day most, a-listenin' to the music in the park mornin' and evenin' I hear every strain on't. Aunt Polly is the greatest one for music I ever see, or hearn on." And I says to her, "Don't you believe that one great thing that is helpin' you, is bein' where you are kept gay and cheerful, by music and good company, and bein' out so much in the sunshine and pure air? Better air than Saratoga has got never was made, that is my opinion and Josiah's too," and says I lay a good deal to that air. "No," she said, "it was the water." Says I, "The water is good, I don't make no doubts on't." But I continued calmly, for though I never dispute, I do most always maintain my opinion, and I says again calmly, "There has been a great change in you for the better, since you come here, Miss Pixley. But somewhat I lay to your bein' where things are so much more cheerful and happy-fyin'. You say you hain't heard a strain of music except a bass viol for over 14 years before you come here. And though bass viols if played right may be melodious, yet Sam Pixley's bass viol was a old one, and sorta cracked and grumbly in tone, and he was much of a player anyway, and to me, bass viols always sounded kinder bass anyway." And says I, "Don't you believe it gettin' out of your little low dark rooms, shaded by pollard willers and gravestones, and gettin' out onto a place where you can hear sweet music from mornin' till night, a-liftin' you up and making you happier, don't you believe that has somethin' to do with your feelin' so much better, that and the pure sweet air of the mountains comin' down and bein' softened and enriched by the breath of the valley, and the minerals, makin' a balmy atmosphere most full of balm? I lay a good deal to that." "Oh no," says she, "it is the water." "Yes," says I, in a very polite way, I will be polite. "The water is good, first rate." But at that very minute, word come to her that she had company, and she sought sail homewards immediately, and to once. And now I don't care anything for the last word, some them men do, but I don't. But I says to her, as I watched her a-goin' down the stairway, steppin' out like a girl almost, says I, "How well you do seem, Aunt Polly, and I lay a good deal onto that air." Now who would have thought she would speak out from the bottom of the stairway and say, "No, it is the water." Wall, the water is good, there hain't no doubt, and anyway, through the water and the air, and bein' took out of her home cares, and old surroundin's onto a brght happy place, the change in Polly Pixley is suthin' to be wondered at. Yes, the water is good. And it is dreadful smart, knowin' water too. Why, wouldn't anybody think that when it all comes from the same place, or pretty nigh the same place anyway, that they would get kinder frustrated and mixed up once in a while? But they don't. These hundreds and thousands of years, and I don't know how much longer, they have kept themselves separate from each other, livin' nigh neighbors there down under the ground, but never neighborin' with each other, or intermarryin' in each other's families. No, they have kept themselves apart, livin' exclusive down below and bubblin' up exclusive. They know how to make each other keep their proper distance, and I suppose through all the centuries to come they will bubble up, right side by side, entirely different from each other. Curious, hain't it? Dreadful smart, knowin' waters they be, fairly sparklin' and flashin' with light and brightness, and intelligence. They are for the healin' and refreshin' of the nations, and the nations are all here this summer, a bein' healed by M. But still I lay a good deal to that air. Amongst the things that Aunt Polly told me about Vim men that day, was this, that Ardelia Tutt had got a new beau, Bile Flamberg, by name. She said Mr. Flamberg had asked Ardelia's 3D cousin to introduce him to her, and from that time his attentions to her had been unremittent, violent, and close. She said that to all human appearance he was in love with her from his hat band down to his boots, and she didn't know what the result would be, though she felt that the situation was dangerous, and more improbable. Abram G. had more trouble ahead on him. Aunt Polly just worships Abram G., just as everybody does that gets to know him well, and I, too, felt that the situation was dubersome. For Ardelia I knew was one of the soft little Vim men that has got to have men a trailin' round after 'em, and her bein' so uncommon tender-hearted, and Mr. Flamberg so deep in love, I feared the result. Wall, I was just a-thinkin' of this that day after dinner when Josiah proposed a walk, so we sot out. He proposed we should walk through the park, so we did. The air was heavenly sweet, and that park is one of the most restful and beautiful places this side of heaven, or so it seemed to us that pleasant afternoon. The music was very soft and sweet that day, sweet with the undertone of sadness, some like a great sorrowful soul in a beautiful body. The balmy south wind whispered through the branches of the bend-in trees on the hill where we sat. The light was a churning and a sifting down through the green leaves, in a soft, golden haze, and the music seemed to go right up into them shadowy, churning pathways of golden misty light, a-climbin' up on them shadowy steps of mist and gold, and amber, up into the soft depths of the blue overhead, up to the abode of melody and love. Down the hill in the beautiful little valley, all amongst the fountains and winnin' walks and white statues, and green grass, little children was a-playin'. Sweet little toddlers, just able to walk about, and bolder spirits, though small, a-trudgin' about with little canes, and jumpin' round, and havin' a good time. Little boys and little girls, beautiful creeters, the whole on 'em, for if their faces, every one on 'em, wasn't just perfect, they all had the beauty of childhood and happiness. And crowds of older folks was there. And some happy young couples, youths and maidens, was a-settin' round, and a-wanderin' off by themselves, and amongst them we see the form of Ardelia, and a young man by her side. She was a-leanin' on the stun railin' that fences in the trout pond. She was evidently a-lookin' down pensively at the churning dartin' figures of the trout, a-movin' round down in the cool waters. I wasn't nigh enough to 'em to see really how her companion looked, but even at that distance I recognized a certain air and atmosphere a-surroundin' Ardelia that I knew meant poetry. And Josiah recognized it too, and he says to me, "We may as well go round the hill and out to the road that way," says he, a-pointin' to the way furthest from Ardelia. "And we may as well be a-goin' dot. That man abhors poetry." Wall, we wandered down into the highway, and havin' most the whole afternoon before us, we kinder sauntered round amongst the stores that was pretty nigh to where we was. There's some likely good-lookin' stores kept by the natives, as they call the city dwellers in Saratoga. Good-lookin' respectable stores full of comfort and consolation, for the outer or inner man or woman. I speak it in a mortal sense. But with the 100,000 summer dwellers, who flock here with the summer birds, and go out before the swallows go south, there comes lots of summer stores, and summer shops, and picture studios, etc., like big summer birds' nests, all full and a-runnin' over with summer wealth, to be blowed down by the autumn winds. These shops are full of everything elegant and beautiful and useful. The most gorgeous vases and plaques and chinaware of every description and color, and books, and jewelry, and rugs, and fans, and parasols, and embroideries, and laces, and etc., And one shop seemed to be just full of drops of light and sunshine, crystallized in golden, clear, tinted amber. There was a young female statue a-standin' up in the winder of that store with her hands outstretched, and just a-drip in with the great glowin' amber drops. Some was a-hengin' over her wings, for she was a young flyin' female. And I thought to myself it must be she would fly better with all that golden light a-drip in about her. Josiah liked her looks first rate. And he liked the looks of some of the pictures extremely. There was lots of places all full of pictures. A big collection of watercolors, though as Josiah said and well said, how they could get so many colors out of water was a mystery to him. But my choice out of all the pictures I see was a little one called The Sands of D. It was Mary a callin' the cattle home. The cruel, treacherous water was a risin' about her round bare ankles as she stood there amongst the rushes with her little milk bucket on her arm. Her pretty innocent face was a lookin' off into the shadows, and the last ray of sunset was a fallin' on her. Maybe it was the pity on't that struck so hard as I looked at it, to know that the cruel, crawly end foam was so soon to creep over the sweet young face and round limbs. And there seemed to be a shadow of the comin' fate, a sweepin' in on the grey mist behind her. I stood for some time, and I don't know but longer, a lookin' at it, my Josiah standin' placidly behind me, a lookin' over my shoulder and enjoyin' of it too, till the price was mentioned. But at that fearful moment, my partner seized me by the arm, and walked me so violently out of that store and down the walk that I did not find and recover myself till we stood at the entrance to Filey Street. And I was so out of breath, by his powerful speed, that she didn't look natural to me. I hardly recognized Filey. But Josiah hurried me down Filey and wanted to get my mind often Mary D. I knew, for he says as we come under a sign hangin' down over the road. Horse exchange, says he. What do you say, Samantha? Do you suppose I could change off the old mare for a camel or somethin'? How would you like a camel to ride? I looked at him in speechless with air and silence, and he went on hurriedly. It would make a great show in Jonesville, wouldn't it, to see us comin' to meetin' on a camel, or to see us ridin' in a cutter drawed by one. I guess I'll see about it, some other time. And he went on hurriedly, and almost incoherently as we see another sign, over the road. Oh, how volubly he did talk. Quick, livery. I hate to see folks so dumb conceited. Now I don't s'pose that man has got any hosses much faster than the old mare. Wings, Shaw! I don't believe no such thing a livery on wings. I don't believe a word on't. And you wouldn't catch me on one on 'em if they had. Yet sing, says he, a-lookin' across the street into a laundry house. What do I care if you do sing? 'Tain't of much account if you do anyway. I sing sometimes, I yet sing, says he. Sing, says I in nearly with air and tone. I'd love to hear you sing, I hain't yet and I've lived with you a-goin' on 30 years. Wall, if you hain't heard me, it is because you are deef, says he. But that is just the way he kept on, a-hurryin' me along, and a-talkin' fast to try to get the price of that picture out of my head. Anon, and sometimes oftener, we would come to the word in big letters on signs, or on the fence, or the sides of barns. Pray. And sometimes it would read, Pray for my wife! And Josiah every time he came to the words would stop and reflect on them. Pray, what business is it of yourn, whether I pray or not? Pray for my wife, that hain't none of your business, says he, a-shakin' his fist at the fence. 'Tain't likely I should have a wife without prayin' for her. She needs it bad enough, says he once, as he stood lookin' at it. I gin him a strange look, and he says, You wouldn't like it, would you, if I didn't pray for you? No, says I. And truly as you say, the woman who is your wife needs prayer, she needs help, more'n half the time she does. He looked kinder dissatisfied at the way I turned it, but he says, Plumb been done here. I'd love to know where they are goin' to plumb. I don't see no sign of plum trees, nor no stick to knock 'em off with. And agin, he says, You would make a great fuss, Samantha, if I should say what is painted up right there on that cross piece. You would say I was a swearin' dot, says I coldly, or as cold as I could with my blood heated by the violence and rapidity of the walk he had been a-lead in me. There is a van in front of it. Van Dam hain't swearin' dot. You would say it was if I used it, says he reproachfully. If I should fall down on the ice, or stub my toe, and trip up on the meetin' house steps, and I should happen to mention the name of that street about the same time, you would say I was a swearin' dot. I did not reply to him. I wouldn't. And agin he hurried me on'ards by some good-lookin' buildin's, and trees, and taverns, and cottages, and etc., etc., and we come to Caroline Street, and Jane, and Matilda, and lots of women's names. And Josiah says, I'll bet the man that named them streets was love sick. But he wasn't no such thing. It was a father that owned the land, and laid up the streets, and named 'em for his daughters. Good old creeter. I was going to have him run at this late day, and run down his own streets too. But Agee and Josiah hurried me on'ards. And bimeby we found ourselves a-standin' in front of a kind of a lonesome-lookin' house, big and square, with tall pillows in front. It was a-standin' back as if it was a kinder a-drawin' back from company, in a square yard all dark and shady with tall trees. And it all looked kinder dusky, and solemn-like. And a bystander a-standin' by told us that it was haunted. Josiah pawed at it, and shot at the idea of a ghost. But I says, "There! That is the only thing Saratoga lacked to make her perfectly interestin', and that is a ghost." But agin Josiah pawed at the idea and says, "There never was such a thing as a ghost. And never will be." And says he, "What an extraordinary idiot anybody must be to believe in any sec thing." And Aegean he looked very scornful and high-headed, and once Aegean he shawed. And I kept pretty middlin' calm and serene and asked the bystander, when the ghost haunted, and where? And he said, it opened doors and blowed out lights mostly, and trampled upstairs. "Opening and blowin' and tramplin'," says I dreamily. "Yes," says the man, "that's what it does." And agin Josiah shawed loud. And agin I kept calm, and says I'd give a cent to see it. And says I, "Do you suppose it would blow out and trample if we should go in?" But Josiah grasped hold of my arm and says, "'Tain't safe. My dear Samantha, don't lease go near the house." "Why?" says I coldly. "You say there hain't no sec thing as a ghost, what are you afraid on?" His teeth was fairly chatterin'. "Oh, there might be spiders there, or mice, it hain't best to go." I turned silently round and started on, for my companion's looks was pitiful in the extreme. But I merely observed this, as we wended onwards. I have always noticed this, Josiah Allen, that them that shaw the most at sec things, are the ones whose teeth chatter when they come a-nigh 'em, showin' plain that the shawers are really the ones that believe in 'em. "My teeth chattered," says he, "because my gums ache." "Well," says I, "the Lewis said the soonest mended." And we went on fast Aegean by big houses and little, and boardin' houses, and boardin' houses, and boardin' houses, and taverns, and he kept me a-walkin' till my feet was most blistered. I see what his aim was. I had recognized it all the whole time. But as we went up the stairway into our room, perfectly tuckered out, both on us, I says to him, in weary accents, "That picture was cheap enough, for the money, wasn't it?" He groaned aloud. And sec is my love for that man, that the minute I heard that groan I immediately added, "Though I hadn't no idea of buyin' it, Josiah." Immediately he smiled warmly, and was very affectionate in his demeanor to me for as much as 2 hours and a half. Sec is the might of human love. His hurryin' me over them swelterin' and blisterin' streets, and showin' me all the beauty and glory of the world, and his conversation had no effect, scarcely on my mind. But what them hours of frenzied effort could not accomplish, that one still, small groan did. I love that man. I almost worship him, and he me, vice versa, and the same. We found that Ardelia Tutt had been to see us in our absence. She had been into our room, I see, for she had dropped one of her mitts there. And the chambermaid said she had been in and waited for us quite a spell, the young man a-waitin' below on the piazza, so I supposed. I expect Ardelia wanted to show him off to us, and I myself was quite anxious to see him, feelin' worried and uncomfortable about Abram G. and wantin' to see if this young chap was anywhere nigh as good as Abram. Well, about an hour after we came back, Josiah missed his glasses he reads with. And we looked all over the house for 'em, and under the bed, and on the ceilin', and through our trunks and bandboxes, and all our pockets, and in the Bible, and Josiah's boots, and everywhere. And finally, after givin' 'em up as lost, the day come to us that they might possibly have catched on the fringe of Ardelia's shawl, and so rode home with her on it. So we sent one of the office boys home with her MIT and asked her if she had seen Josiah's glasses. And word come back by the boy that she hadn't seen 'em, and she sent word to me to look on my partner's head for 'em, And sure enough there we found M, right on his foretop, to both of our surprises. She sent also by the boy a poem she had wrote that afternoon, and sent word how sorry she was I was to home to see Mr. Flamberg. But I see him only a day or two after that, and I didn't like his looks a mite. But he said, and stuck to it, that his father owned a large bank, that he was a banker, and a-doin' a heavy business. Wall, that raised him dreadfully in Ardelia's eyes. She owned up to me that it did. She owned to me that she'd always thought she would love to be a banker's bride. She thought it sounded rich. She said, banker sounded so different from baker. I says to her coolly that it was only a difference of one letter, and I never was much of a one to put the letter N above any of the others, or to be haughty on havin' it added to, or diminished from my name. But she kep' on a-goin' with him. She told me it was real romantical the way he got acquainted with her. He see her unbeknown to her one day, when she was a-writin' a poem on one of the benches in the park. A poem on a bench! She was a-settin' on the bench, and a-writin' about it. She was a-writin' on the bench in 2 different ways. Curious, hain't it? But to resume. He immediately fell in love with her. And he got a feller who was a-boardin' to his boardin' place to introduce him to Ardelia's relative, Mr. Pixley, and Mr. Pixley introduced him to Ardelia. He told Ardelia's relatives the same story, that his father was a banker, that he owned a bank and was doing a heavy business. Wall, I watched that young chap, and watched him close, and I see there was one thing about him that could be depended on: he was truthful. He seemed almost morbid on the subject, and would dispute himself half a hour to get a thing or a story he was tellin' just exactly right. But he drinked, that I know, for I know the symptoms. Coffee can't blind the eyes of her that was once Smith, nor peppermint cast a mist before him. My nose could have took its oath. If noses was ever put onto a bar of justice, my nose would have gin its firm testimony that Bile Flamberg drinked. And there was that sort of a air about him, that I can't describe exactly, a sort of a half-offish, half-familiar and wholly disagreeable mien, that can be understood but not described. No, you can't picture that lineament, but you can be affected by it. Wall, Bile had it. And I kep' on a-not leaking him, and kep' stiddy onwards a-leaking Abram G. I couldn't help it, nor didn't he want to. And I looked out constant to catch him in some big story that would break him right down in Ardelia's eyes, for I knew if she had been brought up on any one commandment more in another, it was the one against lying. She hated lying. She had been brought up on the whole of the commandments, but on that one in particular, she was brung up sharp but good. But not one lie could I catch him in. And he stuck to it, that his father was a banker and doin' a heavy business. Wall, it kep' on, she a-goin' with him through ambition, for I see plain, by signs I know, that she didn't love him half as well as she did Abram. And I felt bad, dreadful bad, to set still and see ambition ondoin' of her. For oft and oft she would speak to me of Bile's father's bank and the heft of the business he was a-doin'. And I finally got so worked up in my mind that I gin a sly hint to Abram G. that if he ever wanted to get Ardelia tut, he had better make a summer trip to Saratoga. I never told Ardelia what I had done, but trusted to a overrulin' destiny that seems to enwrap babies, and lunatics, and soft little women, when their heads get kinder turned by a man, and to Abram's honest face when she should compare it with Bile Flamberg's, and to Abram's pure, sweet breath with that mixture of stale cigars, tobacco, beer, and peppermint. But Abram wrote back to me that his mother was a-lyin' at the p'int of death with a fever, that his sister Susan was sick abed with the same fever, and couldn't come a-nigh her, and he couldn't leave what might be his mother's deathbed. And he says, if Ardelia had forgot him in so short a time, maybe it was the best thing he could do, to try and forget her. Anyway, he wouldn't leave his dying mother for anything or anybody. That was Abram G. all over, a-doin' his duty every time by bread and humanity. But he added a postscript, and it was wrote in an agitated hand that just as soon as his mother got so he could leave her, he should come to Saratoga. The verses that Ardelia sent over to me was as follers. Chapter 9. Josiah's Flirtations. They say there is a sight of flirtin' done at Saratoga. I didn't hear so much about it as Josiah did. Naturally there are things that are talked of more amongst men than women. Night after night he would come home and tell me how fashionable it was, and pretty soon I could see that he kinder wanted to follow the fashion. I told him from the first on that he'd better let it entirely alone. Says I, Josiah Allen, you wouldn't never carry it through successful if you should undertake it, and then think of the wickedness on't. But he seemed sot. He said, it was more fashionable amongst married men and women than the more single ones. He said, it was dreadful fashionable amongst partners. Wall, says I shall have nothing to do with it, and I advise you, if you know when you are well off, to let it entirely alone. Of course, says he fiercely, you needn't have nothing to do with it. It is nothing you would want to follow up. And I would ruther see you sunk into the ground, or be sunk myself, than to see you going into it. Why, says he savagely, I would tear a man limb from limb, if I see him a-tryin' to flirt with you. Josiah Allen worships me. But, says he more placid-like, men have to do things sometimes that they know is too hard for their partners to do. Men sometimes feel called upon to do things that their partners don't care about, that they hain't strong enough to tackle. Them men are fragile creatures anyway. Oh, the fallacy of them arguments, and the weakness of 'em. But I didn't say nothin' only to reiterate my utterance that, if he went into it, he would have to follow it up alone, that he must expect any help from me. Oh no, says he. Oh, certainly not. His tone was very genteel, but there seemed to be something strange in it. And I looked at him pity-and-ly over my specs. The whole idea on it was extremely distasteful to me, this talk about flirtin', and etc., at our ages, and with our stations in the Jonesville meetin' house, and with our grandchildren. But I see from day to day that he was a hankerin' after it, and I almost made up my mind that I should have to let him make a trial, knowin' that experience was the best teacher, and knowin' that his morals was sound, and he was devoted to me, and only went into the enterprise because he thought it was fashionable. There was a young English girl aboard into the same place we did. She dressed some like a young man, carried a cane, etc., but she was one of the upper 10, and was as pretty as a picture, and I see Josiah had kinder sot his eyes on her as being a good one to try his experiment with. He thought she was beautiful. But good land, I didn't care. I liked her myself. But I could see, though he couldn't see it, that she was one of the girls who would flirt with the town pump or the meetin' house steeple, if she couldn't get nobody else to flirt with. She was born so, but I suppose entirely unbeknown to her when she was born. Wall, Josiah Allen would set and look at her by the hour, dreadful admirin'. But good land, I didn't care. I loved to look at her myself. And then too I had this feelin' that his morals was sound. But after a while, I could see, and couldn't help seein', that he was a-tryin' in his feeble way to flirt with her. And I told him kindly, but firmly, that it was somethin' that I hated to see a-goin' on. But he says, well, dum it all, Samantha, if anybody goes to a fashionable place, they ort to try to be fashionable. 'Tain't nothin' I want to do, and you ort to know it. And I says in pitying accents but firm, if you don't want to, Josiah, I wouldn't, fashion or no fashion. But I see I couldn't convince him, and there happened to be a scarcity of men just then, and he kept it up, and it kept me on the qui-vive, as Maggie says, when she is on the tenter hooks of suspense. I felt bad to see it go on, not that I was jealous, no, my foretop lay smooth from day to day, not a jealous hair in it, not one, but I felt sorry for my companion. I see that while the endurin' of it was hard and tejious for him, for truly he was not a adept at the business, it come tough, fearful tough on him, the endin' was sure to be harder. And I tried to convince him, from a sense of duty, that she was makin' fun of him. He had told me lots of the pretty things she had said to him, and out of principle I told him that she didn't mean one word of 'em. But I couldn't convince him, and as is the way of partners, after I had sought the reason and the sense before him, and he wouldn't hear to me, why then I had to set down and bear it. Such is some of the trials of partners. Wall, it kep' a-goin' on, and and I kep' a-hatin' to see it, for if anybody has got to flirt, which I am far from approvin' of, but if I have got to see it a-goin' on, I would fain see it well done, and Josiah's efforts to flirt was like an effort of our old mare to play a tune on the melodeon, no grace in it, no system, nor comfort to him, nor me. I suppose the girl got some fun out of it. I hope she did, for if she didn't it was a wearisome job all round. Wall, a week or so rolled on, and it was still in progress. And one day an old friend of ours, Miss Ezra Balch, from the east part of Jonesville, come to see me. She come to Saratoga for the rheumatiz, and was gettin' well fast, and Ezra was gettin' entirely cured of biles, for which he had come, carbuncles. Wall, she invited Josiah and me to take a ride with them, and we both accepted of it, and at the appointed time I was ready to the minute, down on the piazza, with my brown cotton gloves on, and my mantle hung gracefully over my arm. But at the last minute, Josiah Allen said he couldn't go. I says, "Why can't you go?" "Oh," he says, kinder drawing up his collar, and smoothing down his vest. "Oh, I have got another engagement." He looked real high-headed, and I says to him, "Josiah Allen, didn't you promise Drusilla Balch that you would go with her and Ezra today?" "Wall, yes," says he, "but I can't." "Why not?" says I. "Wall, Samantha, though they are well-meaning, good people, they hain't what you may call fashionable, they hain't the upper 10. Says I. "Josiah Allen, you have fell over 15 cents in my estimation, since we have begun talkin'. You won't go with them because they hain't fashionable. They are good, honest Christian Methodists, and have stood by you and me many a time, in times of trouble, and now," says I, "you turn against them because they hain't fashionable." Says I. "Josiah Allen, where do you think you'll go to?" "Oh, probable down to Congress Park, and we may walk up as fur as the Indian encampment. I feel kinder mager today, and my corns ache fearful." His boots was that small that they was sights to behold, sights. "We probably shan't walk fur," says he. I see how 'twas in a minute. That English girl had asked him to walk with her, and my partner had broken a solemn engagement with Ezra and Drusilla Balch to go a walkin' with her. I see how 'twas, but I sot in silence and one of the big rockin' chairs, and didn't say nothin'. Finally he says, with a sort of a anxious look onto his forward, "You don't feel bad, do you, Samantha? You hain't jealous, are you?" "Jealous!" says I, a lookin' him calmly over from head to feet. It was a witherin' look, and yet pitiful, that took in the whole body and soul, and weighed 'em in the balances of common sense, and pity, and justice. It was a look that seemed to envelop him all to one time, and took him all in, his bald head, his vest, and his boots, and his mind, what he had, and his efforts to be fashionable, and his trials and tribulations at it, and everything. I give him that one long look, and then I says, "Jealous? No, I hain't jealous." Then silence reigned again about us, and Josiah spoke out. His conscience was a-troublin' him, and he says, "You know in fashionable life, Samantha, you have to do things which seem unkind, and Ezra, though a good, worthy man, can't understand these things as I do." Says I, "Josiah Allen, you'll see the day that you'll be sorry for your treatment of Drusilla Balch and Ezra." "Oh, Wall," says he, pulling up his collar, "I'm bound to be fashionable. While I can go with the upper 10, it is my duty and my privilege to go with them, and not mingle in the lower classes like the Balches." Says I firmly, "You look out, or some of them 10 will be the death of you, and you may see the day that you will be glad to leave 'em, the whole 10 of 'em, and go back to Drusilla and Ezra Balch." But what more words might have passed between us was cut short by the arrival of Ezra and Drusilla in a good big carriage, with Miss Balch on the back seat, and Ezra across from her, and a man up in front drivin'. It was a good-lookin' sight, and I hastened down the steps, Josiah disappearin' inside just as quick as he catched sight of their heads. They asked me anxiously where Josiah was and why he didn't come, and I told them that Josiah had told me that mornin' that he felt manger, and he had some corns that was a atchin' dot. So much was truth, and I told it, and then moved off the subject, and they seein' my looks, didn't pursue it any further. They proposed to go back to their boardin' place, and take in Deacon Balch, Ezra's brother from Chicago, who was stayin' there a few days to recooperate his energies, and get help for Tizic. So they did. He was a widowed man. Yes, he was the widower of Cornelia Balch, who I used to know well, a good-lookin' and a good-actin' man. And he seemed to like my appearance pretty well, though I am fur from bein' the one that ort to say it. And as we rolled on over the broad beautiful road towards Saratoga Lake, I begun to feel better in my mind. The deacon was edifyin' in conversation, and he thought, and said, that my mind was the heftiest one that he had ever met, and he had met hundreds and hundreds of 'em. He meant it, you could see that, he meant every word he said. And it was kind of comfortin' to hear the deacon say so, for I respected the deacon, and I knew he meant just what he said. He said, and believed, though it hain't so, but the deacon believed it, that I looked younger than I did the day I was married. I told him I didn't feel so young. Wall, he said, then my looks deceived me, for I looked as young, if not younger. Deacon Balch is a good, kind, Christian man. His conversation was very edifyin', and he looked kinder good, and warm-hearted at me out of his eyes, which was blue, some the color of my Josiah's. But alas! I felt that though some comforted and edified by his talk, still, my heart was not there in that double buggy with 2 seats, but was afur off with my pardner. I felt that Josiah Allen was a-carryin' my heart with him wherever he was a-goin'. Curious, hain't it? Now you may set and smile, and talk, and seem to be enjoyin' yourself first-rate, with agreeable personages all around you, and you do enjoy yourself with that part of your nater. But with it all, down deep under the laughs, and the bright words, the comfort you get out of the answerin' laughs, the gay talk, under it all is the steady consciousness that the real self is fur away, the heart, the soul is fur away, held by some creetur, whether he be high, or whether he be low, it don't matter. There your heart is, a-goin' towards happiness, or a-travellin' towards pain, as the case may be. Curious, hain't it? Wall, Ezra and Drusilla wanted to go to the Sulphur Springs way beyond Saratoga Lake, and as the deacon was agreeable, and I also, we sought out for it, though, as we all said, it was going to be a pretty long and tedious journey for a hot day. But we went along the broad, beautiful highway, by the high, handsome gates of the racing park, down, by handsome houses and shady woods, and fields of bright-colored wild flowers on each side of the road, down to the beautiful lake, across it over the long bridge, and then into the long, cool shadows of the bend-in trees that bend over the road on each side, while through the green boughs, just at our side, we could catch a sight of the blue, peaceful waters, a-lyin' calm and beautiful. Just by the side of us, on, through the long, sheltered pathway, out into the sunshine for a spell, with peaceful fields a-layin' about us, and peaceful cattle a-wanderin' over 'em, and then into the shade agin, till at last we see a beautiful mountain, with its head held kinder high, crowned with ferns and hemlocks, and its feet washed by the cool water of the beautiful lake. The shadows of this mountain, tree-crowned, lay on the smooth, placid wave, and a white sailboat was a-comin' round the side on't, and floatin' over the green, crystal branches, and golden shadows. It was a fair scene for a moment, and then away we went into the green shadows of the woods again, round a corner, and here we was, at the Sulphur Springs. It was a quiet, peaceful spot. The house looked pleasant, and so did the landlord and landlady, and we dismounted and walked through a long, clean hall, and went out onto a back piazza and sat down. And I thought as I sat there, that I would be glad enough to set there, for some time. Everything looked so quiet and serene. The paths leading up the hills in different directions, out into the green woods, looked quiet. The pretty, grassy backyard leading down to the water side looked green and peaceable, and around all, and beyond all, was the glory of the waters. They lay stretched out beautiful and in heavenly calm, and the sun, which was low in the west, made a gold path across them, where it seemed as if one could walk over only a little ways, into perfect repose. The lake somehow looked like a glowing pavement. It didn't look like water, but it seemed like broad fields of azure and palest lavender, and pinky gray, and pearly white, and every soft and delicate color that water could be crystallized into. And over all lay the glowing, tender sunset skies. It was a fair scene. And even as I looked on in an almost rapt way, the sun come out from behind a soft cloud, and lay on the water like a pillow of fire, just as I dreamed that pillow did, that went ahead of my old forefathers. The rest on 'em seemed to be more intent on the lemonade with 2 straws in 'em. I didn't make no fuss. They are nice, clean folks, I make no doubt. I wouldn't make no fuss and tell on the hired man. Women of the house have enough to worry 'em anyway. But he had dropped some straws into our tumblers, every one on 'em. I dare presume to say they had been a fillin' straw ticks. I jest took mine out in a quiet way, and throwed 'em to one side. The rest on 'em I see, and it was real good in 'em, drink through 'em, as we used to at school. It was real good in Drusilla, and Ezra, and also in the deacon. It kinder undeared the hull on 'em to me. I hope this won't be told of, it orto be kep', for he was a good-natured lookin' hired man, black, but not to blame for that, and good lan'. What is a straw, anyway? They was clean. There was some tents sot up there in the backyard, lookin' some as I s'pose our old forefathers' tents did, in the pleasant summer times of old. And I asked a bystander a standin' by, whose tents they was, and he said they was free thinkers havin' a convention. And I says, how free? And he said, they was great cases to doubt everything. They doubted whether they was or not, and if they was or when, and if so, why. And he says, won't you stay tonight over and attend the meetin'? And I says, what are they going to teach tonight? And he says, the whyness of the what? I says, I guess that is too deep a subject for me to tackle. And says I, don't they believe anything easier than that? And he says, they don't believe anything. That is their belief, to believe nothin'. Nothin', says I. Yes, says he, nothin'. And says he, tomorrow they are going to prove beyond any question that there hain't any God, nor anything, and never was anything. Be they? Says I. Yes, says he, and won't you come and be convinced? I looked off onto the peaceful waters, onto the hills that lay as the mountains did about Jerusalem, onto the pillow of fire that seemed to hold in it the flames of that light that had lighted the old world onto the mornin' of the new day, and one star had come out, and stood tremblin' over the brow of the mountain, and I thought of that star that had riz so long time ago, and had guided the 3 wise men. Guided 'em just alike from their 3 different homes, entirely unbeknown to each other. Guided 'em to the cradle where lay the infant Redeemer of the world, so long foretold by bard and prophet. I looked out onto the heavenly glory of the day, and then inside into my heart that held a faith just as bright and undyin' as the light of that star, and I says, no, I guess I won't go and be convinced. Wall, we riz up to go most immediately afterwards, and the deacon, he is very smart, observed. How highly tickled and even hilarious the man seemed in talkin' about there not bein' any future. And he says, it was a good deal like a man Logan in clappin' his hands to see his house burn down. And I says, it was far worse, for his home wouldn't stand more'n 100 years or so, and this home he was a tryin' to destroy was one that would last through eternity. But, says I, it hain't built by hands, and I guess their hands hain't strong enough to tear it down, nor high enough to set fire to it. And the deacon says, just so, Miss Allen, you spoke truthfully and eloquent. The deacon is very smart. When we got into the buggy to start, the deacon says, I would like to resume the conversation with you, Josiah Allen's wife, a-goin' back. And Drusilla spoke right out and says, I will set on the front seat by Ezra. I says, oh no, Drusilla, I can hear the deacon from where I sot before. But the deacon says, talkin' loud towards night always affected his voice unpleasantly, mebbe Drusilla and he had better change seats. Again I demurred. And then Drusilla said she must set by Ezra, she wanted to tell him something in confidence. And so it was arranged, for I felt that I was not the one to come between partners, no indeed. The road laid peacefler and beautifuler than ever, or so it seemed under the sunset glory that sort o' hung round it. Just about halfway through the woods we met the English girl, a-stridin' along alone, each step more'n 3 feet long, or so it seemed to me. There was a look of health and happy determination on her forward as she strided rapidly by. I would have fain questioned her concernin' my partner, as she strode by, but before I could call out, or be gone to her she was far in the rearward, and goin' in a full pressure and in a knot of several miles an hour. Wall, from that minute I felt strange and curious. And though Drusilla and Ezra was agreeable and the deacon edifyin', I didn't seem to feel edified, and the most warm-hearted looks didn't seem to warm my heart none. It was oppressed with gloomy forebodings of, where was my partner? They had laid out to set out together. Had they sought? This question was a governor in me, and the following one: if they had sought out together, where was my partner, Josiah Allen, now? As I thought these fearful thoughts, instinctively I turned around to see if I could see a trace of his companion in the distance. Yes, I could catch a faint glimpse of her as she was mounting a declivity, and stood for an instant in sight. But long before even she disappeared again, for her gait was tremendous, and at a rate of a good many knots she was a-going, that I knew. And the fearful thought would rise: Josiah Allen could not go more than half a knot, if he could that. He was a slow predestinator anyway, and then his corns was fearful, and never could be told, and his boots had in 'em the elements of fearful sufferin'. It was all he could do when he had 'em on to hobble down to the spring and post office. Where was he? And she a-goin' at the rate of so many knots. Oh! The agony of them several minutes, while these thoughts was rampaging through my distracted brain. Oh! If partners only knew the agony they bring unto their devoted companions, by their unguarded and thoughtless acts, and attentions to other females, gin without proper research and precautions, it would draw their lineaments down into expressions of shame and remorse. Josiah wouldn't have gone with her if he had known the number of knots she was a-goin', no, not one step. Then why couldn't he have found out the number of them knots? Why couldn't he? Why can't partners look ahead and see to where their gay attentions, their flirtations that they call mild and innocent, will lead 'em to? Why can't they realize that it hain't only themselves they are injurin', but them that are bound to 'em by the most sacred ties that folks can be twisted up in? Why can't they realize that an end must come to it, and it may be a fearful and a shameful one, and if it is a happiness that stops, it will leave in the heart when happiness gets out, a emptiness, a holler place, where like as not unhappiness will get in, and maybe stay there for some time, gallin' and heartbreakin' to the opposite partner to see it go on. If it is indifference, or fashion, or anything of that sort, why it don't pay none of the time. It don't seem to me it does, and the end will be emptier and hollerer than the beginning. In the case of my partner it was fashion, nothing but the butterfly of fashion he was after, to act in a high-toned, fashionable manner, like other fashionable men. And just see the end on't why he had brought sufferin' of the deepest dye onto his companion, and what had he brought onto himself, onto his feet? Oh! The agony of them several moments while them thoughts was a-rackin' at me. The moments swelled out into a half-hour, it must have been a long half-hour, before I see far ahead, for the eyes of love is keen a form a-settin' on the grass by the wayside, that I recognized as the form of my partner. As we drew nearer we all recognized the figure, but Josiah Allen didn't seem to notice us. His boots was off, and his stockings, and even in that first look I could see the agony that was a-rind in them toes almost to burstin'. Oh, how sorry I felt for them toes! He was a-restin' in a most dejected and melancholy manner on his hand, as if it was more than sufferin' that ailed him. He looked a sufferer from remorse and regret, and also had the air of one whom mortification has stricken. He never seemed to sense a thing that was passin' by him, till the driver pulled up his horses close by him, and then he looked up and see us. And far be it from me to describe the way he looked in his lowly place on the grass. There was a good stun by him on which he might have sot, but no, he seemed to feel too mean to get up onto that stun. Grass, lowly, unassuming grass, was what seemed to suit him best, and on it he sat with one of his feet stretched out in front of him. Oh! The pitifulness of that look he gin us, oh! The meekness of it. And even, when his eye fell on the deacon a-settin' by my side, oh! The wild gleam of hatred, and sullen anger that glowed within his orb, and revenge. He looked at the deacon, and then at his boots, and I see the wild thought was a-enterin' his soul, to throw that boot at him. But I says out of that buggy the very first thing the words I have so oft spoke to him in hours of danger. Josiah, be calm! His eye fell onto the peaceful grass again, and he says, Who hain't a-bein' calm? I should say I was calm enough, if that is what you want. But oh, the sullenness of that love! Says Ezra, good man, he see right through it all in a minute, and so did Drusilla and the deacon, says Ezra. Get up on the seat with the driver, Josiah Allen, and drive back with us. No, says Josiah. I have no occasion, I am a set in here. Looking round in perfect agony. I am a set in here to admire the scenery. Then I leaned over the side of the buggy, and says I, Josiah Allen, do you get in and ride, it will kill you to walk back. Put on your boots if you can, and ride, see and Ezra is so perlite as to ask you. Yes, I see he is very perlite, I see you have set amongst very perlite folks, Samantha, says he, a-glarin' at Deacon Balch as if he would rend him from limb to limb. But as I said, I have no occasion to ride, I took off my boots and stockings merely to pass away time. You know at fashionable resorts, says he, it is sometimes hard for men to pass away time. Says I in low, deep accents, do put on your stockings and your boots if you can get 'em on, which I doubt, but put your stockings on this minute, and get in and ride. Yes, says Ezra. Hurry up and get in, Josiah Allen, it must be dreadful uncomfortable settin' down there in the grass. Oh no, says Josiah, and he kinder whistled a few bars of no tune that was ever heard on, or ever will be heard on Agin, so wild and melancholy it was. I sot down here kind o' careless. I thought seein' I hadn't much on hand to do at this time o' year, I thought I would like to look at my feet. We hain't got a very big lookin' glass in our room. Oh, how incoherent and overcrazed he was a-becomin'. Who ever heard of seein' anybody's feet in a lookin' glass, of dependin' on a lookin' glass for a sight on 'em? Oh, how I pitied that man! And I bent down and says to him in soothin' accents, Josiah Allen, to please your partner you put on your stockings and get into this buggy. Take your boots in your hand, Josiah, I know you can't get 'em on, you have walked too far for them corns. Corns that are trampled on, Josiah Allen, rise up and rends you, or me, or anybody else who owns 'em or tramples on 'em. It hain't your fault, nobody blames you. Now get right in. Yes, do, says the deacon. Oh, the look that Josiah Allen gin him. I see the violence of that look, that rested first on the deacon, and then on that boot. And agin, I says, Josiah Allen, and agin the thought of his own fearful acts, and my warnin's came over him, and again mortification seemed to envelop him like a mantle, the tabs goin' down and coverin' his limbs, and agin he didn't throw that boot. Agin Deacon Balch escaped uninjured, saved by my voice, and Josiah's inward conscience, inside of him. Wall, suffice it to say, that after a long parley, Josiah Allen was a-set in on the high seat with the driver, a-holdin' his boots in his hand, for truly no power on earth could have placed them boots on Josiah Allen's feet in the condition they then was. And so he rode on howards, occasionally a-looking down on the deacon with looks that I hope the recordin' angel didn't photograph, so dire, and so revengeful, and jealous, and everything they was. And ever, after catchin' the look in my eye, the look in his en would change to a heartrendin' one of remorse, and sorrow, and shame for what he had done. And the deacon, wantin' to be dreadful perlite to him, would ask him questions, and I could see the side of Josiah's face, all glarin' like a hyena at the sound of his voice, and then he would turn round and assume a perlite genteel look as he answered him, and then he'd glare at me in a mad way every time I spoke to the deacon, and then his mad look would change, even to one of shame and meekness. And he in his stockin' feet, and a-pretendin' that he didn't put his boots on, because it wasn't worthwhile to put 'em on agin so near bedtime. And he that sot out that afternoon a-feelin' so haughty, and looking down on Ezra and Drusilla, and bein' brung back by 'em, in that condition, and bein' gored all the time by thoughts of the ignominious way his Flirtin had ended by her droppin' him by the side of the road, like a weed she had trampled on too hardly. And a-bein' gored deeper than all the rest of his agonies, by a senseless jealousy of Deacon Balch, and a-thinkin' for the first time in his life, what it would be, if her affections, that had been like a divine beacon to him all his life, if that flame should ever go out, or ever flicker in its earthly socket. Oh, those thoughts that he had seemed to consider in his own mad race for fashion. Oh, how that sass that had seemed sweet to him as a gander, oh how bitter and poisonous it was to partake of as a goose. Oh, the agony of that ride. We went middlin' slow back, and before we got to Saratoga the English girl went past us. She had been to the Sulphur Springs and back again. She didn't pay no attention to us, for she was allin' on a plan in her own mind, for a moonlight pedestrian excursion on foot, that evening, out to the old battleground of Saratoga. Josiah never looked to the right hand or the left, as she passed him, and many a not an hour. And I felt that my partner's sufferin' from that cause was over, and mine too, but oh! By what agony was it gained! For 3 days and 3 nights he never stood on any of his feet for a consecutive minute and a half, and I bathed him with anarchy, and bathed his very soul with many a sweet moral lesson at the same time. And when at last Josiah Allen emerged from that chamber, he was a changed man in his demeanor and lineament, such is the power of love and womanly devotion. He never looked at a woman during our whole stay at Saratoga, save with the eye of a philosopher and a Methodist. Chapter 10. Miss G. Washington Flam. Miss G. Washington Flam is a very fashionable woman. Thomas Jefferson carried her through a lawsuit, and carried her steady and safe. She was in the right on't, there hain't no doubt of that. She had come to Jonesville for the summer to board, her husband bein' to home at the time in New York Village, down on Wall Street. He had to stay there, so she said. I don't know why, but I s'pose somethin' was the matter with the wall, anyway he couldn't leave it. And she went round to different places a good deal for her health. There didn't seem to be much health round where her husband was, so she had to go away after it, go a-huntin' for it, way over to Europe and back Aegean, and away off to California, and Colorado, and Long Branch, and Newport, and Saratoga, and into the country. It made it real bad for Miss Flam. Now I always found it healthier where Josiah was than in any other place. Difference in folks, I suppose. But they say there is sights and sights of husbands and wives just like Miss Flam. Can't find a mite of health anywhere near where their families is, and have to poke off alone after it. It makes it real bad for 'em. But anyway she came to Jonesville for her health. And she hearn of Thomas Jefferson and employed him. It was money that fell onto her from her father, or that should have fell, that she was a-tryin' to get it to fall. And he won the case. It fell. She was rich as a Jew before she got this money, but she acted as tickled over it as if she wasn't worth a cent, human natur'. She paid Thomas J. well, and she and Maggie and he got to be quite good friends. She is a well-meanin', fat little creetur, what there is of her. I have seen folks smaller than she is, and then Aegean we seen them that wasn't so small. She is middlin' good-lookin', not old by any means, but there is a deep wrinkle plowed right into her forward, and down each side of her mouth. They are plowed deep. And I have always wondered to myself who held the plow. It wasn't age, for she hain't old enough. Was it worry? That will do as good a day's work a-plowin' as any creetur I ever see, and work as stiddy after it gets to doin' day's works in a female's face. Was it dissatisfaction and disappointment? They, too, will plow deep furrows and a sight of 'em. I don't know what it was. Mebbe it was her waist and sleeves. Her sleeves was so tight that they kept her hands lookin' a kinder bloated and swelled all the time, and must have been dreadful painful. And her waist, it was drawed in so at the bottom, that to tell the livin' truth it wasn't much bigger'n a pipe's tail. It beat all to see the size immediately above and below, why it looked perfectly miraculous. She couldn't get her hands up to her head to save her life. If she felt her head a-tottlin' off her shoulders she couldn't have lifted her hands to have steadied it, and of course she couldn't get a long breath, or short ones with any comfort. Mebbe that worried her, and then Aegean, mebbe it was dogs. I know it would wear me out to take such steady care on one, day and night. I never seemed to feel no drawin's to take care of animals, wash 'em, and bathe 'em, and exercise 'em, etc., etc., never havin' been in the menagerie line, and Josiah always keepin' a boy to take care of the animals when he was well. Mebbe it was dogs. Anyway she took splendid care of hern, just wore herself out a-doin' for it stiddy day and night and bein' trampled on, and barked at almost all the time she was a-bringin' on it up. Yes, she took perfectly wonderful care on't, for a woman in her health. She never had been able to take any care of her children, bein' very delicate. Never had been well enough to have any of 'em in the room with her nights, or in the daytime either. They tired her so, and she was one of the vim men who felt it was her duty to preserve her health for her family's sake. Though when they was a-goin' to get the benefit of her health I don't know. But howsomever she never could take a mite of care of her children, they was brought up on wet nurses, and bottles, etc., etc., and was rather weakly, some on 'em. The nurses, wet and dry ones both, used to gin 'em things to make 'em sleep, and kinder yank 'em round and scare 'em nights to keep 'em in the bed, and neglect 'em a good deal, and keep 'em out in the breelin' sun when they wanted to see their beaux, and for the same reason keepin' 'em out in their little thin dresses in the cold, and pinch their little arms black and blue if they went to tell any of their tricks. And they learnt the older ones to be deceitful and sly and cowardly. Learnt 'em to use just the same slang phrases and low language that they did, tell the same lies, and so they was a spilin' 'em in every way, spilin' their brains with narcotics, their bodies by neglect and bad usage, and their minds and morals by evil examples. You see, some nurses are dreadful good. But Miss Flam's health bein' so poor and her mind bein' so took up with fashion, dogs, etc., that she couldn't take the trouble to find out about their characters, and they was dreadful poor unbeknown to her. She had dreadful bad luck with 'em, and the last one drinked, so I have been told. Yes, it made it dreadful bad for Miss Flam that her health was so poor, and her fashionable engagements so many and arduous that she didn't have the time to take a little care of her children and the dog too. For you could see plain, by the care that she took of that dog, what a splendid hand she would be with the children, if she only had the time and health. Why, I don't believe there was another dog in America, either the upper or lower continent, that had more lovin', anxious, intelligent, devoted attention than that dog had, day and night, from Miss Flam. She took 2 dog papers, so they say, to get the latest information on the subject. She compared notes with other dog vim men. I don't say it in a runnin' way at all. I mean vim men who have gin their whole minds to dog, havin', some on 'em, renounced husbands, and mothers, and children for dog's sake. You know there are sich vim men, and Miss Flam read up and studied with constant and absorbed attention all the latest things on dog. Their habits, their diet, their baths, their robes, their ribbons, and bells, and collars, their barks, nothing escaped her. She put the best things she learned into practice, and studied out new ones for herself. She said she had reduced the subject to a science, and she boasted proudly that her dog, the last one she had, went ahead of any dog in the country. And I don't know but it did. I knew it had a good healthy bark. A loud strong bark that must have made it bad for her in the night. It always slept with her, for she didn't dast to trust it out of her sight nights. It had had some spells in the night, kinder chills, or spasms like, and she didn't dast to be away from it for a minute. She wouldn't let the wet nurse take it, for her youngest child, little G. Washington Flam, Jr., wasn't very healthy, and Miss Flam thought that maybe the dog might catch his weakness if the nurse handled it right after she had been nursin' the baby. And then she objected to the nurse, so I hearn, on account of her bein' wet. She wanted to keep the dog dry. I hearn this, I don't know as it was so. But I hearn these things long enough before I ever see her. And when I did see her I see that they didn't tell me no lies about her devotion to the dog, for she just worshipped it, that was plain to be seen. Wall, she has got a splendid place at Saratoga, a cottage she calls it. I, myself, should call it a house, for it is big as our house and Deacon Pettick S.E.S. and Mr. Bobbitt S.E.S. all put together, and I don't know but bigger. Wall, she invited Josiah and me to drive with her, and so her dog, and she stopped for us. I put the dog first, for truly she seemed to put him forward on every occasion in front of herself, and so did her high-toned relatives, who was with her. Or I suppose they was her relatives, for they sot up straight, and was dreadful dressed up, and acted awful big feelin', and never took no notice of Josiah and me, no more than if we hadn't been there. But good land! I didn't care for that. What if they didn't pay any attention to us? But Josiah, on account of his tryin' to be so fashionable, felt it deeply, and he says to me while Miss Flam was a-bendin' down over the dog, a-talkin' to him, for truly it was tired completely out of barkin' at Josiah, it had barked at him every single minute since we had started, and she was a-talkin' earnest to it a-tryin' to soothe it, and Josiah whispered to me, I'll tell you, Samantha, why them fellers feel above me. It is because I hain't dressed up in secka dressy fashion. Let me once have on a suit like their'n, white legs and yellow trimmin's, and big shirneen buttons sot on in rows, and white gloves, and rosettes in my hat. Why, I could appear in just as good company as they go in. Says I. You are too old to be dressed up so gay, Josiah Allen. There is a time for all things. Gay buttons and rosettes look well with brown hair and sound teeth, but they ought to gently pass away when they do. Don't talk any more about it, Josiah, for I tell you plain, you are too old to dress like them. They are young men. Wall, he whispered in deep resolve, I will have a white rosette in my hat, Samantha. I will go so far, old or not old. What a sensation it will create in the Jonesville meetin' house to see me come a-walkin' proudly in, with a white rosette in my hat. You are goin' to walk into meetin' with your hat on, are you? Says I coldly. Oh, catch a feller up. You know what I mean. And don't you think I'll make a show? Won't it create a sensation in Jonesville? Says I. Most probable it would. But you hain't a-goin' to wear no bows on your hat at your age, not if I can break it up. Says I. He looked almost black at me, and says he, Don't go too fur, Samantha. I'll own you've been a good wife and mother and all that, but there is a line that you must stop at. You mustn't go too fur. There is some things in which a man must be footloose, and that is in the matter of dress. I shall have a white rosette on my hat, and some big white buttons up and down the back of my overcoat. That is my aim, Samantha, and I shall reach it if I walk through gore. He uttered them fearful words in a loud, fierce whisper which made the dog bark at him for more'n 10 minutes stiddy, at the top of its voice, and in quick short yelps. If it had been her young child that was yellin' at a visitor in that way and catchin' holt of him, and tearin' at his clothes, the child would have been consigned to banishment out of the room, and mebbe punishment. But it wasn't her babe, and so it remained, and it dug its feet down into the satin and laces and beads of Miss Flam's dress, and barked to that extent that we couldn't hear ourselves think. And she called it, Sweet little angel, and told it might bark its little cunnin' bark. Ye day of a angel barkin', jest think on't. And we endured it as best we could with shakin' nerves and atchin' ear-pans. It was a curious time. The dog harrowin' our nerve, and snappin' at Josiah anon, if not oftener, and catchin' holt of him anywhere, and she a-callin' at a angel, and Josiah lookin' so violent at it, that it seemed almost as if that glance could stun it. It was a curious scene. But truly worse was to come, for Miss Flam in an interval of silence says, We will go first to the Gizzer Spring, and then, afterwards, to the moon. Or, that is what I understand her to say. And though I kept still, I was determined to keep my eyes out, and if I see her goin' into anything dangerous, I was goin' to reject her overtures to take us. But thinks I to myself, we always said I believed we should travel to the stars sometime, but I little thought it would be today, or that I should go in a buggy. Josiah shared my feelin's, I could see, for he whispered to me, Don't le's go, Samantha, it must be dangerous. But I whispered back, Le's wait, Josiah, and see. We won't do nothin' precipitate, but, says I, this is a chance that we most probable never will have Aegean. Don't le's be hasty. We talked these things in secret, while Miss Flam was a-bendin' over, and conversin' with the dog. For Josiah would ruther have died than not be supposed to be, au fait, as Maggie would say, in everything fashionable. And it has always been my way to wait and see, and count 10, or even 20, before speakin'. And then Miss Flamin says somethin' about what beautiful fried potatoes you could get there in the moon, and you could always get them, any time you wanted 'em. And the very next time she went to kissin' the dog so violently as not to notice us, my Josiah whispered to me and says, Did you have any day that was what the old man was a-doin'? I knew he was always a-settin' up there in the moon, but it never passed my mind that he was a-fryin' potatoes. But I says, Keep still, Josiah. It is a deep subject, a great undertakin', and it requires caution and deliberation. But he says, I hain't a-goin', Samantha. Nor I hain't a-goin' to let you go. It is dangerous. But I kinder nudged him, for she had the dog down on her lap, and was ready to resume conversation. And about that time we got to the entrance of the spring, and one of her relatives got down and opened the carriage door. I wondered Aegean that she didn't introduce us. But I didn't care if she didn't. I felt that I was just as good as they was, if they was so haughty. But Josiah wanted to make himself agreeable to M. He hankers after getting into high society. He took off his hat and bowed low to M. before he got out, and says he, "I am proud to know you, sir," and tried to shake hands with him. But the man rejected his overtures and looked perfectly wooden and uninterested. A big feelin', high-headed creetur. Josiah Allen is as good as he is any day. And I whispered to him and says, "Don't demean yourself by trying to force your company onto them any more." "Wall," he whispered back, "I do love to move in high circles." Says I, "Then I shouldn't think you would be so afraid of the undertaking ahead on us. If neighborin' with the old man in the moon, and eatin' supper with him, hain't movin' in high circles, then I don't know what is. But I don't want to go into anything dangerous," says he. But just then Miss Flam spoke to me, and I moved forward by her side and into a middlin' big room, and in the middle was a great sort of a well-like, with the water a-bubblin' up into a clear crystal globe, and a-sprayin' up out of it, in a slender misty sparklin' spray. It was a pretty sight. And we drinked a glass full of it apiece, and then we wandered out of the back doorway, and went down into the pretty, old-fashioned garden back of the house. Josiah and me and Miss Flam went. The dog and the two relatives didn't seem to want to go. The relatives sat up there straight as two sticks, one of 'em holding the dog, and they didn't even look round at us. "Felt too big to go with us," says Josiah bitterly, as we went down the steps. "They won't associate with me." "Wall, I wouldn't care if I was in your place, Josiah Allen," says I. "You are just as good as they be, and I know it. You couldn't make 'em think so, dumb 'em," says he. I like the looks of it down there. It seems sometimes as if happiness gets kinder homesick in the big dusty fashionable places, and so goes back to the wild, green wood, and kinder wanders off, and loafs round, amongst the pine trees, and cool sparklin' brooks and wild flowers and long shirnine grasses and slate stuns, and etc., etc. I don't believe she likes it half so well up in the big hotel gardens or courtin' yards, as she does down there. You see, it seems as if happiness would have to be more dressed up there, and girded down, and stiff actin', and on her good behavior, and afraid of actin' or lookin' unfashionable. But down here by the side of the quiet little brook, amongst the cool, green grasses, fur away from diamonds, and satins, and big words, and dogs, and parasols, and so many that are a-chasin' of her and a-follerin' of her up, it seemed more as if she loved to get away from it all, and get where she could take her crown off, lay down her scepter, unhook her corset, and put on a long loose gown, and lounge round and enjoy herself. Metaphor. We had a happy time there. We went over the little rustic bridges which would have been spilt in my eyes if they had been rounded off on the edges, or a mite of paint on 'em. Truly, I felt that I had seen enough of paint and gildin' to last me through a long life, and it did seem such a treat to me to see a board Aegean, just a plain rough basswood board, and some stuns a-lyin' in the road, and some deep tall grass that you had to sort a wade through. Miss Flam seemed to enjoy it some down there, though she spoke of the dog, which she had left up with her relatives. "Three big feelin' ones together," I whispered to Josiah. And he says, "Yes, that dog is a big feelin' little customer. And if I was a chipmunk he couldn't bark at me no more than he does." And I looked severe at Josiah and says I, "If you don't jine your syllables closer together you will see trouble, Josiah Allen. You'll find yourself swearin' before you know it." "Oh Shaw," says he, "customer hain't a swearin' word, ministers use it. I've heard 'em many a time." "Yes," says I, "but they don't draw it out as you did, Josiah Allen." "Oh, wall. Folks can't always speak up pert and quick when they are off on pleasure exertions and have been barked at as long as I have been. But now I've got a minute's chance," says he. "Let me tell you, Aegean, don't you make no arrangements to go to the moon. It is dangerous, and I won't go myself, nor let you go." "Let," says I to myself. That is rather of a gallant word to me. "Won't let me go," But then I thought Aegean, and thought how love and tenderness was addicted in the term, and I thought to myself, it has a good sound to me, I like the word. I love to hear him say he won't let me go. And truly to me it looked hazardous. But Miss Flam seemed ready to go on, and unwilling why I followed on after her footsteps. But I looked round and said, goodbye. In my heart, to the fine trees, and clear, brown waters of the brook, the grass, and the wild flowers, and the sweet peace that was over all. Goodbye, says I. If I don't see you, Aegean, you'll find some other lover that will appreciate you, though I am fur away. They didn't answer me back, none on 'em, but I felt that they understood me. The pines whispered something to each other, and the brook put its moist lips up to the pebbly shore and whispered something to the grasses that bent down to hear it. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was something friendly, I know, for I felt it speak right through the soft, summer sunshine into my heart. They couldn't exactly tell what they felt towards me, and I couldn't exactly tell what I felt towards them, yet we understood each other. Curry us, hain't it? Wall, we got into the carriage, Aegean, one of her relatives getting down to open the door. They knew what good manners is, I'll say that for 'em. And Miss Flam took her dog into her arms, seemin' glad to get hold of him, Aegean, and kissed it several times with a deep love and devotedness. She takes good care of that dog. And what makes it harder for her to handle him is, her dress is so tight, and her sleeves. I suppose that is why she can't breathe any better, and what makes her face and hands red, and kinder swelled up. She can't get her hands to her head to save her, and if an assassin should strike her, she couldn't raise her arm to ward off the blow if he killed her. I suppose it worries her. And she has to put her bonnet on just as quick as she gets her petticoats on, for she can't lift her arms to save her life after she gets her corsets on. She owned up to me once that it made her feel queer to be walking round her room with not much on, only her bonnet all trimmed off with high feathers and artificial flowers. But she said she was willing to do anything necessary, and she felt that she must have her waist taper, no matter what stood in the way on't. She loves the looks of a waist that tapers. That was all the fault she found with the Goddess of Liberty and Lightin' in the world in New York Harbor. We got to talking about it, and she said, if that Goddess only had corsets on, and sleeves that was skin tight, and her overskirt looped back over a bustle, it would be perfect. But I told her I liked her looks as well, Aegean, as she was. Why, says I, how could she lift her torch above her head? And how could she ever enlighten the world, if she was so held down by her corsets and sleeves that she couldn't wave her torch? She see in a minute that it couldn't be done. She owned up that she couldn't enlighten the world in that condition, but as far as looks went, it would be perfectly beautiful. But I don't think so at all. But, as I say, Miss Flam has a real hard time on't, all barred down as she is, and taking all the care of that dog day and night. She is just devoted to it. Why, just before we started, a little lame girl with a shabby dress, but a face angel sweet, came to the side of the carriage to sell some water lilies. Her face looked patient and wistful, and she just held out her flowers silently, and stood with her bare feet on the wet ground and her pretty eyes looking pitifully into our'n. She wanted to sell 'em awfully, I could see. And I should have bought the whole of 'em immediately, my feelin's was sec, but unfortunately I had left my portmoney in my other pocket, and Josiah said he had left his, maybe he had. But Miss Flam would have bought 'em in a minute, I knew. The child's face looked so mournful and appealin'. She would have bought 'em, but she was so engrossed by the dog, she was a-holdin' him up in front of her, admirin' and caressin' of him, so she never catched sight of the lame child. Nobody, not the best-natured creature in the world, can see through a dog when it is held close up to the eye, closer than anything else. Wall, we drove down to what they called Vichy Spring, and there on a pretty pond close to the spring house, we see a boat with a bicycle on it, and a boy a-ridin' it. The boat was rigged out to look like a swan with its wings a-comin' up each side of the boy. And down on the water, a-sailin' along closely and silently, was another swan, a shadow swan, a-follerin' it right along. It was a fair scene. And Josiah says to me, he should ride that boat before he left Saratoga. He said that was a undertaking that a man might be proud to accomplish. Says I, Josiah Allen, don't you do anything of the kind. I must, Samantha, says he. And then he got all animated about fixin' up a boat like it at home. Says he, don't you think it would be splendid to have one on the canal just beyond the orchard? And says he, mebbe, bein' on a farm, it would be more appropriate to have a big goose sculptured out on it, don't you think so? Says I, yes, it would be fur more appropriate, and a goose a-ridin' on it. But, says I, you will never go into that undertaking with my consent, Josiah Allen. Why, says he, it would be a beautiful recreation, so unique. But at that minute Miss Flam gin the order to turn round and start for the moon, or that is how I understood her, and I whispered to Josiah and says, she means to go in the buggy, for the land's sake. And Josiah says, wall, I hain't a goin' and you hain't. I won't let you go into anythin' so dangerous. She will probably drive into a balloon before long, and go up in that way, but just before she drives in, you and I will get out, Samantha, if we have to walk back. I never heard of anybody going up in a balloon with 2 horses and a buggy, says I. Wall, new things are happenin' all the time, Samantha. And I heard a feller a-talkin' about it yesterday. You know they are a-havin' the big political convention here, and he said, he was a real cute chap too, he said, if the wind wasted in that convention could be utilized by pipes going up out of the roof of that buildin' where it is held, he said, it would take a man up to the moon. I heerd him say it. And now, who knows but they have got it all fixed. There was dreadful windy speeches there this mornin'. I hearn 'em, and I'll bet that is her day, of bein' the first one to try it, she is so fashionable. But I hain't a-goin' up in no second way. No, says I. Nor I nuther. It would be fur from my wishes to be carried up to the skies on the wind of a political convention. Though, says I reasonably, I hain't a doubt that there was sights, and sights of it used there. But just at this minute Miss Flam got through talkin' with her relatives about the road, and settled down to cares in the dog Aegean, and Josiah hadn't time to remark any further, only to say, watch me, Samantha, and when I say jump, jump. And then we sot still but watchful. And Miss Flam kissed the dog several times and pressed him to her heart that throbbed full of such a boundless love for him. And he lifted his head and snapped at a fly, and barked at my companion with a renewed energy, and showed his intellect and delightful qualities in remarkable ways, that filled Miss Flam's soul deep with a proud joy in him. And then he went to sleep a-layin' down in her lap, a-mashin' down the delicate lace and embroidery and beads. He had been eating the beads. I see him gnaw off more than 2 dozen of 'em, and I called her attention to it, but she said, the dear little darlin' had to have some such recreation. And she let him go on with it, a-mowin' 'em down, as long as he seemed to have a appetite for 'em. And Aegean she called him. Angel. The day of a angel a-gnawin' off beads and a-yelpin'. And I asked her, and I couldn't help it, how her baby was that afternoon, and if she ever took it out to drive. And she said she didn't really know how it was this afternoon, it was very well in the mornin'. The nurse had it out somewhere, she didn't really know just where. And she said no, she didn't take it out with her at all, first she didn't feel equal to the care of it, in this hot weather. Miss Flam hain't very well, I could see that. The care of that dog is just a-killin' her, a-carryin' it round with her all the time daytimes, and a-bein' up with it so much nights. She said it had a dreadful chill the night before, and she had to get up to warm blankets to put round it. Its nerves was so weak, she said, and it was so sensitive that she could not trust it to a nurse. She has a hard time of it, there hain't a doubt of it. Wall, it was anon, or just about anon, that Miss Flam turned to me and says, Moons is one of the pleasantest places on the lake. I want you to see it, folks drive out there a sight from Saratoga. And then I looked at Josiah, and Josiah looked at me, and peace and happiness settled down Aegean onto our hearts. Wall, we got there considerably before anon, and we found that Moons instead of bein' up in another planet was a big, long sort o' low buildin' settled right down onto this old earth, with an immense piazza stretchin' along the side on't. And Miss Flam and Josiah and me disembarked from the carriage right onto the end of it. But the dog and her relatives stayed back in the buggy, and Josiah spoke bitterly to me Aegean but low. They think it would hurt 'em to associate with me a little, dumb 'em, but I am just as good as they be any day of the week, if I hain't dressed up so fancy. That's so, says I, whisperin' back to him. And don't let it worry you a mite. Don't try to act like Haman, says I. You are havin' lots of the good things of this world, and are goin' to have some fried potatoes. Don't let them 2 Mordecais at the gate poison all your happiness, or you may get come up with just as Haman was. I'd love to hang 'em, says he, as high as Haman's gallows would let 'em hang. Why, says I, they hain't injured you in any way. They seem to eat like perfect gentlemen. A little too exclusive and aristocratic, mebbe, but they hain't done nothin' to you. No, says he, that is the stick on it. Here we be, 3 men with a lot of them men. And they can't associate with me as man with man, but set off by themselves too dumb proud to say a word to me, that is the dumb of it. But at this very minute, before I could rebuke him for his fearful profanity, Miss Flam motioned to us to come and take a seat round a little table, and consequently we sat. It was a long broad piazza with sights and sights of folks on it a settin' round little tables like our'n, and all a lookin' happy, and a login, and a talkin' and a drinkin' different drinks, secas lemonade, etc., and eatin' fried potatoes and sec. And out in the road by which we had come, was sights and sights of vehicles and conveyances of all kinds from big tally-ho coaches with 4 horses on 'em, down to a little 2-wheeled buggy. The road was full on 'em. In front of us, down at the bottom of a steep though beautiful hill, lay stretched out the clear blue waters of the lake. Smooth and tranquil it looked in the light of that pleasant afternoon, and fur off, over the churning waves, lay the island. And white-sailed boats was a-sailin' slowly by, and the shadow of their white sails lay down in the water a-floatin' on by the side of the boats, lookin' some like the wings of that white dove that used to watch over Lake Saratoga. And as I looked down on the peaceful scene, the feelin's I had down in the wildwood, back of the Gizzard Spring come back to me. The waves rolled in softly from fur off, bringin' a greetin' to me unbeknown to anybody, unbeknown to me. It come into my heart unbidden, unsought, from afar. Where did it come from, that news of lands more beautiful than any that lay round Mr. Moon's, yes, beautiful as it was? Echoes of music sweeter fur than was a-soundin' from the band down by the shore, music heard by some finer sense than heard that, heavenly sweet, heavenly sad, throbbin' through the remoteness of that country, through the nearness of it, and fillin' my eyes with tears. Not sad tears, not happy ones, but tears that come only to them that shut their eyes and behold the country, and love it. The waves softly lappin' the shore brought a message to me, my soul hearn it. Who sent it? And where, and when, and why? Not a trace of these emotions could be read on my countenance, as I sat there calmly a-eatin' fried potatoes. And they did go beyond anything I ever see in the line of potatoes, and I thought I could fry potatoes with any one. Yes, such was my feelin's when I sought out for Mr. Moon's, yes. But I went back a-thinkin' that potatoes had never been fried by me. Sec is the power of a grand achievement over an inferior one, and so easy is the sails taken down out of the swellin' barge of egotism. No, them potatoes you could carry in your pocket for weeks right by the side of the finest lace, and the lace would be improved by the purity of 'em. Fried potatoes in that condition, you could eat 'em with the lightest silk gloves one, and the tips of the fingers would be improved by 'em. Fried potatoes, just think on't. Wall, we had some lemonade too, and if you'll believe it, I don't s'pose you will, but it is the truth, there was straws in them glasses too. But you may as well believe it, for I tell the truth at all times, and if I was a-goin' to lie, I wouldn't lie about lemons. And then I've always noticed it, that if things get to happenin' to you, lots of things just like it will happen. That made twice in 1 week or so, that I had found straws in my tumbler. But then I have had company 3 days a-runnin', rainy days too sometimes. It hain't nothin' to wonder at too much. Anyway, it is the truth. Wall, we drinked our lemonade, I quietly talking out the straws and droppin' 'em on the floor at my side in a quiet ladylike manner, and Josiah, a-bein' wunket by me, doin' the same thing. And anon, our carriage drove up to the end of the piazza again, and we sot sail homewards. And the dog barked at Josiah almost every step of the way back, and when we got to our boardin' place, Miss Flam shook hands with us both, and her relatives never took a mite of notice of us, further than to jump down and open the carriage door for us as we got out. They are genteel in their manners, and Josiah had to admit that they was, much as his feelings was hurt by their haughtiness towards him. And then the dog, and Miss Flam and Miss Flam's relatives drove off. Chapter 11. Visit to the Indian Encampment. It was a fair sunshiny morning, and it does seem to me that the fairness of a Saratoga morning seems fairer, and the sunshine more sunshiny than it does anywhere else, that Josiah and Ardelia and me set sail for the Indian encampment, which was encamped on a little rise of ground to the eastward of where we was. Ardelia was to come to our boarding place at 9:30 a.m. forenoon, and we was to set out together from there. And punctual to the very half-minute I was down on the piazza, with my mantle hung over my arm and my umbrella in my left hand. Josiah Allen was on the right side on me. And as Ardelia hadn't come yet, we sat down in a middlin' quiet part of the piazza, and waited for her. And as we sat there, I says to Josiah, as I looked out on the fair pleasant morning and the fair pleasant faces environin' of us round, says I, Saratoga is a good-natured place, hain't it, Josiah? And he said, I mistrust his corns ached worse than common, or somethin', he said, he didn't see as it was any better natured than Jonesville or Loontown. And I says, Yes it is, Josiah Allen. Says I, folks are happier here and more generous. The rich ones seem inclined to help them that need help to a little comfort and happiness. Just as I have always said, Josiah Allen. When folks are happy, they are more inclined to do good. Oh pshaw, says Josiah. That never made no difference with me. What didn't? Says I. I'm always good, says he, and he snapped out the words real snappish and loud. And I says mildly, Wall, you needn't bring the rough down to prove your goodness. And he went on, I don't see as they are so pesky good here. I hain't seen nothin' of it. Wall, says I, when I look over Yaddo and Hilton Park, it makes me reconciled, Josiah, to have men get rich. It makes me willin', Josiah. And he says, cross, he guessed men would get rich whether I was willin' or not. He guessed they wouldn't ask me. Wall, you needn't snap my head off, Josiah Allen, says I, because I love to see folks use their wealth to make pleasant places for poor folks to wander round in, and forget their own narrow rocky roads for a spell. It is a noble thing to do, Josiah Allen. They might have built high walls round them if they had been a mind to, and locked the gates and shed out all the poor and tired out ones, but they didn't, and I am highly tickled at the thought on't, Josiah Allen. Wall, I don't shed up our sugar lot, do I? And I have never heard you say one word a praisin' me up for that. That is far different, Josiah Allen, says I. There is nothin' there that can get hurt, only stumps. And you have never laid out a cent of money on it. And they have spent thousands and thousands of dollars, and the poorest little child in Saratoga, if it has beauty-lovin' eyes, can go in and enjoy these places just as much as the owners can. And it is a sweet thought to me, Josiah Allen. Oh, Wall, says he, you have probable said enough about it. Now I never care for the last word, some them men do, but I never do. But still I wasn't going to be shed right eff from talking about these places, and I intimated as much to him, and he said, Dum it all! I could talk about 'em all day, if I wanted to, and about Demorris Woods too. Wall, says I, that is another place, Josiah Allen, that is a likely well-meanin' spot. Midland curious to look at, says I, reasonably. It makes one's head feel sorta strange to see them criss-cross, curious poles, and floors up in trees, and ladders, and tetterin' boards, and springs, etc., 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 but it is a well-meanin' spot, Josiah Allen. And it highly tickled me to think that the little fresh air children was brung up there by the owner of the woods and the poor little creeturs, out of their dingy dirty homes, and filthy air, wandered round for one happy day in the green woods, in the fresh air and sunshine. That was a likely thing to do, Josiah Allen, and it raises a man more in my estimation when he's doin' sec things as that, than to set up in a political high chair, and have a lot of dirty hands clapped, and Barry breaths a chairin' him on up the political arena. Oh, Wall, says Josiah, the doin's in them woods is enough to make anybody a dumb lunatic. The craziest lookin' lot of stuff I ever set eyes on. Wall, anyway, says I. It is a good crazy, if it is, and a well-meanin' one. Oh, how cross Josiah Allen did look as he heard me say these words. That man can't bear to hear me say one word a praisin' up another man, and it grows on him. But good land, I am a-going to speak out my mind as long as my breath is spared. And I said quite a number of words more about the deep enjoyment it gin me to see these broad pleasure grounds free for all, rich and poor, bond and free, humbly and handsome, etc., etc. And I spoke about the charitable houses, St. Christiana's home, and the home for old female men, and mentioned the fact in warm tones of how a good, noble-hearted woman had started that charity in the first on't. And Josiah, while I was talking about these men, became meek as a lamb. They seemed to quiet him. He looked real mollified by the time Ardelia got there, which was anon. And then we sought sail for the encampment. The encampment is encamped on one end of a big, square, wild-looking lot right back of one of the biggest tarvins in Saratoga. It is just as wild-looking and appearin' a field as there is in the outskirts of Loontown or Jonesville. Why, Uncle Grant Hosselton's stunny pasture don't look no more sort of broke up and rural than that does. I wondered some why they had it there, and then I thought mebbe they kept it to remember Nater by, old Nater herself, that runs a pretty small chance to be thought on in such a place as this. You know there is so much ornament and gildin' and art in the landscape and folks, that mebbe they might forget the great mother of us all, that is, right in the thickest of the crowd they might, but they have only to take these few steps, and they will see Ma Nater with her everyday dress on, not fixed up a mite. And I s'pose she looks good to 'em. I myself think that Mother Nater might smooth herself out a little there with no hurt to herself or her children. I don't believe in Ma's going round with their dresses unhooked, and slipshod, and their hair all stragglin' out of their combs. I say this in metaphor. I don't s'pose Ma Nater ever wore a back comb or had hooks and eyes on her gown. I say it for oratory, and would wish to be took in a oratorious way. And I don't say right out that the reason I have named is the one why they keep that place a-lookin' so like fury, I said, mebbe. But I will say this, that it is a wild-lookin' spot, and humbly. Wall, on the upper end on't, standin' up on the top of a sort of a hill, the Indian encampment is encamped. There is a whole row of little stores, and there is swings, and public diversions of different kinds, croquet grounds, etc., etc., etc. Wall, Ardelia stopped at one of these stores kept by a Injun, not a West, but a East one, and began to price some wooden bracelets, and try 'em on, and Josiah and me wandered on. And anon, we came to a tent with some good verses of scripture on it, good solid Bible it was, and so I see it was a good creeter in there anyway. And I asked a bystander a-standin' by, who was in there, and why, and when? And he said it was a fortune-teller who would look in the palm of my hand, and tell me all my fortune that was a-passin' by. And I said I guessed I would go in, for I would love to know how the children was that mornin', and whether the baby had got over her cold. I hadn't heerd from 'em in over 2 days. Josiah kinder hung round outside though he was willin' to have me go in. He just worships the children and the baby. And he sees the text from Job on it, with his own eyes. So I bid him a affectionate farewell, and we see the woman a-lookin' out of the tent and witnessin' on't. But I didn't care. If a pair of companions and a pair of grandparents can't act affectionate, who can? And the world and the social science meetin' might try in vain to bring up any reason why they shouldn't. So I went in, with my mind all took up with the grandchildren. But the first word she says to me was, as she looked close at the palm of my hand, "Keep up good spirits, Mom, you will get him in spite of all opposition." "Get who?" says I. "And what?" "A man you want to marry. A small bald-headed man, a amiable-lookin', slender man. His heart is sot on you. And all the efforts of the light-complected woman in the blue hat will be in vain to break it up. Keep up good courage, you will marry him in spite of all," says she, porin' over my palm and studyin' it as if it was a geography. "For the land's sake," says I, bein' fairly stunted with the ideas she promulgated. "Yes, you will marry him, and be happy. But you have had a sickness in the past, and your line of happiness has been broken once or twice," says I. "I should think as much. Let a woman live with a man, the best man in the world, for 20 years, and if her line of happiness hain't broke more than once or twice, why it speaks well for the line, that is all. It is a good, strong line. Then you have been married? Says she. Yes, Mom, says I. Oh, I see, down in the corner of your hand is a coffin, you are a widow, you have seen trouble. But you will be happy. The mild, bald gentleman will make you happy. He will lead you to the altar in spite of the light-complected woman with the blue bat on. Ardelia Tutt had on a blue hat, the day. But I let her go on. Thinks as I have paid my money and now it stands me in hand to get the worth on't. So she comforted me up with the hope of gettin' my Josiah for quite a spell. Gettin' my pardner. Gettin' the father of my children, and the grandparent of my grandchildren. Just think on't, will you? But then she branched off and told me things that was truly wonderful. Where and how she got 'em was and is a mystery to me. True things and strange. Why it seemed same as if them tall pines, that was a whisperin' together over the encampment was a peerin' over into my past, and a whisperin' it down to her. Or, in some way or other, the truth was a bein' filtered down to her comprehension through some avenue beyond our sense or sight. It is a curious thing, so I think, and so Josiah thinks. We talked it over after I came out, and we was a wanderin' on about the encampment. I told him some of the wonderful things she had told me and he didn't believe it. For, says he, I'll be hanged if I can understand and I won't believe anything that I can't understand. And I pointed with the top of my umbrella at a weed growin' by the side of the road, and says I, when you tell me jest how that weed draws out of the background just the ingredients she needs to make her blue foretop, and her green gown, then I'll tell you all about this secret that nater holds back from us a spell, but will reveal to us when the time comes. Oh Shaw, says Josiah, I guess I know all about a Jimson weed. Why they grow, that is all there is about them. They grow dumb. I guess if you broke your back as many times as I have a pullin' 'em up, yon would know all about 'em. Dumb they're dumb picters, says he, a scowlin' at 'em. It was the same kind of weed that growed in our onion beds. I recognized it. Them and white daisies, our garden was overrun by 'em both. But I says, can you tell how the little seed of this weed goes down into the earth and selects just what she wants out of the great storehouse below? She never comes out in a pink headdress or a yellow gown. No, she always selects what will make the blue. It shows that it has life, intelligence, or else it couldn't think, way down under the ground, and grope in the dark, but always groping just right, always a thinkin' the right thing, never in the hundreds and thousands of years makin' a mistake. Why, you couldn't do it, Josiah Allen, nor I couldn't. And we set and see these silent mysteries a-goin' on right at our doorstep day by day, and year by year, and think nothin' of it, because it is so common. But if anything else, some new law, some new wonder we don't understand comes in our way, we are ready to reject it and say it is a lie. But you know, Josiah Allen, says I, just ready to go on eloquent. But I was interrupted just here by my companion hollerin' up in a loud voice to a boy. Here! You stop that, you young scamp! Don't you let me see you a-doin' that agin! Says I. What is it, Josiah Allen? Why look at them young imps, a-throwin' sticks at that feeble old woman, over there. I looked, and my own heart was rousted up with indignation. I stood where I couldn't see her face, but I see she was old, feeble, and bent, a withered poor old creetur, and they had marked up over her name, Aunt Sally. I too was burnin' indignant to see a lot of young creeturs a-throwin' sticks at her, and I cried out loud, "D'ye let Sarah be?" They turned round and laughed in our faces, and I went on. I'd be ashamed of myself if I was in your places to be a-throwin' sticks at that feeble old woman. Why don't you spend your strengths a-tryin' to do somethin' for her? Get her a home, and somethin' to eat, and a better dress. Before I'd do what you are a-doin' now, I'd grovel in the dust. Why, if you was my boys I'd give you as good a spankin' as you ever had. But they just laughed at us, the impudent greeters. And one of the boys at that minute took up a stick and threw it, and hit Sarah right on her poor old head. Says Josiah, "Don't you hit Sarah agin." Says the boys, "We will." And two of 'em hit her at one time. And one of 'em knocked the pipe right out of her mouth. She was a-smokin', poor old creetur. I suppose that was all the comfort she took. But did them little imps care? They knocked her as if they hated the sight of her. And my Josiah, I was proud of that man, just advanced unto him, and took him one in each hand, and gin em such a shakin', that I most expected to see their bones drop out, and says he between each shake, "Will you let Sarah alone now?" I was proud of my Josiah, but fearful of the effect of so much violence onto his constitution, and also onto the boys' frames. And I advanced onto the scene of carnage, and besought him to be calm. Says he, "I won't be calm," says he. "I hain't the man, Samantha, to stand by and see one of your sect throwed at, as I have seen Sarah throwed at, without avengin' of it." And agin he shook them boys with a vehemence. The pennies and marbles in their pockets rattled, and their bones seemed ready to part asunder. I was proud of that noble man, my pardner. But still I knew that if their bones was shattered my pardner would be avenged upon by incensed parents. And I says, "I'd let 'em go now, Josiah. I don't believe they'll ever harm Sarah agin," says I. "Boys, you won't, will you ever strike a poor feeble old woman agin, says I. "Promise me, boys, not to hurt Sarah." I don't know what the effect of my words would have been, but a man came up just then and explained to me that Aunt Sally was a image that they throwed at for 1 cent apiece to see if they could break her pipe. I see how it was, and cooled right down, and so did Josiah. And he ginned the boys 5 cents apiece, and quiet reigned down on the encampment. But I says to the man, "I don't like the idea of havin' my sect throwed at from day to day, and week to week," says I. "Why didn't you have a man fixed up to throw at? Why didn't you have a Uncle Sam?" says I. "I don't over and above like it. It seems to be a sort of a slight onto my sect," says the man, winking kinda sly at Josiah. "It won't do to make fun of men. Men have the power in their hands and would resent it mebbe. Uncle Sam can't be used just like Aunt Sally," says I. "That hain't the right spirit. There hain't nothin' over and above noble in that, and manly." I was kinder rousted up about it, and so was Josiah. And that is I suppose the reason of his bein' so violent. At the next place of recreation we halted at Josiah see the picture of the mermaid, that beautiful female, set in on the rock and combin' her long golden hair. And he proposed that we should go in and see it. Says I, "It costs 10 cents apiece, Josiah Allen. Think of the cost before it is too late," says I. "Your expenditure of money today has been unusual," says I. "The sum of 10 cents has just been raised by you for noble principles, and I honor you for it. But still the money has gone," says I. "Do you feel able to incur the entire expense?" Says he, "All my life, Samantha, I have just hankered after seein' a mermaid. Them beautiful creeters, a set in and combin' their long golden tresses. I feel that I must see it. I fairly long to see one of them beautiful, lovely bein's before I die." "Wall," says I, "if you feel like that, Josiah Allen, it is not fur from me to balk you in your search for beauty. I too admire loveliness, Josiah Allen, and seek after it. And says I will faithfully follow at your side, and together we will bask in the rays of beauty, together will we be lifted up and inspired by the immortal spirit of loveliness." So paying our 30 cents we advanced up the steps, I expectin' soon to be made happy, and Josiah held up by the expectation of soon havin' his eyes blessed by that vision of enchantin' beauty he had so long dreamt of. He advanced onto the pen first, and before I even glanced down into the deep, whereas I supposed she sat on a rock a combin' out her long golden hair, a singin' her lurin and enchanted song, to distant mariners she had known, and to the one who was a showin' of her off. Before I had time to even glance at her, the maid, I was dumbfounded and stood aghast at the mighty change that came over my pardner's lineament. He towered up in grandeur and in wrath before me. He seemed almost like a offended male fowl when ravening hawks are on errand of it beyond its strength to endure. I don't like that metaphor. I don't love to compare my pardner to any fowl, wild or tame, but my frenzied haste to describe the fearful scene must be my excuse, and also my agitation in recalling of it. He towered up, he fluttered so to speak majestically, and he says in loud wild accents that must have struck terror to the soul of that mariner, "Where is the hair comb?" And then he shook his fist in the face of that mariner, and cries out once again, "Where is them long golden tresses? Bring 'em on this instant. Fetch on that hair comb, in a minute's time, or I'll prosecute you, and sue you, and take the law to you." The mariner quailed before him, and says I, "My dear partner, be calm! Be calm!" "I won't be calm," says I mildly but firmly. "You must, Josiah Allen, you must! Or you will break open your own chest. You must be calm." "And I tell you I won't be calm. And I tell you," says he, attending to that distracted mariner again, "I tell you to bring on that comb and that long hair this instant. Do you s'pose I'm going to pay out my money to see that rack a bone that I wouldn't have a layin' out in my barnyard for fear of sarin' the dumb seercrows out in the lot? Do you s'pose I'm going to pay out my money for seein' that dried up mummy of the humbliest thing ever made on earth, the dumbest, humbliest, with 2 or 3 horse hairs pasted onto its yellow old shell? Do you s'pose I'm going to be cheated by seein' that, into thinkin' it is a beautiful creetur a playin' and combin' her hair? Bring on that beautiful creetur a combin' out her long, golden hair this instant, and bring out the comb, and I'll give you 5 minutes to do it in." He was hoarse with emotion, and he was pale round his lips as anything, and Lay's eyes under his forward looked glassy. I was fearful of the result. Thinks as I will look and see what has wrecked my partner's happiness, and almost reason. I looked in, and I see plain that his agitation was nothing to be wondered at. It did truly seem to be the humbliest, frightfulest looking little thing that was ever made by a benignant providence, or a taxidermist. I couldn't tell which made it. I see it all, but I see also, so firm, sot is my reason onto its high throne on my heart, I see that to preserve my partner's sanity, I must control my reason at the sight that had tottered my partner's. I turned to him, and tried to calm the sea-thin waters, but he loudly called for the comb, and for the tresses, and the looking-glass, and a skin in a wild sarcastic way where the song was that she sung to mariners, and hollerin' for him to bring on that rock at that minute, and them mariners, and ordered him to set her to singin' "The Day" of that little skeleton with her skinny lips drawed back from her shining fish teeth, a singin' "The Day on't." But truly, he was distracted and knew not what he did. The mariner in charge looked distracted, and the bystanders a standin' by was amazed and horrified by the spectacle of his actin' and behavin'. And I knew not how I should terminate the scene, and withdraw him away from where he was. But in my detraction and agony of soul, I bethought me of one means of quietin' him, and as it were terrifyin' him into silence, and be the means of gettin' on him to leave the scene. I began to Ardelia to come forward, and I says in a whisper to her, "Take out your pencil and a piece of paper and stand up in front of him and go to writin' some of your poetry." And then I says agin in tender agents, "Be calm, Josiah. And I tell you that I won't be calm. And I tell you," a shaking his fist at that pale mariner, "I tell you to bring out." At that very minute he turned his eyes onto Ardelia, who stood with a kind of a faraway look in her eyes in front of him with the paper in her hand, and says he to me, "What is she doin'?" "She is composin' some poetry onto you, Josiah Allen," says I, in tremblin' accents, for I felt that if that scheme failed, I was undone, for I knew I had no ingredients there to get him a extra good meal. No, I felt that my tried and true weapon was for away, and this was my last hope. But as I thought these thoughts with almost a heat-lightnin' rapidity, I see a change in his lineament. It did not look so thick and dark, it began to look more natural and clear. And says he in the same old way I have heard him say it so many times, "Dum it all! What does she want to write poetry on me for? It is time to go home." And so sayin', he almost tore us from the scene. I gin Ardelia that night 2 yards of lute-string ribbon, a light pink, and didn't begrudge it. But I have never dast, not in his most placid and serene moments I have never dast, to say the word mermaid to him. Truly there is something that the boldest female partner dasn't do. Mermaids is one of the things I don't dast to bring up. No, forbe it from me to say, mermaid. To Josiah Allen. Chapter 12. A drive to Saratoga Lake. Josiah and me took a short drive this afternoon, he hirin' a buggy for the occasion. He called it goin' in his own convenience. And I didn't say nothin' against his callin' it so. I didn't break it up for this reason. Think, says I, it is a convenience for us to ride in it, for us two tried and true souls to get off for a minute by ourselves. Wall, Josiah was dreadful good behaved this afternoon. He helped me in a good deal politer than usual and tucked the bright laprobe almost tenderly round my form. Men do have sex spells. They are dreadful good actin' at times. Why they act better and more subdueder and mellower at some times than at others is a deep subject which we mortals cannot as yet fully understand. Also vice versa, they're cross, up-headed at times, overbearin' and actin'. It is a deep subject and one freighted with a great deal of freight. But Josiah's goodness on this afternoon almost reached the scriptural, and he says, when we first sot out, and I see that the horse's head was turned towards the lake. Says he, I guess we'll go to the lake, but where do you want to go, Samantha? I will go anywhere you want to go. And he still drove almost recklessly on lakewards. And says he, we had better go straight on, but say the word, and you can go just where you want to. And he urged the horse on to still greater speed. And he says agin, do you want to go any particular place, Samantha? Yes, says I. I had just as leaves go there as not. Wall, I knew there would be where you would want to go. And he drove on at a good jog. But no better jog than we had been a-goin' on. Wall, the weather was delightful. It was soft and balmy. And my feelin's toward my partner, owin' to his liment, was soft and balmy as the air. And so we moved onwards, past the home of one who was true to his country, when all round him was false, who governed his state wisely and well, held the lines firm, when she was balky, and would have been glad to take the lines in her teeth and run away unto ruin, past the big grand house of him who carried a piece of our American justice way off into Egypt and carried it firm and square too right there in the dark. I suppose it is dark. I have always heard about its bein' as dark as Egypt. Wall, anyway he is a good-lookin' man. They both on Mr. and Josiah admitted it after some words. Wall anon, or perhaps a little after, we came to where we could see the face of beautiful Saratoga Lake, layin' a-smilin' up into the skies. A little white cloud was a-restin' up on the top of the tree-covered mountain that riz up on one side of the lake, and I felt that it might be the shadow form of the sacred dove Saros a-broodin' down over the waters she loved. That she loved still, though another race was a-bathin' their weary forwards in the tide. And I wondered as I looked down on it, whether the great heart of the water was constant, if it ever heaved up into deep seas a-thinkin' of the one who had passed away, of them who once rested lightly on her bosom, bathed their dark forwards and read the meaning of the heavens, in the moon and stars reflected there. I don't know as she remembered 'em, and Josiah don't. But I know as we stood there, a-lookin' down on her, the lake seemed to give a sort of a sith and a shiver kinda run over her, not a cold shiver exactly, but a sort of a shirning, glorified shiver. I see it a-comin' from way out on the lake, and it swept and sorta shivered on clean to the shore and melted away there at our feet. Mebbe it was a sort o' sith, and mebbe agin it wasn't. I guess it felt that it was all right, that a fairer race had brought fairer customs and habits of thoughts, and the change was not a bad one. I guess she looked forward to the time when a still grander race should look down into her shirning face, a race of free men, and free women, sons and daughters of God, who should hold their birthright so grandly and nobly that they will look back upon the people of today, as we look back upon the dark sons and daughters of the forest, in pity and dolor. I guess she thought it was all right. Anyway, she acted as if she did. She looked real sort o' serene and calm as we left her, and sort o' prophetic too, and glowin'. Wall, we went by a long first-rate lookin' sort of a tarvin, I guess. It was a kind of a dark red color, and dreadfully flowered off and wood redwood. And there we see standin' near the house, a great big round sort of a buildin', and my Josiah says, there! That is a buildin' I like the looks on. That is a barn I like, built perfectly round. That is somethin' unique. I'll have a barn like that if I live. I fairly love that barn. And he stopped the horse stunned still to look at it. And I says in sort o' cool tones, not entirely cold, but coolish, what under the sun do you want with a round barn? And you don't need another one. Wall, I don't exactly need it, Samantha, but it would be a comfort to me to own one. I should dearly love a round barn. And he went on pensively. I wonder how much it would cost. I wouldn't have it quite so big as this is. I'd have it for a horse barn, Samantha. It would look so fashionable and genteel. Think what it would be, Samantha, to keep our old mare in a round barn. Why, the mare would renew her age. She wouldn't pay no attention to it, says I. She knows too much. And I added in cooler, more dignified tones, but dreadful meaning ones. The old mare, Josiah Allen, don't run after every new fancy she hears on. She don't try to be fashionable, and she hain't high-headed except, says I reasonably, when you check her up too much. Wall, says he, I am bound to make some inquiries. Hello? Says he to a bystander a-comin' by. Have you any idea what such a barn as that would cost? A little smaller one, I don't need so big a one. How many feet of lumber do you suppose it would take for it? I ask you, says he, as between man and man. I nudged him there, for as I have said, I didn't believe then, and I don't believe now, that he or any other man ever knew or mistrusted what they meant by that term. As between man and man. I think it sounds kind o' flat, and I always oppose Josiah's usin' it. He loves it. Wall, the man broke out a logan and says he, that hain't a barn, that is a tree. A tree, says I, a sort o' cranin' my neck forward in deep amaze. And what exclamation Josiah Allen made, I will not be coaxed into revealin'. No, it is better not. But suffice it to say that after a long explanation my companion at last gin in that the man was a-tellin' the truth, and it was the lower part of a tree trunk, that growed once near the Yosemite Valley of California. Good land! Good land! Josiah drove on quick after the man explained it. He felt machin', but I didn't notice his lineament so much. I was so deep in thought, and a-wonderin' about it, a-wonderin' how the old tree felt with her feet a-restin' here on strange soil, her withered, dry old feet a-standin' here, as if just ready to walk away restless-like and feverish, a-wantin' to get back by the Russian river that used to bathe them feet in the spring overflow of the pure cold mountain water. It seemed to me she felt she was a alien, as if she missed her strong, sturdy, grand old body, her lofty head that used to peer up over the mountains, and as if some day she was a-goin' to set off a-walkin' back, a-tryin' to find 'em. I thought of how it had towered up, how the sun had kissed its branches, how the birds had sung and built their nests against her green heart, hovered in her great, outstretched arms. The birds of a century, the birds of 1,000 years. How the storms had beat upon her, the first autumn rains of 1,000 years, the first snowflakes that had wavered down in a slanting line and touched the tips of her outstretched fingers, and then had drifted about her till her heart was almost frozen, and she would clap her cold hands together to warm 'em, and wail out a dreadful moaning sound of desolation and pain. But the first warm rain drops of spring would come, the sunshine warmed her, she swung out her grand arms in triumph again, and joined the majestic psalm of victory, and rejoicing with all her grand sisterhood of psalmists. The stars looked down on her, the sun lit her lofty forward, the suns and stars of 1,000 years. Strange animals, that maybe we don't know anything about now, roamed about her feet, birds of a different plumage and songs sung to her, maybe. Strange faces of men and women looked up to her. What faces had looked up to her in sorrow and in joy? I'd gin a good deal to know. I'd have loved to see them strange faces touched with strange pains and hopes. Tribulations and joys of 1,000 years ago. What sort of tribulations was they, and what sort of joys? Something human, something that we hold in common, no doubt. The same pain that pained Eve as she walked down out of Eden, the same joy that Adam enjoyed while they and the garden was prosperous, was in their faces most probable, whether their forwards was pint or broad, their faces black, copper-colored or white. And the changes of 1,000 years, all these the old tree had seen, and I respected her dry, dusty old feet and was sorry for 'em. And I reveried on the subject more'n half the way home, and couldn't help it. Anyway, my reverie lasted till just before we got to the big gate of the race course. And right there, right in front of them big ornamental doors, we see Miss G. Washington Flam, with about 1,000 other carriages and wagons and tally-hoes and etc., and etc. Josiah thinks there was 1,000,000 teams, but I don't. I am medium. There was probable over 1,000 right there in the road. Miss Flam recognized us and asked us if we didn't want to go in. Wall, Josiah was agreeable to the idea and said so. And then she said something to the man that tended to the gate, probably something in our praise, and handed him something. It might have been a 10-cent piece, for all I know. But anyway, he was dreadful polite to us, and let us through. And my land! If it was the sight to behold! Of all the big roomy places I ever see, all filled with vehicles of all shapes and sizes and folks on foot and big high platforms, all filled with men and men and children. And Josiah says to me, I thought the whole dumb world was there outside in the road, and here there is 10 times as many in here. And I says, Yes, Josiah, be careful and not lose me, for I feel like a needle in a haymow. He looked down on me and sorta smiled. I suppose it was because I compared myself to a needle, and he says, A cambric needle, or a darny needle? And I says, I wouldn't laugh in such a time as this, Josiah Allen, says I. Do just look over there on the race course. And it was a thrilling scene. It was a place big enough for all the horses of our land to run round in, and from Pharaoh's horses down to them of the present time. And beautiful broad smooth roads cut in the green velvet of the grass, and horses going round just like lightnin', with little light buggies hitched to 'em, some like the quiver on sheet lightnin', only different shape, and then a drivin' 'em. And then there was a broad beautiful race course with little clusters of trees and bushes, every little while right in the road, and if you'll believe it, I don't suppose you will, but it is the livin' truth, when them horses, goin' jest like a flash of light, with little boys all dressed in gay colors a-ridin' 'em, when them horses came to them trees instead of goin' round 'em, or pushin' in between 'em, or goin' back agin, they jumped right over 'em. I don't suppose this will be believed by lots of folks in Jonesville and Loontown, but it is the truth, for I see it with both my eyes. Josiah is right up in the buggy and cheered just as the rest of 'em did, entirely unbeknown to himself, so he said, to see it a-goin' on. Why, he got nearly rampant with excitement. And so did I, though I wouldn't want it known by Tirzah Ann's husband's folks and others in Jonesville. They call it steeple chasin', so if they should hear on't, it wouldn't sound so very wicked anyway. I should probably tell 'em if they said too much, that it was a pity if folks couldn't get interested in a steeple and chase it up. But between you and me I didn't see no sign of a steeple, nor meetin' house nor nothin'. I suppose they gin it that name to make it seem more righter to professors. I know it was a great comfort to me. But I don't think they chased a steeple, and Josiah don't, for we think we should have seen it if they had. Wall, as I say, we was both dreadfully interested, excited, and wrought up, I suppose I ought to say, when a chap accosted me and says to me something about buyin' a pool. And I shook my head and says, No, I don't want to buy no pool. But he kept on a-talkin' and a-urgin' and says, Won't you buy a French pool, Mom? You can make lots of money out of it. A pool, says I in dignified accents, and some stern, for I was weary with his importunities. What do I want a pool for? Don't you suppose there's any pools in Jonesville, and I never thought nothin' on 'em. I always preferred runnin' water. But if I was a-goin' to buy one, what under the sun do you suppose I would buy one way off here for, hundreds of miles from Jonesville? I might possibly, says I, not wantin' to hurt his feelin's, and tryin' to think of some use I could put it tot. Might if you had a good small American pool, that was a-sellin' cheap, and I could have it set right in our backyard, close to the horse barn, why I might possibly try to make a dicker with you for it. I might use it for raisin' ducks and geese, though I'd rather have a runnin' stream then. But how under the sun you think I could take a pool home on a tower, how I could pack it, or transport it, or drive it home is a mystery to me. Again he says mechanically, Lots of them men do get 'em. Wall, some them men, says I mildly, for I see he was a-lookin' at me perfect dumbfounded. I see I was fairly stuntin' him with my eloquence. Some them men will buy anything if it has a French name to it. But I prefer my own country, land or water. And some them men, says I, will buy anything if they can get it cheap, things they don't need, and would be better off without, from a elephant down to a magnificent nothing to call husband. They'll buy any worthless and troublesome thing just to get 'em to goin'. Now such vim men would just jump at that pool. But that hain't my way. No, I don't want to purchase your pool, says he. You are mistaken, Mom. No, I hain't, says I firmly and with decision. No, I hain't. I don't need no pool. It wouldn't do me no good to keep it on my hands, and I hain't no notion of settin' up in the pool or pond business, at my age. And then, says I reasonably, the canal runs just down below our orchard, and if we run short, we could get all the water we wanted from there. And we have got 2 good cisterns and a well on the place, says he. What I mean is bettin' on a horse. Do you want to bet on which horse will go the fastest, the black one or the bay one? No, says I. I don't want to bet. But he kept on urgin' me, and thinkin' I had disappointed him in sellin' a pool, or rather pond, I thought it wouldn't hurt me to kinder gin into him in this, so I says mildly, bettin' is somethin' I don't believe in, but seein' I have disappointed you in sellin' your water power, I don't know as it would be wicked to humor you in this and say it to please you. You say the bay horse is the best, so I'll say for just this once there, I'll bet the bay one will go the best. Where is your money? Says he. It is $5 for a bet. You pay $5 and you have a chance to get back maybe 100. I riz right up in fearful dignity, and the buggy and I says that one fearful word to him. Gamblin', he sorta quailed. But says he, you had better take a $5 chance on the bay horse. No, says I, with a freezin' coldness that must have made his ears fairly tingle, it was so cold. No, I shall not gamble, either on foot nor on horseback. Then I sat down and I says in the same lofty tones to Josiah Allen, drive on, Josiah, instantly and to once. He too had heard the fearful word and his principles too was rousted up. He drive right on rapidly, out of the gate and into the highway. But as he druv on fast and almost furious, I heard him murmur words to himself, that accounted for his eager looks while the man was dickerin' about the pool. He says, it is dumb hard work pumpin' water for so many head of cattle. He thought a pool would come handy, so I see. But it was all done, and I would have done the same thing if it was to do over agin, so I didn't say nothin', but kept a serene silence, and let him drive along in quiet, and anon, I see the turbulence of his feelin's subsided in a measure. It was a gettin' along towards sundown, and the air was a growin' cool and balmy, as if it was a blowin' over some balm flowers, and we begun to feel quite well in our minds, though the crowd in the road was too big for comfort. The crowd of carriages and horses, and vehicles of all kinds, seemed to go in 2 big full rows or streams, one a-goin' down on one side of the road, and the other a-goin' up on the other. So the 2 tides swept past each other constantly, but the bubbles on the tide wasn't foam but feathers, and bows, and laces, and parasols, and buttons, and diamonds, and etc., etc., etc. And all of a sudden my Josiah just turned into a big gate that was a-standin' wide open, and we drove into a beautiful quiet road that went a-wind in and under the shadows of the tall grand old trees. He did it without askin' my advice or sayin' a word to me. But I wasn't sorry. For it was beautiful in there. It seemed as if we had left small cares and vexations and worriments out there in the road and dust, and took in with us only repose and calmness, and peace, and they was a journeyin' along with us on the smooth road under the great trees, a-bendin' down on each side on us. And pretty soon we came to a beautiful piece of water crossed by a rustic bridge, and all surrounded by green trees on every side. Then up on the broad road agin, sweepin' round a curve where we could see a little ways off a great mansion with a wall built high round it as if to shet in the repose and sweet home life and shet out intrusion, sorta protect it from the too curious glances of a curious generation. Some as I hold my hand up before my face to keep off the too scorchin' rays of the sun, when I am a-lookin' down the western road for my Josiah. It was a good-lookin' spot as I ever want to see, sheltered, quiet and lovely. But we left it behind us as we rode onwards, till we came out along another broad piece of the water, and we rode along by the side of it for some time. Beautiful water with the trees growin' up on every side of it, and their shadows reflected so clearly in the shining surface, that they seemed to be trees a-growin' downwards, tall grand trees, wavin' branches, goin' down into the water and livin' agin in another world, a more beautiful one. The sun was a-gettin' low, and piles of clouds was in the west, and all their light was reflected in the calm water. And the beautiful soft shadows rested there on that rosy and golden light, some like the shadow of a beautiful and sorrowful memory, a restin' down and reposin' on a divine hope, an infinite sweetness. Chapter 13. Visits to Notable Places. It is a perfect sight to behold, to set on the piazzas at Saratoga, and see the folks a-goin' past. Now in Jonesville, when there was a 4th of July, or camp meetin', or suthin' of that kind a-goin' on, why, I thought I had seen the streets pretty full. Why, I had counted as many as 7 teams in the road at one time, and I had thought that was pretty lively times. But good land? Good land! You would have gin up in 10 minutes' time here, that you had never seen a team, as it were. Why, I call my head a pretty sound one, but I declare, it did fairly make my head swim to set there kinder late in the afternoon, and see the drivin' a-goin' on. See the carriages a-goin' this way, and a-goin' that way, horses of all colors, and men and men of all colors, and parasols of all colors, and hats, and bonnets and parasols, and satins, and laces, and ribbons, and buttons, and dogs, and flowers, and plumes, and parasols. And horses a-tinnin' out to go by, and horses haven't gone by, and horses that hadn't gone by. And big carriages with folks inside all dressed up in every color of the rainbows. An elegant gentleman dressed perfectly splendid, a-settin' up straight behind. With thin yellow legs, or stripes down the side on 'em, and their hats all trimmed off with ornaments and buttons up and down their backs. Haughty creatures they was, I make no doubt. They showed it in their looks. But I never loved so much dress in a man. And I would just as soon have told them so, as to tell you. I hain't one to say things to a man's back that I won't say to his face, whether it be a plain back or buttoned. Wall, as I say, it was a dizzy sight to set there on them piazzas and see the seamin' endless crowd a-goin' by, back and forth, to and fro, to and fro. I didn't enjoy it so much as some did, though for a few minutes at a time I looked upon it as a sort of a recreation, some like a circus, only more wilder. But some folks enjoyed it dreadfully. Yes, they set a great deal on piazzas at Saratoga. And when I say set on 'em, I mean they set a great store on 'em, and they set on 'em a great deal. Some folks set on 'em so much, that I called them setters. Real likely creatures they are too, some on 'em, and handsome, some pious, sober ones, some sorta gay. Some not married at all, and some married a good deal, and when I say a good deal I mean, they have had various companions and lost 'em. Now there was one woman that I liked quite well. She had had 4 husbands countin' in the present one. She was a good-looking woman, and had seen trouble. It stands to reason she had with 4 husbands. Good land! She showed me one day a ring she wore. She had took the weddin' rings of her 4 partners and had 'em all run together, and the initials of their first names carved inside on it. Her first husband's name was Franklin, her next 2 was Orville and Obed, and her last and livin' one Lyman. Wall, she meant well, but she never see what would be the end on't, and how it would read till she had got their initials all carved out on it. She was dreadfully worked up about it, but I see that it was right. For nobody but a fool would want to run all these recollections and memories together, all the different associations and emotions, that must cluster round each of them rings. The day of runnin' 'em all together with the livin' one. It was actin' like a fool, and it seemed fairly providential that their names run in jest that way. Why, if I had had 2 husbands, or even 4, I should want to keep 'em apart settin' up in high chairs on different sides of my heart. Why, if I'd had 4, I'd have 'em to the different pints of the compass, east, west, north, south, as far apart from each other as my heart would admit of. Catch me a lumpin' in all the precious memories of my Josiah with them of any other man, bond or free, Jew or genteel. No, and I'd refrain from tellin' to the new one about the other ones. No, when a partner dies and you set out to take another one, bury the one that has gone right under his own high chair in your heart. Don't keep him up there a-rattlin' his bones before the eyes of the 2D, and ongarin' him, and agonize in your own heart. Bury him before you bring a new one into the same room. And never, never, even in moments of the greatest anger, dig him up again, or even weep over his grave, before the new partner. No, under the moonlight, and the stars, before God only, and your own soul, you may lay there in spirit on that grave, weep over it, keep the turf green. But not before anyone else. And I wouldn't advise you to go there alone any too often. I would advise you to spend your spare time ornamenting the high chair where the new one sits, wreathing it round with whatever blossoms and trailing vines of tenderness and romance you have left over from the first great romance of life. It would be better for you in the end. I said some few of these little thoughts to the female mentioned, and I suppose I impressed her dreadfully, I suppose I did. But I couldn't stay to see the full effects on't, for another female setter came up at that minute to talk with her, and my companion came up at that very minute to ask me to go a-walkin' with him up to the cemetery. That is a very favorite place for Josiah Allen. He often used to tell the children when they was little, that if they was real good he would take 'em out on a walk to the graveyard. And when I first married to him, if I hadn't broke it up, that would have been the only place of resort that he would have took me to summers. But I broke it up after a while. Good land! There is times to go anywhere and times to stay away. I didn't want to go a-trailin' up there every day or two, jest married too. But today I felt willin' to go. I had been a-lookin' so long at the crowd a-fillin' the streets full, and every one on 'em in motion, that I thought it would be sorta restful to go out to a place where they was still. And so after a short walk we came to the village that hain't stirred by any commotion or alarm, where the houses are roofed with green grass and daisies, and the white stone doors don't open to let in trouble or joy, and where the inhabitants don't ride out in the afternoon. Wall, if I should tell the truth, which I am fur from not wanting to do, I should say that at first sight, it was rather of a bleak, lonesome-looking spot, kinder wild and desolate-looking. But as we went further along in it, we came to some little nooks and sheltered paths and spots, that seemed more collected together and pleasant. There was some big high stones and monuments, and some little ones, but not one so low that it hadn't cast a high, dark shadow over somebody's life. There was one in the shape of a big seashell. I suppose some mariner lay under that, who loved the sea. Or maybe it was put up by someone who had the odd fancy that put a shell to your ear you will hear a whisperin' in it of a land fur away, fur away. Not fur from this was a stun put up over a young engineer who had been killed instantly by his engine. There was a picture of the locomotive scraped out on the stun, and in the cab of the engine was his photograph, and these lines was underneath. We wended our way in and out of the silent streets for quite a spell, and then we went and sat down on the broad piazza of the sort of chapel and greenhouse that stood not far from the entrance. And while we sat there we see another inhabitant come there to the village to stay. It was a long procession, for it was a good man who had come. And many of his friends come with him just as fur as they could, wife, children, and friends, they come with him just as fur as they could, and then he had to leave 'em and go on alone. How weak love is, and how strong! It was too weak to hold him back, or go with him, though they would fain have done so. But it was strong enough to shadow the whole world with its blackness, blot out the sun and the stars, and scale the very mounts of heaven with its wild complaints and pleadin's. A strange thing love is, hain't it? Wall, we sat there for quite a spell, and my companion wanted, I s'pose, to make me happy, took out a daily paper out of his pocket, and went to readin' the deaths to me. He always loves to read the deaths and marriages in a paper. He says that is the literature that interests him. And then I suppose he thought at such a time, it was highly appropriate. So I didn't break it up till he began to read a long obituary piece about a child's death, about its being cut down like a flower by a lightning stroke out of a cloudless sky, and about what a mysterious dispensation of Providence it was, etc., etc., and then there was a whole string of poetry dedicated to the heartbroken mother bewailing the miscreant, and wondering why Providence should do such strange, unlooked-for things, etc., and etc., and so forth. And I spoke right up and says, that is a slander unto Providence, and ought to be took as such by every lover of justice. Josiah was real horrified. He had been almost shed in tears, he was so affected by it. to think the little creature should be torn away by a strange chance of Providence from a mother who worshipped her, and whose whole life and every thought was just wrapped up in the child, and who never had thought nor cared for anything else, only just the well-being of the child and ward and trouble off of her, for so the piece stated. And he says in wild amaze, "What do you mean, Samantha? What makes you talk so?" "Because," says I know it is the truth. I know the whole story." And then I went on and told it to him, and he agreed with me and felt just as I did. You see, the mother of the child was a perfect high flyer of fashion, and she always wore dresses so tight that she couldn't get her hands up to her head to save her life, after her corset was on. Wall, she was out a-walkin' with the child one day, or rather toddlin' along with it, on her high-heeled spoes. They was both dressed up perfectly beautiful, and made a most splendid show. Wall, they went into a store on their way to the park, and there was a big crowd there, and the mother and the little girl got into the very middle of the crowd. They say there was some new storks for sale that day, and some cattail flags, and so there was naturally a big crowd of them men a-buyin' 'em, and cranes. And someway, while they stood there, a heavy vase that stood up over the child's head fell down and fell onto it, and hurt the child so that it died from the effects of it. The mother see the vase when it FLRSD begun to move. She could have reached up her hands and steadied it, and kept it from fallin', if she could have got him up, but with that corset on, the whole American continent might have tumbled onto the child's head, and she couldn't have moved her arms up to keep it off, couldn't have lifted her arms up over the child's head to save her life. No, she couldn't have kept one of the states off, nor nothin'. And then talk about her ward and trouble off in the child. Why, she couldn't ward trouble off, nor nothin' else with that corset on. She screamed, as she see it a-comin' down onto the head of her beloved little child, but that was all she could do. The child was wedged in by the throng of folks and couldn't stir, and they was all engrossed in their own business, which was pressin', and very important, a-buyin' plates, and plaques, with bulrushes, and cranes, and storks on 'em, so naturally, they didn't mind what was a-goin' on round 'em. And down it come. And there it was put down in the paper. A mysterious dispensation of Providence. Providence slandered shamefully, and I will say so with my last breath. What are mothers made for if it hain't to take care of the little ones God gives 'em? What right have they to coddle themselves up in a way that they can see their children die before 'em, and they not able to put out a hand to save 'em? Why, a savage mother is better than this, a heathen one. And if I had my way, there would be a whole shipload of savages and heathens brought over here to teach and reform our too civilized men. I'd bring 'em over this very summer. Wall, we sot there on the stoop for quite a spell, and then we wended our way down to the highway, and as we arrived there my companion proposed that we should take a carriage and go to the toboggan slide. Says I, "Not after where we have been today, Josiah Allen." And he says, "Why not?" And I says, "It wouldn't look well, after visitin' the folks we have jest now." "Wall," says he, "they won't speak on to anybody, if that is what you are afraid on, or sense it themselves." And I see in a minute he had some sense on his side, though his words shocked me some at first, kinder Jared against some sensitive spot in my nater, just as partners will sometimes, however devoted they may be to each other. Yet I see he was in the right on't. They wouldn't sense anything about it. And as for us, we was in the world of the livin' still, and I still owed a livin' duty to my companion, to make him as happy as possible. And so I says, mildly, "Wall, I don't know as there is anything wrong in slidin' downhill, Josiah. I s'pose I can go with you." "No," says he, "there hain't nothin' wrong about slidin' downhill unless you strike too hard, or tip over, or somethin' dot." So he begun to a carriage that was passin', and we got into it, and sot sail for the toboggan slide. We passed through the village. Some say it is a city, but if it is a modest, retirin' one as I ever see, perfectly unassumin', and don't put on a air, not one. But howsomever, we passed through it, through the rows and rows of summer tarvins and boardin' houses, good-lookin' ones too, past some good-lookin' private houses, a long tarvin and a pretty red brick studio and rows of summer stores, little nests that are filled up summers, and empty winters, then by some more of them monster big tarvins where some of the 200,000 summer visitors who flock here summers find a restin' place. And then by the large, respectable, good-lookin' stores and shops of the natives that stand solid and to be depended on summer and winter, by churches and halls, and etc., and good-lookin' houses, and then some splendid-lookin' houses all standin' back on their grassy lawns behind some trees, and fountains, and flower beds, etc., etc. Better-lookin' houses. I don't want to see nor broader, handsomer streets. And pretty soon far away to the east you could see through the trees a glimpse of a glorious landscape, a broad lovely view of hill and valley, bounded by blue mountain tops. It was a fair scene, to be perfectly surrounded by beauty where you was, and a lookin' off onto more. There I would fain have lingered, but time and wagons roll stidily onward, and will not brook delay, nor pause for women to soar over scenery. So we rolled onwards through still more beautiful and quiet pictures. Pictures of quiet woods and bend-in trees, and a country road wind in tranquilly beneath, up and down gentle hills, and anon a longer one, and then at our feet stood the white walls of a convent, with 2 or 3 brothers, a-strollin' along in their long black gowns and crosses, a-readin' some books. I don't know what it was, what they was a-readin' out of their books, or a-readin' out of their hearts. Mebbe somethin' kinder sad and serene. Mebbe it was somethin' about the gay world of human happiness, and human sorrows, they had turned backs to forever. Mebbe it was about the other world that they had sought out for through a lonesome way. Mebbe it was, never, they was a-readin' about, and mebbe it was forever. I don't know what it was. But we went by 'em, and anon, yes, it was just anon, for it was the very minute that I lifted my eyes from the father's calm and rather sad-looking face, that I catched sight on't, that I see a comin' down from the high hills to the left on us, an immense sort of a trough, or so it looked, a comin' right down through the trees, from the top of the mountain to the bottom. And then all across the fields as fur as from our house way over to Miss Pixley's was a sort of a road, with a row of electric lights along the side on't. We drove up to a buildin' that stood at the foot of that immense slide, or so they called it, and a female woman who was there told us all about it. And we went out her back door, and see way up the slide, or trough. There was a railin' on each side on't, and a place in the middle where she said the toboggan came down. And says Josiah, "Who is the toboggan, anyway? Is he a native of the place or a Injun? Anyway," says he, "I'd give $1 bill to see him a-comin' down that place." And the woman said, "A toboggan was a sort of a long sled that 2 or 3 folks could ride on, and they come down that slide with such force that they went way out across the fields as far as the row of lights, before it stopped." Says I, "Josiah Allen, did you ever see the beat on't?" Says I, "Hain't that as far as from our house to Miss Pixley's?" "Yes," says he, "and further too. It is as far as Uncle Jim Hazelton's." "Wall," says I believe you are in the right on't." And says Josiah, "How do they get back agin? Do they come in the cars, or in their own conveniences?" "There is a sleigh to bring 'em back, but sometime they walk back," says the woman. "Walk back?" says I, in deep amaze. "Do they walk from way out there, and clear up that mountain agin?" "Yes," says she. "Don't you see the place at the side for 'em to draw the toboggan up, and the little flights of steps for 'em to go up the hill?" "Wall," says I, in deep amaze, and oxens as ever to get information on deep subjects. "Where does the fun come in? Is it in walkin' way over the plain and up the hills, or is it in comin' down?" And she said she didn't know exactly where the fun lay, but she s'posed it was comin' down. Anyway, they seemed to enjoy it first rate. And she said it was a pretty sight to see 'em all on a bright clear night, when the sky was blue and full of stars, and the earth white and glistenin' underneath, to see 700 or 800, all dressed up into gayest way, suits of white blankets, gay borders and bright tasseled caps of every color, and suits of every other pretty color all trimmed with fur and embroideries, to see 'em all a-login' and a-talkin', with their cheeks and eyes bright and glowin', to see 'em a-comin' down the slide like flashes of every colored light, and away out over the white glistenin' plains, and then to see the long line of happy Logan creatures a walkin' back again drawin' the gay toboggans. She said it was a sight worth seein'. Do they come down alone? Says Josiah. Oh no, says she. Boys and their sweethearts, men and wives, fathers and mothers and children, sometimes 4 on a toboggan, says Josiah, lookin' animated and clever. I'd love to take you on one on 'em, Samantha. Oh no, says I. I wouldn't want to be took. But a bystander a standin' by said it was a sight to behold to stand up on top and start off. He said the swiftness of the motion, the brightness of the electric lights ahead, the gleam of the snow made it seem like plungin' down a dazzlin' Niagara of whiteness and glitterin' light, and some, like bein' shot out of a cannon. Why, he said they went with such lightnin' speed, that if you stood close by the slide a waitin' to see a friend go by, you might stand so near as to touch her, but you couldn't no more see her to recognize her, than you could recognize one spoke from another in the wheel of a runaway carriage. You would just see a red flash go by, if so be it was a red gown she had on. A red flash a dartin' through the air, and a disappearin' down the long glitterin' lane of light. You could see her a goin' back, so they said, a Logan and a jokin' with somebody, if so be she walked back, but there was long sleighs to carry 'em back, them and their toboggans, if they wanted to ride, at the small expenditure of 10 cents apiece. They go, in the fastest time anybody can make till they go on the lightnin', a way in which they will go before long, I think, and Josiah does too. They said there wasn't nothin' like it. And I said, like as not. I believed 'em. And then the woman said, this long room we was a standin' in. For we had gone back into the house, durin' our interview, this long room was all warm and light for 'em to come into and get warm, and she said as many as 600 in a night would come in there and have supper there. And then she showed us the model of a toboggan, all sculpted out, with a man and a woman on it. The girl was ahead sorta drawin' the toboggan, as you may say, and her lover. I know he was, from his looks. He was behind her, with his face right close to her shoulder. And I'll bet that when they started down that gleamin' slide, they felt as if they too was alone under the stars in the heavens, and was a glidin' down into a dazzlin' way of glory. You could see it in their faces. I liked their faces real well. But the sight on 'em made Josiah Allen crazier'n ever to go too, and he says, I feel as if I must toboggan, Samantha. Says I. Be calm. Josiah, you can't slide downhill in July. How do you know? Says he. I'm bound to inquire. And he asked the woman if they ever tobogganed in the summer. No, never, says she. And I says, you see it can't be done. She never see it tried. Says he. How can you tell what you can do without tryin'? Says he, looking shrewdly and longingly up the slide. I trembled, for I knew not what the next move of his would be. But I bethought me of a powerful weapon I had by me. And I says, the driver will ask pay for every minute we are here. And as I says this, Josiah turned and almost flew down the steps and into the buggy. I had scared him. Truly I felt relieved, and says I to myself, what would them men do if it wasn't for these little weapons they hold in their hands, to control their partners with? I felt happy. But the next words of Josiah knocked down all that palace of peace, that my soul had betook herself to. Says he, Samantha Allen, before I leave Saratoga I shall toboggan. Wall, I immediately turned the subject round and talked wildly and almost incoherently on politics. I praised the tariff a'most beyond its deserts. I brung up our foreign relations, and spoke well on 'em. I tackled revenues and taxation, and hurried him from one to the other on 'em, almost wildly, to get the idea out of his head. And I congratulated myself on having succeeded. Alas! How futile is our hopes, sometimes futiler than we have any idea on. By night all thoughts of danger had left me, and I slept sweetly and peacefully. But early in the morning I had a strange dream. I dreamed I was in the woods with my head a-layin' on a log, and the ground felt cold that I was a-layin' on. And then the log gin way with me, and my head came down onto the ground. And then I slept peaceful again, but chilly, till anon, or about that time, I beard a strange sound and I waked up with a start. It was in the first faint glow of morning twilight. But as faint as the light was, for the eye of love is keen, I missed my beloved partner's head from the opposite pillow, and I riz up in wild agitation and thinks as I. Has rapine took place here? Has Josiah Allen been abducted away from me? Is he a kidnapped Josiah? At that fearful thought my heart begun to beat so violently as to almost stop my breath, and I felt I was growing pale and wanner than I had been since I came to Saratoga. I love Josiah Allen, he is dear to me. And I riz up feeling that I would find that dear man and rescue him or perish in the attempt. Yes, I felt that I must perish if I did not find him. What would life be to me without him? And as I thought that thought, the light of the day that was a break-in looked sort of a faint to me, and sickish. And like a flash it came to me, the thought that that light seemed like the miserable dawns of wretched days without him, a pale light with no warmth or brightness in it. But at that very minute I heard a noise outside the door, and I heard that beloved voice a-sayin' in low accents the words I had so often heard him speak, words I had oft rebuked him for. But now, so weak will human love make one, now, I welcomed them gladly. They sounded exquisitely sweet to me. The words was, "Dumb am," and I joyfully opened the door. But oh! What a sight met my eye! There stood Josiah Allen, arrayed in a blanket he had took from our bed, that accounted for my cold feelin' in my dream. The blanket was white, with a gay border of red and yellow. He had fixed it onto him in a sort of a dressy way, and strapped it round the waist with my shawl strap. And he had took a bright yeller silk handkerchief of hyson, and had wrapped it round his head so's it hung down some like a cap, and he was a-tryin' to fasten it round his forward with one of my stockin' supporters. He couldn't buckle it, and that is what called forth his exclamations. At his feet, partly upon the stairs, was the bolster from our bed, that accounted for the log that had gin way. And he had spread a little red shawl of mine over the top on't, and as I opened the door he was just ready to embark on the bolster, he was just a-steppin' onto it. But as he see me he paused, and I says in low accents, "What are you a-goin' to do, Josiah Allen?" "I'm a-goin' to toboggan," says he. Says I, "Do you stop at once, and come back into your room?" "No, no," says he firmly, and preparin' to embark on the bolster. "I am a-goin' to toboggan. And you come and go too. It is so fashionable," says he. "Such a genteel diversion." Says I, "Do you stop it at once, and come back to your room?" "Why," says I, "the whole house will be routed up, and be up here in a minute." "Wall," says he, "they'll see fun if they do in fashion." "I am a-goin', Samantha," and B stepped forward. Says I, "They'll see somethin' else that begins with AF, but it hain't fun or fashion," and agin I says, "Do you come back, Josiah Allen? You'll break your neck and rout up the house, and be called a fool." "Oh no, Samantha. I must toboggan. I must go down the slide once." And he fixed the bolster more firmly on the top stair. "Wall," says I, feelin' that I was drove to my last ambush by him, says I, "probably $5 won't make the expenses good, besides your doctor's bill, and my mournin'. And I shall put on the deepest of crape, Josiah Allen," says I. I see he wavered, and I pressed the charge home. Says I, "That bolster is thin cloth, Josiah Allen, and you'll probably have to pay now for draggin' it all over the floor. If anybody should see you with it there, that bolster would be charged in your bill. And how would it look to the neighbors to have a bolster charged in your bill? And I should treasure it, Josiah Allen, as bein' the last bill you made before you broke your neck." "Oh, wall," says he, "I suppose I can put the bolster back." But he was snappish, and he kept snappish all day. He wasn't quelled. Though he had gin in for the time bein', I see he wasn't quelled down. He acted dissatisfied and high-headed, and I felt worried in my mind, not knowing what his next move would be. Oh, the tribulations it makes a woman to take care of a man. But then it pays. After all, in the deepest of my tribulations I do the most of the time feel, that it pays. When he is good, he is dreadful good. Wall, I went over to see Polly Pixley the next night, and when I got back to my room, there stood Josiah Allen with both of his feet sorta bandaged and tied down onto something, which I didn't at first recognize. It was big and sorta egg-shaped, and open-worked, and both his feet was strapped down tight onto it, and he was a-pushin' himself round the room with his umbrel. And I says, "What is the matter now, Josiah Allen? What are you a-doin' now?" "Oh, I am a-walkin' on snowshoes, Samantha." "But I don't see," says he, a-stoppin' to rest, for he seemed tuckered out. "I don't see how the savages got round as they did and performed such journeys." "You put 'em on, Samantha," says he, "and see if you can get on any faster in 'em," says I coldly. "The savages probable didn't have both feet on one shoe, Josiah Allen, as you have. I shall put on no snowshoes in the middle of July, but if I did, I should put 'em on accordin' to a little mite of sense. I should try to use as much sense as a savage anyway. Why, how it would look to have one foot on that great big snowshoe! I always did like a good close fit in my shoes. And you see I have room enough and to spare for both on 'em on this. Why, it wouldn't look dressy at all, Samantha, to put 'em on as you say," says I very coldly. "I don't see anything over and above dressy in your looks now, Josiah Allen, with both of your feet tied down onto that one shoe, and you a-tryin' to move off when you can't. I can't see anything over and above ornamental in it, Josiah Allen." "Oh, you are never willin' to give in that I look dressy, Samantha. But I s'pose I can put my feet where you say. You are so sot, but they are too big for me. I shall look like a fool." I looked at him calmly over my specs, and says I guess I shan't notice the difference or realize the change. "I wonder," says I, in Midland cold accents, "how you think you are a-lookin' now, Josiah Allen?" "Oh, keep a-naggin' at me," says he. But I see he was a-gittin' kinder sick of the day. "What you mean by puttin' 'em on at all is more than I can say," says I, "a-tryin' to walk on snowshoes right in dog days. I put 'em on, Samantha," says he, a-beginnin' to unstrap 'em. "I put 'em on because I wanted to feel like a savage." "Wall," says I have seen you at times during the last 20 years, when I thought you realized how they felt without snowshoes on, either." These little interchanges of confidence will take place in everyday life. But at that very minute Ardelia Tutt rapped at the door, and Josiah hustled them snowshoes into the closet, and that was the last trial I had with him about 'em. He had borrowed 'em. Wall, Ardelia was dreadful pensive, and soft actin' that night. She seemed real tickled to see us, and to get where we was. She hain't over and above suited with the boardin' place where she is, I think. I don't believe they have very good food, though she won't complain, bein' as they are relations on her own side. And then she is sech a good little creetur anyway. But I had my suspicions. She didn't seem very happy. She said she had been down to the park that afternoon, she and the young chap that has been a-payin' her so much attention lately, Bile Flamberg. She said they had sot down there by the deer park most all the afternoon a-watchin' the deer. She spoke dreadful well of the deer. And they are likely deer for anything I know. But she seemed sort of pensive and low-spirited. Mebbe she is a-beginnin' to find Bile Flamberg out. Mebbe she is a-beginnin' to not like his ways. He drinks and smokes, that I know, and I've mistrusted worse things on him. Before Ardelia went away, she slipped the followin' lines into my hand, which I read after she had left. They was rather melancholy and ran as follows. Chapter 14. Lake George and Mount McGregor. It was on a nice pleasant day that Ardelia Tuitt, Josiah Allen, and me met by previous agreement quite early in the mornin' a.m. and sot out for Lake George. It is so nigh that you can step onto the cars and go out and see George any time of day. It seemed to me just as if George was glad we had come, for there was a broad happy smile all over his face, and a sort of a dimplin' look, as if he wanted to laugh right out. All the beckonin' shores and islands, with their beautiful houses on 'em, and the distant forests, and the trees a-bendin' over George, all seemed to sort a smile out a welcome to us. We had a most beautiful day, and got back quite late in the afternoon, p.m. And the next day, a day heavenly calm and fair, Josiah Allen and me sot sail for Mount McGregor, that mountain top that is lifted up higher in the hearts of Americans than any other peak on the continent, for higher. For it is the place where the memory of a hero lays over all the peaceful landscape like an inspiration and a benediction, and will rest there forever. The railroad winds round and round the mountains, sometimes not seemin' why going up at all, but gradually a movin' in on towards the top, just as this brave hero did in his career. If some of the time he didn't seem to move on, or if some of the time he seemed to go back for a little, yet there was a deathless fire inside on him, a power, a strength that kept him a-goin' up, 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 and drawin' the nation up with him onto the safe, level ground of victory. We got pleasant glimpses of beauty, pretty pictures on't, every little while as we wended our way on up the mountains. Anon we would go round a curve, a ledge of rocks maybe, and lo! Far off a opening through the woods would show us a lovely picture of hill and dell, blue water and blue mountains in the distance. And then a greenwood picture, shut in and lonely, with tall ferns, and wild flowers, and thick green grasses under the bend-in trees. Then fur down agin a picture of a farmhouse, sheltered and quiet, with fields layin' about it green and golden. But anon, we reached the pretty little lonesome station, and there we was on top of Mount McGregor. We disembarked from the cars and wended our way up the hill up the wind-in footpath, wore down by the feet of pilgrims from every land, quite a tedious walk though beautiful, up to the good-lookin' and good-appearin' Tarvin. I would fain have stopped at that minute at the abode the hero had sanctified by his last looks. But my companion said to me that he was in nearly a starvin' state. Now it was much after 11 a.m. forenoon, and I felt that he would not die of starvation so soon. But his looks was pitiful in the extreme, and he reminded me in a sort of a weak voice that he didn't eat no breakfast hardly. I says truthfully, "I didn't notice it, Josiah. But," says I will accompany you where your hunger can be slaked." So we went straight up to the Tarvin. But I would stop a minute in front of it, to see the lovely, lovely scene that was spread out before our eyes. For fur off could we see miles and miles of the beautiful country a-layin' fur below us. Beautiful landscape, dotted with crystal lakes, laved by the blue Hudson and bordered by the far-away mountains. It was a fair scene, a fair scene. Even Josiah was rousted up by it, and forgot his hunger. I myself was lost in the contemplation on it, and entirely by the side of myself. So much so, that I forgot where I was, and whether I was a wife or a widow, or what I was. But anon, as my senses came back from the realm of pure beauty they had been a-traversin', I recollected that I was a wife, that Providence and Elder Minkley had placed a man in my hands to take care on, and I see he was gone from me, and I must look him up. And I found that man in one of the high talish-lookin' swing chairs that was a-swingin' from high poles all along the brow of the hill. They looked some like a stanchial for a horse, and some like a pair of galluses that criminals are hung on. Josiah wasn't able to work it right, and it did require a deep mind to get into one without peril. And he was on the brink of a catastrophe. I got him out by seizin' the chair and holdin' it tight, till he dismounted from it, which he did with words unadapted to the serenity of the atmosphere. And then we went out the broad pleasant dooryard up into the Tarvin, and my companion got some coffee, and some refreshments, to refresh ourselves with. And then he, feelin' clever and real affectionate to me, owin' partly I s'pose to the good dinner, we wended our way down to the cottage where the hero met his last foe and fell victorious. We went up the broad steps onto the piazza, and I looked off from it, and over all the landscape under the soft summer sky, lay that same beautiful tender inspired memory. It lay like the hush that follows a prayer at a dyin' bed. Like the glow that rests on the world when the sun has gone down in glory. Like the silence full of voices that follows the orator's inspired words. The air, the whole place, thrilled with that memory, that presence that was with us, though unseen to the eyes of our spectacles. It followed us through the doorway. It went ahead on us into the room where the pen was laid down for the last time, where the last words was said. That pen was hung up over the bed where the tired head had rested last. By the bedside was the candle blowed out, when he got to the place where it is so light they don't need candles. The watch stopped at the time when he begun to reckon time by the deathless ages of immortality. And as I stood there, I said to myself, I wish I could see the faces that was a-bendin' over this bed, August 11th, 1885. All the ministerin' angels, and heroes, and conquerors, all a-waitin' for him to join them. All the grand army of the Republic, them who fell in mountain and valley, the lamented and the nameless, all a waitin' for the leader they loved, the silent, quiet man, whose soul spoke, who said in deeds what weaker spirits waste in language. I wished I could see the great army that stood around Mount McGregor that day. I wished I could hear the notes of the immortal reveille, which was a soundin' all along the lines callin' him to wake from his earth's sleep into life, callin' him from the night here, the night of sorrow and pain, into the mornin'. And as I lifted my eyes, the eyes of the general seemed to look clear down into my soul, full of the secrets that he could tell now, if he wanted to, full of the mysteries of life, the mysteries of death. The voiceless presence that filled the whole landscape, earth and air, looked at us through them eyes, half mournful, prophetic, true and calm. They was a lookin' through all the past, through all the future. What did they see there? I couldn't tell, nor Josiah. In another room was the flowers from many climes. Flowers strewed onto the stage from hands all over the world, when the footlights burned low, and the dark curtain went down for the last time on the hero. Great masses of flowers, every one on 'em bearin' the world's love, the world's sorrow over our nation's loss. I had a large quantity of emotions as I stood there, probably as many as 48 a minute for quite a spell, and that is a large number of emotions to have, when the size of 'em is as large as the sizes of 'em was. I thought as I stood there of what I had heard the hero said once in his last illness, that, liftin' up his grand right arm that had saved the nation, he said, "I am on duty from 4 to 6. Yes, thinks I, he was on duty all through the shadows and the darkness of war, all through the peril, and the heartache, and the wild alarm of war, calm and dauntless, he was on duty till the mornin' of peace came, and the light was shireen. On duty through the darkness. No one believed, no one dared to think that if peril had come again to the country, he would not have been ready to face danger and death for the people he had saved once, the people whom he loved, because he had dared death for 'em. Yes, he was on duty. There was a darker shadow come to him than any cloud that ever rose over a battlefield when, honest and true himself as the light, he still stood under the shadow of blame and impending want, stood in the blackest shadow that can cover generous, faithful hearts, the heart-sickening shadow of ingratitude, when the people he had saved from ruin hesitated, and refused to give him in the time of his need the paltry pension, the few dollars out of the millions he had saved for them, preferring to allow him, the greatest hero of the world, the man who had represented them before the nations, to sell the badges and swords he had worn in fight in their battles, for bread for himself and wife. But he was on duty all through this night. Patient, uncomplainin'. And not one of these warriors fightin' their bloodless battle of words against him would dare to say that he would not have been ready at any minute to give his life agin for these very men, had danger come to the country, and they had needed him. And when hastened on by the shock and the suspense, death seemed to be near him, so near that it seemed as if the burden must needs be light. The tardy justice that came to him must have seemed like an insult, but if he thought so he never said it. No, brave and patient, he was on duty. And all through the long time that he looked through the shadows for a more sure foe than had ever lain in southern ambush for him, he was on duty. Not an impatient word, not an anxious word. Of all the fearin', doubtin', hopin', atchin' hearts about him, he only was calm. For, not only his own dear ones, but the whole country, friends and foes alike, as if learnin' through fear of his loss how grand a hero he was, and how greatly and entirely he was beloved by them all, they sent up to heaven such a great cloud of prayers for his safety as never rose for any man. But he only was calm, while the whole world was excited in his behalf. For the sight of his patient work, the sight of him who stopped dyin', as it were, to earn by his own brave, honest hand the future comfort of his family, amazed and wonderin' at this spectacle, one of the greatest it seems to me that ever was seen on earth, the whole nation turned to him in such a full-hearted love, and admiration, and worship, that they forgot in their quicker adderin' heart throbs the slower meaner throbs they had gi'n him, this same brave hero, just as brave and true-hearted. In the past as he was on his grand deathbed. They forgot everything that had gone by in their worship, and I don't know but I ort to. Mebbe I had. I shouldn't wonder a mite if I had. But all the while, all through the agony and the labor, and when too wearied he laid down the pen, he was on duty. Wait impatiently, fearlessly, till he should see in the first glow of the sunrise the form of the angel come in to relieve his watch, the tall, fair angel of rest, that the great commander sent down in the morning watches to relieve his weary soldier, that divinest angel that ever comes to the abode of men, though her beauty shines forever through tears, led by her hand, he has left life's battlefield forever. And what is left to this nation but memory, love, and maybe remorse? But little matters it to him, the nation's love or the nation's blame, resting there by the calm waters he loved. The tides come in, and the tides go out, just as they did in his life, the fickle tide of public favor that swept by him, moving him not on his heavenly mission of duty and patriotism. The tides go out, and the tides come in, the wind wails and the wind sings its sweet summer songs, but he does not mind the melody or the clamor. He is resting. Sleep on, hero beloved, while the world wakes to praise thee. Wall, we sought sail from Mount McGregor about 4:30 p.m. afternoon. And we wound round and round the mountainside just as he did, only going down into the valley instead of upwards. But the trees that clothed the bare back of the mountain looked green and shireen in the late afternoon sunlight, and the fields spread out in the valley looked green and peaceful under the cool shadows of approaching sunset. And right in the midst of one of these fields, all full of white daisies, the cars stopped and the conductor sung out, 5 minutes stop at Daisy Station. 5 minutes to get out and pick daisies. And says Josiah to me in gruff accents, when I asked him if he was going to get out and pick some. Says he, Samantha, no man can go ahead of me in hating the dumb weeds, and doing his best towards uprooting 'em in my own land, and I deeply sympathize with any man who is overrun by 'em. But why am I beholden to the man that owns this lot? Why should I and all the rest of this carload of folks, all dressed up in our best too, lay hold and weed out these infernal nuisances for nothing? Yes, he said these fearfully profane words to me, and I heard him in silence, for I did not want to make a scene in public. Says I, Josiah, they are picking 'em because they love 'em. Love 'em! Oh, the fearful, scornful, unbelieving look that came over my partner's face, as I said these peaceful words to him. And he added an expletive which I am far from being urged to ever repeat. It was sinful. Love 'em! Agin, he says. And agin followed an expletive that was still more forcible, and still more sinful. And I felt obliged to check him, which I did. And after a long parley, in which I used my best endeavors of argument and reason to convince him that I was in the right on't, I see he wasn't convinced. And then I spoke about its being fashionable to get out and pick 'em, and he looked different to once. I could see a change in him. All my arguments of the beauty and sweetness of the posies had no effect, but when I said fashionable, he faltered, and he says, Is it called a genteel diversion? And I says, Yes. And finally he says, Wall, I s'pose I can go out and pick some for you. Dumb they're dumb picters. Says I, Don't go in that spirit, Josiah Allen. Wall, I shall go in just that spirit. He snapped out, If I go at all. And he went. But oh! It was a sight to set and look on, and see the look onto his face, as he picked the innocent blossoms. It was a look of such deep loathing and hatred, combined with a sort of a genteel, fashionable air. Altogether it was the most curious and strange look that I ever see outside of a menagerie of wild animals. And he had that same look onto his face as he came in and gin 'em to me. He had yanked 'em all up by their roots too, which made the bouquet look more strange. But I accepted of it in silence, for I see by his mien that he was not in a condition to brook another word. And I trembled when a bystander a standing by who was arranging a beautiful bunch of 'em, a handlin' 'em as flowers ought to be handled, as if they had a soul, and could feel a rough or tender touch. This man says to Josiah, I see that you too love this beautiful blossom. I was glad the man's eyes was riveted onto his bouquet, for the ferocity of Josiah Allen's look was something fearful. He looked as if he could tear him limb from limb. And I hastily drawed Josiah to a seat at the other end of the car, and violently, but firmly, I drawed his attention off onto religion. I says, Josiah, do you believe we had better paint the steeple of the meetin' house, white or dark colored? This was a subject that had rent Jonesville to its very twain, and Josiah had been fearfully exercised on it. And this plan of mine succeeded. He got eloquent on it, and I kinder held off, and talked offish, and let him convince me. I did it from principle. Chapter 15. Adventures at Various Springs. A few days after this, Josiah Allen came in, and says he, "The everlasting spring is the one for me, Samantha. I believe it will keep me alive for hundreds and hundreds of years." Says I, "I don't believe that, Josiah Allen." "Wall, it is so, whether you believe it or not. Why, I see a feller just now who says he don't believe anybody would ever die at all, if they kept themselves kinda wet through all the time with this water." Says I, "Josiah Allen, you are not talkin' Bible. The Bible says, all flesh is as grass." "Wall, that is what he meant. If the grass was watered with that water all the time, it would never wilt." "Oh, pshaw!" says I. I seldom say pshaw, but this seemed to me a time for pshawing. But Josiah kept on, for he was fearfully excited. Says he, "Why, the feller said there was an old man who lived right by the side of this spring, and felt the effects of it inside and out all the time, it was so healthy there. Why, the old man kept on a livin' till he got to be 100. And he was kinder lazy naturally, and he got tired of livin'. He said he was tired of gettin' up mornin's and dressin' of him, tired of pullin' on his boots and drawin' on his trousers, and he told his grandson Sam to take him up to Troy and let him die. Wall, Sam took him up to Troy, and he died right away, almost. And Sam, bein' a good-hearted chap, thought it would please the old man to he buried down by the spring, that healthy spot. So he took him back there in a wagon he borrowed. And when he got close to the spring, Sam heard a sith, and he looked back, and there the old gentleman was a-settin' up a-leanin' his head on his elbow, and he says, in a sort of a sad way, not mad, but melancholy, 'You hadn't ort to done it, Sam. You hadn't ort to. I'm in now for another 100 years. I told Josiah I didn't believe that. Says I believe the waters are good, very good, and the air is healthy here in the extreme, but I don't believe that. But he said it was a fact, and the feller said he could prove it. Why, Josiah says, with the minerals there is in that spring, if you only take enough of it, I don't see how anybody can die. And says Josiah, I am a-going to just live on that water while I am here. Wall, says I, you must do as you are a mind to, with fear and tremblin'. I thought mebbe quotin' scripture to him would kinder quell him down, for he was fearfully agitated and wrought up about the everlastin' spring. And he begun at once to calculate on it, on how much he could drink of it, if he begun early in the mornin' and drink late at night. But I kep' on meg'em. I drink the waters that seemed to help me and made me feel better, but was meg'em in it, and didn't get overexcited about any on 'em. But oh, the quantities of that water that Josiah Allen took! Why, it seemed as if he would make a perfect shipwreck of his own body, and wash himself away, till one day he came in fearful excited agin, and says he, in agitated accents, I made a mistake, Samantha. The immortal spring is the one for me. Why? Says I. Oh, I have just seen a feller that has been a-tellin' me about it. What did he say? Says I, in calm accents. Wall, I'll tell you. It has acted on my feelin's dreadful, says he. I have shed some tears. I see Josiah Allen had been a-cryin' when he came in. And I says agin, what is it? Wall, he said, this man had a dreadful sick wife. And he was a-carryin' her to the immortal spring just as fast as he could, for he felt it would save her, if he could get her to it. But she died 1.5 miles from the spring. It was night, for he had traveled night and day to get her there, and the tarvins was all shut up, and he laid her on the spring-house floor, and laid down himself on one of the benches. He took a drink himself, the last thing before he laid down, for he felt that he must have somethin' to sustain him in his affliction. Wall, in the night he heard a splashin', and he rousted up, and he see that he had left the water kinder careless the night before, and it had broke loose and covered the floor and riz up round the body, and there she was, all bright and hearty, a-splashin' and a-swimmin' round in the water. He said the man cried like a child when he told him of it. And says Josiah, It was dreadful affectin'. It brought tears from me, to hear on't. I thought what if it had been you, Samantha? Wall, says I don't see no occasion for tears, unless you would have been sorry to had me brung to. Oh, says Josiah, I didn't think. I guess I have cried in the wrong place. Says I coldly, I should think as much. And Josiah put on his hat and hurried out. He meant well. But it is quite a knack for partners to know just when to cry, and when to laugh. Wall, he followed up that spring, and drinked more, for more than was good for him of that water. And then anon, he would hear of another one, and some dreadful big story about it, and he would follow that up, and so it went on, he a follerin' on, and I bein' megum, and drinkin' stiddy, but moderate. And as it might be expected, I gained in health every day, and every hour. For the waters is good, there hain't no doubt of it. But Josiah talking them as he did, bobbin' round from one to the other, drinkin' 'em at all hours of day and night, and floodin' himself out with 'em, every one on 'em, why, he lost strength and health every day, till I felt truly, that if it went on much longer, I should go home in weeds. Not mullein, or burdock, or anything of that sort, but crape. But at last a event occurred that sorta sot him to thinkin', and quelled him down some. One day we sot out for a walk, Josiah and Ardelia Tutt and me. And in spite of all my protestations, my partner had drinked 11 glasses full of the spring he was a follerin' then. And he looked white round the lips as anything. And Ardelia and I was a sittin' in a good shady place, and Josiah a little distance off, when a man accosted him, a man with black eyes and black whiskers, and says, "You look pale, sir. What water are you a-drinkin'?" And Josiah told him that at that time he was a-drinkin' the water from the immortal spring. "Drinkin' that water?" says the man, startin' back horrified. "Yes," says Josiah, tinnin' paler than ever, for the man's looks was scareful in the extreme. "Oh! Oh!" groaned the man. "And you are a married man?" he groaned out mournfully, a-lookin' pitifully at him. "With a family?" "Yes," says Josiah faintly. "Oh dear," says the man. "Must it be so to die so lamented?" "To die," says Josiah, tinnin' white jest round the lip. "Yes, to die. Did you not say you had been a-drinkin' the water from the immortal spring?" "Yes," says Josiah. "Wall, it is a certain, a deadly poison. Hain't there no help for me?" says Josiah. "Yes," says the man. "You must drink from the live forever spring, at the other end of the village. That water has the happy effect of neutralizin' the poisons of the immortal spring. If anything can save you, that can. Why," says he, "folks that have been entirely broke down, and made helpless and hopeless invalids, them that have been brung down on their deathbeds by the use of that vile immortal water, have been cured by a few glasses of the pure healin' waters of the live forever spring. I'd advise you for your own sake, and the sake of your family, who would mourn your untimely decease, to drink from that spring at once." "But," says Josiah, with an agonized and hopeless look, "I can't drink no more now." "Why?" says the man. "Because I don't hold any more. I don't hold but 2 quarts, and I have drinked 11 tumblers full now." "11 glasses of that poison?" says the man. "Wall, if it is too late, I am not to blame. I've warned you. Farewell," says he, a-groppin' holt of Josiah's hand. "Farewell forever. But if you do live," says he, "if by a miracle you are saved, remember the live forever spring. If there is any help for you, it is in them waters." And he dashed away, for another stranger was approachin' the scene. I, myself, didn't have no idea that Josiah was a-goin' to die. But Ardelia whispered to me she must go back to the hotel, so she went. I see she looked kinder strange, and I didn't object to it. And when we got back, she handed me some verses entitled Stanzas on the Death of Josiah Allen. She handed 'em to me, and hastened away, quick. But Josiah Allen didn't die. And this incident made him more megum. More as I wanted him to be. Why, you have to be megum in everything, no matter how good it is. Milk porridge, or the Bible, or anything. You can kill yourself on milk porridge if you drink enough. And you can set down and read the Bible, till you grow to your chair, and lose your eyesight. Now these waters are dreadful good, but you have got to use some megamness with them, it stands to reason you have. 'Tain't megam to drink from 10 to 12 glasses at a time, and mix your drinks going round from spring to spring like a loony. No, get a good doctor to tell you what minerals you seem to stand in need on the most, and then try to get 'em with fear and tremblin'. You'll get help, I hain't a doubt on't. For they are dreadful good for various things that afflict the human body. Dreadful! These are the verses of Ardelia. On the other side of the paper, as if wrote later, was the following lines. Ardelia is truthful. This is her strong point, that and her ambition. Chapter 16. At a lawn party. Wall, the very next morning Miss Flem sent word for Josiah and me to come that night to a lawn party. And I says at once, I must go and get some lawn. Says Josiah, what will you do with it? And I says, oh, I suppose I shall wrap it round me, I'll do what the rest do. And says Josiah, hadn't I ought to have some too? If it is a lawn party and everybody else has it, I shall feel like a fool without any lawn. And I looked at him in deep thought, and threw him into the causes and consequences of things, and says I suppose you do ought to have a lawn necktie, or handkerchief, or something. Says he, how would a vest look made out of it, a kinder-sprigged one, light gay colors on a yaller groundwork? But I says at once, you never will go out with me, Josiah, with a lawn vest on, and I settled it right there on the spot. Then he proposed to have some wrapped round his hat, sort of festooned. But I stood like marble against that day. But I knew I had got to have some lawn, and pretty soon we sallied out together, and wended our way down to where I should be likely to find a lawn store. And who should we meet a-comin' out of a store but Ardelia? Her 3D cousin had sent her over to get a ingredient for cookin'. Good, willin' little creeter. She walked along with us for a spell. And while she was a-walkin' along with us, we come on to a sight that always looked pitiful to me, the old female that was always a-sittin' there a-singin' and playin' on a accordion. And it seemed to me that she looked pitifuller and humblier than ever, as she sot there amongst the dense crowd that mornin' a-singin' and a-playin'. Her tone was thin as gauze, humbly gauze too. But I wondered to myself how she was a-feelin' inside of her own mind, and what voices she heard a-speakin' to her own soul, through them humbly strains. And entirely unbeknown to myself, I fell into a short reverie, short but deep, right there in the street, as I looked down on her, a-settin' there so old, and patient and helpless, amongst the gay movin' throng. And I wondered what did she see, a-settin' there with her blind eyes, what did she hear through them humbly tones that she was a-singin' day after day to a crowd that was indifferent to her, or despised her? Did she hear the song of the mornin', the springtime of life? Did the song of a lark come back to her, a lark flyin' up through the sweet mornin' sky over the doorway of a home, a lark watched by young eyes, 2 pairs of 'em, that made the seein' a blessedness? Did a baby's first sweet blunders of speech and happy laughter come back to her, as she sat there a-drawin' out with her wrinkled hands them miserable sounds from the groanin' instrument? Did home, love, happiness sound out to her, out of them humbly strains? I'd have gin a cent to know. And I'd have gin a cent quick to know if the tread of the crowd goin' past her day after day, hour after hour, seems to her like the trample of time a-marchin' on. Did she hear in 'em the footsteps of child, or lover, or friend, a-steppin' away from her, and youth and happiness, and hope, a-stiddy goin' away from her? Did she ever listen through the constant sound of them steps, listen to hear the tread of them feet that she must know was a-comin' nigh to her, the icy feet that will approach us, if their way leads over rocks or roses? Did she hate to hear them steps a-comin' nearer to her, or did she strain her ears to hear 'em, to welcome 'em? I thought like as not she did. For thinks as I to myself, and couldn't help it, if she is a Christian she must be glad to change that old accordion for a harp of any size or shape. For mournfuller and more melancholy sounds than her voice and that instrument made I never hearn, nor ever expect to hear, and thin. Poor old, humbly critter, I gin her quite a lot of change one day, and she braced up and sung and drawed out faster than ever, and thinner. Though I'd have gladly hearn her stop. When I come up out of my reverie, I see Ardelia lookin' at her stiddy and kind o' sot. and I mistrusted trouble was ahead on me, and I hurried Josiah down the street. Ardelia is saying she had got to turn the corner, to go to another place for her 3D cousin. Just as we was a-crossin' a street, my companion drawed my attention to a sign that was just overhead, and says, "Lie. That means me, I'm spoke of right out, and hung up overhead." And says I, "What do you mean?" Says he, "Read it, the first man I cure of the day, that's me, Samantha, I hain't a doubt of it. And I s'pose I ought to go in and be cured. I s'pose probably it will be expected of me, that I should go in, and let him look at my corns." Says I, "Josiah Allen, I've heerd you talk time and agin against big feelin' folks, and here you be a-talkin' it right to yourself, and callin' yourself the first man of the day." "Wall," says he firmly, "I believe it, and I believe you do, and you'd own up to it, if you wasn't so aggravatin'. "Wall," says I mildly, "I do think you are the first in some things, though what them things are, I would be fur from wantin' to tell you. But," I continued on, "I don't see you should think that means you. Saratoga is full of men, and most probable every man of 'em thinks it means him." "Wall," says he, "I don't think it means me, I know it. And I s'pose," he continued dreamily, "they'd cure me, and not charge a cent." "Wall," says I, "wait till another time, Josiah Allen." And just at this minute, right down under our feet, we see the word, "Pray," in big letters scraped right out in stun. And Josiah says, "I wonder if the dumb fools think anybody is going to kneel down right here in the street, and be run over. Why, a man would be knocked over a dozen times, before he got through one prayer, 'Now I lay me down to sleep,' or anything." "Wall," says I mildly, "I don't think that would be a very suitable prayer under the circumstances. It hain't expected that you'd lay down here for a nap, howsomever," says I reasonably. "They're puttin' the word there shows what good streaks the folks here have, and I don't want you to make light on't, and if you don't want to act like a perfect backslider you'll cease usin' such profane language on sech a solemn subject." "Wall, we went into a good-lookin' store and I was just a-lookin' at some lawn and a-wonderin' how many yards I should want, when who should come in but Miss Flam to get a ruche for her neck. And she told me that I didn't need any lawn, and that it was a garden party, and folks dressed in anything they was a mind to, though, says she, a good many go in full dress." "Wall," says I calmly, "I have got one, and she told me to come in good season." That afternoon, Josiah being out for a walk, I took out of my trunk a dress that Alminy Hadgeton had made for me out of a very full pattern I had got of a peddler, and wanted it all put in, so's it would fade all alike, for I mistrusted it wouldn't wash. It was gathered in full round the waist, and the sleeves was set in full, and the waist was kinder full before, and it had a deep high ruffle gathered in full round the neck. It was a very full dress, though I hain't proud, and never was called so. Yet anybody does take a modest pleasure in being equal to any occasion, and comin' up nobly to an emergency. And I own that I did say to myself, as I pulled out the gathers in front, "Wall, there may be full dresses there tonight, but there will be none fuller than mine." And I was glad that Alminy had made it just as she had. She had made it a little fuller than even I had laid out to have it, for she mistrusted it would shrink in washin'. It was a very full dress. It was cambric dark chocolate, with a set flower of a kind of a cinnamon brown and yellow. It was brand new and looked well. Wall, I had got it on, and was contemplatin' its fullness with complacency and a hand-glass, a-seein' how nobly it stood out behind, and how full it was, when Josiah Allen came in. I had talked it over with him, before he went out, and he was as tickled as I was, and tickleder, to think I had got just the right dress for the occasion. But he says to me the first thing, "You are all wrong, Samantha. Full dress means low neck and short sleeves." Says I, "I know better." Says he, "It does." Says I, "Somebody has been a foolin' you, Josiah Allen. There ain't no sense in it. Do you s'pose folks would call a dress full, when there was more'n half a waist and sleeves to it? I tried to use a little judgment, Josiah Allen." But he contended that he was in the right on't. And he took up his best vest that lay on the bed, and sot down, and took out his jack-knife and went a-rippin' open one of the shoulders, and says I, "What are you doin', Josiah Allen?" Why, you can do as you are a mind to, Samantha Allen, says he. But I shall go fashionable, I shall go in full dress. Says I. Josiah Allen, do you look me in the face and say you are a-goin' in a low-neck vest, and everything, to that party tonight? Yes, Mom, I be. I am bound to be fashionable. And he went to rollin' up his shirt sleeves and tinnin' in the neck of his shirt, in a manner that was perfectly immodest. I turned my head away instinctively, for I felt that my cheek was a-gettin' as red as blood, partly through delicacy and partly through righteous anger. Says I. Josiah Allen, be you a calculatin' to go there right out in public before men and women, a-showin' your bare bosom to a crowd? Where is your modesty, Josiah Allen? Where is your decency? Says he firmly. I keep 'em where all the rest do, who go in full dress. I sat right down in a chair and says I. Well, there is one thing certain, if you go in that condition, you will go alone. Why? Says I. To home, if Tirzah and your own daughter had catched you in that predicament, a rub-in on liniment or anything, you would have jumped and covered yourself up, quicker'n a flash, and likeways me, before Thomas Jefferson. And now you lay out to go in that way before young girls, and old ones, and men and women, and want me to foller on after your example. What in the world are you a-thinkin' on, Josiah Allen? Why, I'm a-thinkin' on full dress, says B in a pert tone, a-kindertonin' himself before the glass, where he could get a good view of his bones. His thin neck was much more than bones, anyway, and so I told him. And I asked him if he could see any beauty in it, and says I. Who wants to look at our old bare necks, Josiah Allen? And if there wasn't any other powerful reason of modesty and decency in it, you'd catch your death cold, Josiah Allen, and be laid up with the pneumonia. You know you would, says I. You are actin' like a loony, Josiah Allen. It is you that are actin' like a loony, says he bitterly. I never propose anything of a high fashionable kind but what you want to break it up. Why, dumn it all, you know as well as I do, that men hain't called as modest as women anyway. And if they have the name, why shouldn't they have the game? Why shouldn't they go round half-dressed as well as women do? And they are as strong agin. If there is any danger to health in it, they are better able to stand it. But, says he, in the same bitter accents, you always try to break up all my efforts at high life and fashion. I presume you won't waltz tonight, nor want me to. I groaned several times in spite of myself, and said, Waltz, says I in awful accents. A class leader, and a grandfather, and talkin' about waltzin', says Josiah. Men older than me waltz, and foller it up. Put their arms right round the prettiest girls in the room, hug 'em, and swing 'em right round, says he kinder-spooner-like. I said nothin' at them fearful words, only my groans and sighs became deeper and more violent. And in a minute I see through the fingers with which I had nearly covered my face, that he was a-pullin' down his shirt sleeves and a-puttin' his jack-knife in his pocket. That man loves me. And love sways him round oftentimes when reason and sound argument are powerless. Now, the sound reason of the case didn't move him, such as the indelicacy of making an exhibition of oneself in a way that would, if displayed in a heathen, be a call for missionaries to convert him, and that makes men blush when they see it in a Christian woman. The sound reason of its being the fruitful cause of disease and death, through the senseless exposure. The sound reason of the worse than folly of old and middle-aged folks thinkin' that the exhibition is a pretty one when it hain't. The sound reason of its being inconsistent for a woman to allow the familiarity of a man and a stranger, a walkin' up and puttin' his arm round her, and huggin' her up to him as clost as he can, that act, that a woman would resent as a deadly insult, and her incensed relatives avenge with the sword, if it occurred in any other place than the ballroom and at the sound of the fiddle. The utter inconsistency of her meeting it with smiles, and making frantic efforts to get more such affronts than any other woman present, her male relatives a-lookin' proudly on. The inconsistency of a man's being not only held guiltless but applauded for doing what, if it took place in the street, or church, would make him outlawed, for where is there a lot of manly men who would look on calmly, and see a sweet young girl insulted by a man's catchin' hold of her and embracin' of her tightly for half an hour, why, he would be turned out of his club and outlawed from Christian homes if it took place in silence. But yet the sound of a fiddle makes it all right. And I says to myself mildly, as I sat there, is it that men and women lose their senses, or is there a sacredness in the strains of that fiddle that makes immodesty modest, indecency decent, and immorality moral? And again I sith heavy and gin 3 deep groans. And I see Josiah gin in. All the sound reasons weighed as nothing with him, but 2 or 3 groans, and a few siths settled the matter. Truly love is a mighty conqueror. And anon Josiah spoke and says, Wall, I suppose I can gin it all up, if you feel so about it, but we shall act like fools, Samantha, and look like 'em. Says I sternly, better be fools than knaves, Josiah Allen. If we have got to be one or the other, but we hain't. We are a-standin' on firm ground, Josiah Allen. Says I. The platform made of the boards of consistency, and common sense, and decency is one that will never break down and let you through it, into gulfs and abysses. And on that platform we will both stand tonight, dear Josiah. I think it is always best when a partner has gin in, and you have had a triumph of principle, to be bland, blander than common to him. I always love at such times to round my words to him with a sweet affectionateness of mien. I love to, and he loves it. We sought out in good season for the garden party. And it was indeed a sight to behold. But I did not at that first minute have a chance to sense it, for Miss Flam sent her hired girl out to ask me to come to her room for a few minutes. Miss Flam's house is undergoing repairs for a few weeks. Something had gin out in the waterworks, so she and her hired girl have been to this tarvin for the time bein'. The hired girl got us some good seats, and tellin' Josiah to keep one on 'em for me, I followed the girl, or maid, as Miss Flam calls her. But good land! If she is a old maid, I don't see where the young ones be. Miss Flam had sent for me, so she said, to see if I wanted to ride out the next day, and what time would be the most convenient to me, and also, to see how I liked her dress. She didn't know as she should see me down below, in the crowd, and she wanted me to see it. Miss Flam uses me dreadful well, but I suppose 2/3 ds of it is on Thomas J.'s account. Some folks think she is going to have another lawsuit, and I am glad enough to have him convey her lawsuits, for they are good, honorable ones, and she pays him splendid for carryin' 'em. Wall, she had her skirts all on when I went in, all of foamin' and a shirneen, down onto the carpet, in a glitterin' pile of pink satin and white lace and posies. Gorgeous enough for a princess. And I didn't mind it much, bein' only females present, if she was exposin' of herself a good deal. I kinder blushed a little as I looked at her, and kept my eyes down on her skirts all I could, and thinks as I to myself, what if Washington should come in? I shouldn't know which way to look. But then the very next minute, I says to myself, of course he won't be until she gets her waist on. I'm a borewin' trouble for nothin'. At last Miss Flam spoke, and says she, as she kinder craned herself before the glass, a-lookin' at her back, most the whole length on it bare, as I am a livin' creetur, and says she, how do you like my dress? Oh, says I, wantin' to make myself agreeable, both on account of principle and the lawsuit. The skirts are beautiful, but I can't judge how the whole dress looks, you know, till you get your waist on. My waist? Says she. Yes, says I. I have got it on, says she. Where is it? Says I, a-lookin' at her closer through my specs. Where is the waist? Here, says she, a-pintin' to a pink belt ribbon, and a string of beads over each shoulder. Says I, Miss Flam, do you call that a waist? Yes, says she, and she balanced herself on her little pink totlin slippers. She couldn't walk in 'em a good honorable walk to save her life. How could she, with the instep not over 2 inches across, and the heels right under the middle of her foot, more'n a finger high? Good land, they was enough to lame a Injun savage, and curb him in. But she sort o' balanced herself unto 'em, the best she could, and put her hands round her waist. It was much bigger than a pipe stem, and sort o' bulgin' out both ways, above and below, some like a string tied tight round a pillar, and says she complacently, I don't believe there will be a dress shown tonight more stylish and beautiful than mine. Says I, do you tell me, Miss Flam, that you are a-goin' down into that crowd of promiscuous men and women, with nothin' but them strings on to cover you? Says I. Do you tell me that, and you a professor and a Christian? Yes, says she. I paid $300 for this dress, and it hain't likely I am going to miss the chance of showing it off to the other Vim men who will envy me the possession of it. To be sure, says she, it is a little lower than Americans usually wear. But in fashion, as in anything else, somebody has got to go ahead. This is the very height of fashion, says she. Says I in with Aaron and Brennan scorn. It is the height of immodesty. And I just turned my back right onto her, and sailed out of the room. I was nae going to stand that, lawsuit or no lawsuit. I was all worked up in my mind, and by the side of myself, and I didn't get over it for some time, either. Wall, I found my companion seated in that comfortable place, and a keepin' my chair for me, and so I sat down by him, and truly we sat still, and see the glory, and the magnificence on every side on us. There was 3 piazzas about as long as from our house to Jonesville, or from Jonesville to Loontown, all filled with folks magnificently dressed, and a big garden layin' between 'em about as big as from our house to Miss Gowdy's, and so round crossways to Almany Hagedone's brothers, and back agin. It was full as fur as that, and you know well that that is a great distance. There was some big noble trees, all twinklin' full of lights, of every color, and rows of shirneen lights, criss-crossed every way, or that is, every beautiful way, from the high ornamental pillars of the immense house, that loomed up in the distance round us on every side, same as the mountains loom up round Loontown. There was a big platform built in the middle of the garden, with sweet music discursin' from it the most enchantin' strains. And the fountains was sprayin' out the most beautiful colors you ever see in your life, and fallin' down in pink, and yellow, and gold, and green, and amber, and silver water, sparklin' down onto the green beautiful ferns and flowers that loved to grow round the big marble basin which shone white, risin' out of the green velvet of the grass. Josiah looked at that water, and says he, Samantha, I'd love to get some of that water to pass round evenin's when we have company. Says he, it would look so dressy and fashionable to pass round pink water, or light blue, or light yeller. How it would make Uncle Nate Gowday open his eyes. I believe I shall buy some bottles of it, Samantha, to take home. What do you say? I don't suppose it would cost such a dreadful sight, do you? Says he. I suppose all they have to do is to put pumps down into a pink spring, or a yeller one, as the case may be, and pump. And I would be willin' to pump it up myself, if it would come cheaper. But my companion soon forgot to follow up the theme in lookin' about him onto the magnificent scene, and a seein' the throngs of men and Vim men growin' more and more denser, and every crowd on 'em that swept by us, and round us, and before us, a growin' more gorgeous in dress, or so it seemed to us. Gems of every gorgeous color under the heavens, and some just the color of the heavens when it is blue and shirneen, or when it is purplish dark in the night time, or when it is full of white fleecy clouds, or when it is a shirneen with stars. Why, one woman had so many diamonds on that she had a detective follerin' her all round wherever she went. She was a blaze of splendor, and so was lots of 'em, though like the stars, they differed from each other in glory. But whatever color their gowns was, in one thing they was most all alike, most all of 'em had waists all drawed in tight, but a bulgin' out on each side, more or less as the case might be. Why, some of them waists wasn't much bigger than pipes' tails, and so I told Josiah. And he whispered back to me, and says he, I wonder if them Vim men with wasp waists think that we men like the looks on 'em. They make a dumb mistake if they do. Why, says he, we men know what they be. We know they are nothin' but crushed bones and flesh. Says he, I could make my own waist look jest like 'em, if I should take a rope and strap myself down. Wall, says I, in agitated accents, don't you try to go into no such enterprise, Josiah Allen. I remembered the episode of the afternoon, and I says in Inkston's accents, and affectionate, besides not looking well, it is dangerous, awful dangerous. And how I should blush, says I, if I was to see you with a leather strap or a rope round your waist under your coat, a-drawing you in, a-changing your good honorable shape. And God made men's and women's waists just alike in the first place, and it is just as smart for men to deform themselves in that way as it is for women. But oh, the agony of my soul if I should see you a-tryin' to disfigure yourself in that way. You needn't be afraid, Samantha, says he. I am dressy, and always was, but I hain't such a fool as that, as to kill myself in perfect agony for fashion. I didn't say nothin', but instinctively I looked down at his feet. Oh, you needn't look at my feet, Samantha. Feet are very different from the heart, and lungs, and such. You can squeeze your feet down, and not hurt much more in the flesh and bones. But you are a-destroyin' the very seat of life when you draw your waist in as them men do. I know it, says I. But I wouldn't torture myself in any way if I was in your place. I don't lay out to, says he. I hain't a-goin' to wear corsets, it hain't at all probable I shall, though I am better able to stand it than them men be. I know that, says I. I know men are stronger and better able to bear the strain of being drawed in and tapered. I am reasonable, and will ever speak truthful and honest, and this I couldn't deny and didn't try to. Wall, dum it, what makes men stronger? Says he. Why, says I suppose one great thing is their dressin' comfortable. Wall, I am glad you know enough to know it, says he. Why, says he, just imagine a man tying a rope round his waist, round and round, or worse yet, take strong steel, and whalebones, and bind and choke himself down with them, and tottlin' himself up on high-heel slippers, the high heels comin' right up in the ball of his foot, and then havin' heavy skirts a-holdin' him down, tied back tight round his knees and draggin' along on the ground at his feet. Imagine me in that predicament, Samantha. I shuddered and says I, don't bring up no such scene to harrow up my nerve, says I. You know I couldn't stand it, to see you a-facin' life and its solemn responsibilities in that condition. It would kill me to witness your sufferin', says I, and agin I shuddered, and agin I sithed. And he says, Wall, it is just as reasonable for a man to do it as for a woman. It is far worse and more dangerous for a woman than a man. I know it, says I between my sithes. I know it, but I can't stand it, to have you go into it. Wall, you needn't worry, Samantha, I hain't a fool. You won't catch men a-goin' into any such performances as this, they know too much. And then he resumed on in a lighter agent, to get my mind still further off from his danger, for I was still a-sithin', frequent and deep. Says he, as he looked down and see some vim men a-passin' below, says he, I never see such a sight in my life. A man can see more here in one evenin' than he can in a lifetime at Jonesville. That is so, Josiah, says I. You can. And I felt every word I said, for at that very minute a lady, or rather a female woman, passed with a dress on so low in the neck that I instinctively turned away my head, and when I looked round agin, a deep blush was mantlin' the cheeks of Josiah Allen, a flushin' up his face, clear up into his bald head. I don't believe I had ever been prouder of Josiah Allen than I was at that minute. That blush spoke plainer than words could, of the purity and soundness of my partner's morals. If the whole nation had stood up in front of me at that time, and told me his morals was a tottlin', I would have scorned the suggestion. No, that blush telegraphed to me right from his soul, the sweet tidings of his modesty and worth. And I couldn't refrain from sayin' in encouragin', happy accents, Hain't you glad now, Josiah Allen, that you listened to your pardner? Hain't you glad that you hain't a-goin' round in a low-necked coat and vest, a-callin' up the blush of scorn and outraged modesty to the cheeks of noble and modest men? Yes, says he, groppin' holt of my hand in the warmth of his gratitude, for he see what I had kept him from. Yes, you was in the right on't, Samantha. I see the awfulness of the peril from which you rescued of me. But never, says he, a-lookin' down agin over the railin', onto some more vim men a-passin' beneath. Never did I see what I have seen here tonight. Not, says he dreamily, since I was a baby. Wall, says I, don't try to look, Josiah, turn your eyes away. And I believe he did try to, though such is the fascination of a known danger in front of you, that it is hard to keep yourself from contemplatin' of it. But he tried to. And he tried to not look at the waltzin' no more than he could help, and I did too. But in spite of himself he had to see how close the young girls was held, how warmly the young men embraced him, And as he looked on, again I see the hot blush of shame mantle Josiah's cheeks, and again he says to me in almost warm accents, I realize what you have rescued me from, Samantha. And I says, You couldn't have looked Elder Minkley in the face, could you? If you had gone into that shameful diversion. No, I couldn't, nor into your nother. I couldn't have looked nobody in the face, if I had gone on and imposed on any young girl as they are a-doin', and insulted of her. Why, says he, if it was my Tirzah and that them men was embracin', and huggin', and switchin' her round, as if they didn't have no respect for her at all, why, if it was Tirzah and I would tear him from lim. And he looked capable on't. He looked almost sublime, though small. And I hurried him away from the scene, for I didn't know what would ensue and foller on, if I let him linger there longer. He looked as firm and warlike as one of our bantam fowls, a male one, when hawks are a-hovering over the females of the flock. And when I say bantam, I say it with no disrespect to Josiah Allen. Bantams are noble, and warlike fowls, though small-boned. I got one more glimpse of Miss Flam just as we left the tarvin. She was a-standin' up in the parlor, with a tall man a-standin' up in front of her a-talkin'. He seemed to be biddin' of her good-bye, for he had holt of her hand, and be was a-sayin' as we went by says he, I am sorry not to see more of you. Good land, thinks as I. What can the man be a-thinkin' on? The mean, miserable creetur! If there was ever a deadly insult gin to a woman, then was the time it was gin. Good land! Good land! I don't know whether Miss Flam resented it, or not, for I hurried Josiah along. I didn't want to expose him to no such sights, good, innocent old creetur. So I kept him up on a pretty good jog till I got him home. The next mornin' Ardelia Tut sent me over a copy of the followin' verses, which was as follers. Chapter 17. A Trip to Schuylerville. It was a lovely mornin' when my companion and me sought out to visit Schuylerville to see the monument that is stood up there in honor of the Battle of Saratoga, one of 7 great decisive battles of the world. Wall, the cars rolled on peacefully, though screechin' occasionally, for, as the poet says, it is their nater to, and rolled us away from Saratoga. And at first there was nothin' particularly inspirin' in the looks of the landscape, or Ruther woodscape. It was mostly woods and rather humbly woods too, kinder flat lookin'. But pretty soon the scenery became beautiful and impressive. The rollin' hills rolled down and up in great billowy masses of green and pale blue, accordin' as they was fur or near, and we went by churneen water, and a glowin' landscape, and pretty houses, and fields of grain and corn, etc., etc., and anon we reached a place where Victory Mills was printed up high, in big letters. When Josiah see this, he says, Hain't that neighborly and friendly in Victory to come over here and put up a mill? That shows, Samantha, says he, that the old hardness of the Revolution is entirely done away with. He was just full of revolutionary thoughts that mornin', Josiah Allen was. And so was I too, but my strength of mind is such, that I reined em in, and didn't let em run away with me. And I told him that it didn't mean that. Says I, the widder Albert wouldn't come over here and go to millin', she nor none of her family. But, says he, the name must mean somethin'. Do you s'pose it is where folks get the victory over things? If it is, I'd give $1 bill to get a grist ground out here, and, says he, in a sort of a coaxin' tone, "Le's stop and get some victory, Samantha." And I told him that I guessed when he got a victory over the world, the flesh, or the David, he would have to work for it, he wouldn't get it ground out for him. But anon, he cast his eyes on somethin' else, and so forgot to muse on this any further. It was a fair scene. Anon, a big manufactory, as big as the whole side of Jonesville almost, loomed up by the side of us. And anon the fair, the beautiful country spread itself out before our vision. While far away the pale blue mountains peeked up over the green ones, to see if they too could see the monument ris up to our national liberty. It belonged to them, just as much as to the hill it was a-standin' on, it belongs to the whole liberty-lovin' world. Wall, the cars stopped in a pretty little village, a clean, pleasant little place as I ever see, or want to see. And Josiah and me wended our way up the broad roomy street, up to where the monument seemed to sort o' begin to us to come. And when we got up to it, We see it was a sight to behold. The curious thing on was, it kept a growin' bigger and bigger all the time we was approachin' it, till, as we stood at its base, it seemed to tower up into the very skies. There was some flights of stone steps a-leadin' up to some doors in the side on't, and we went inside on't after we had gin a good look at the outside. But it took us some time to get through gazin' at the outside on't. Way up over our heads was some sort o' recesses, some like the recess in my spare bedroom, only higher and narrower, and kinder nobler lookin'. And standin' up in the first one, a-lookin' stiddy through storm and shine at the North Star, stood General Gates, bigger than life considerable, but none too big, for his deeds and the deeds of all of our old forefathers stand out now, and seem a good deal bigger than life. Yes, take him in all their consequences, a sight bigger. Wall, there he stands, a-leanin' on his sword. He'll be ready when the enemy comes, no danger but what he will. On the east side is General Schuyler Orbach, ready to dash forward against the foe, impetuous, ardent, gallant. But oh! The perils and dangers that obstruct his pathway, thick underbrush and high, tall trees stand up round him that he seemin' can't get through. But his gallant soldiers are a-helpin' him onward, they are a-cuttin' down the trees so's he can get through 'em and dash at the enemy. You see as you look on him that he will get through it all. No envy, nor detraction, nor jealousy, no such low underbrush full of crawlin' reptiles, nor no high solid trees, no danger of any sort can keep him back. His big brave, generous heart is sot on helpin' his country, he'll do it. On the south side is the saddest sight that a patriotic American can see. On a plain slab stun, lookin' a good deal like a permanent gravestun, sot up high there, for Americans to weep over forever, bitter tears of shames, is the name. Arnold. He was a brave soldier, his name ought to be there, it is all right to have it there and just where it is, on a gravestun. All through the centuries it will stand there, a name carved by the hand of cupidity, selfishness, and treachery. On the west side, General Morgan is standin' up with his hands over his eyes, lookin' away into the sunset. He looked just like that when he was a-lookin' after prowlin' red skins and red coats, when the sun was under dark clouds, and the day was dark 100 years ago. But now, all he has to do is to stand up there and look off into the glowin' heavens, a-watchin' the golden light of the sun of liberty a-rollin' on westward. He holds his hand over his eyes, its rays most blind him, he is most lost a-thinkin' how fur them rays are a-spreadin', and a-glowin', way off. Morgan is a-lookin' onto our future, and it dazzles him. Its rays stretch off into other lands, they strike dark places, they burn, they glow, they shine, they light up the world. Hold up your head, brave old general, and your loyal, steadfast eyes. You help to strike that light. Its radiance half frights you. It is so heavenly bright, its rays may well dazzle you. Brown old soldiers, I love to think of you always a-standin' up there, lifted high up by a grateful nation, a-lookin' off over all the world, a-lookin' off towards the glowin' west, toward our glorious future. On the inside, too, it was a noble scene. After you rose up the steps and went inside, you found yourself in a middlin' big room all surrounded by figures in what they called alto relief, or somethin' to that effect. I don't know what alto they meant. I don't know nobody by that name, nor I don't know how they relieved him. But I suppose Alto when he was there was relieved to think that the figures was all so noble and impressive. Mebbe he had been afraid they wouldn't suit him and the nation. But they did, they must have. He must have been hard to suit, Alto must, if he was relieved, and pleased with these. On one side was George III of England, in his magnificent palace, all dressed up in velvet and lace, surrounded by his slick dressed-up nobles, and all of them a-sittin' there soft and warm, in the lap of luxury, a-makin' laws to bind the strugglin' colonies. And right across from that was a picture of them colonists, cold and hungry, a-havin' a rally for freedom, and a-settin' up a town meetin'. Right amongst the trees, and underbrush that hedged 'em all in and tripped 'em up at every step, and savages a-hidin' behind the trees, and fears of old England, and dread of a hazardous unknown future, a-hauntin' and cloudin' every glimpse of sky that came down on 'em through the trees. But they looked earnest and good, Them old forefathers did, and the town meetin looked determined and firm principled as ever a town meetin looked on the face of the earth. Then there was some of the women of the court, fine ladies, all silk, and ribbons, and embroideries, and paint, and powder, a leanin' back in their cushioned armchairs, a wantin' to have the colonies taxed still further so's to have more money to buy lace with and artificial flowers. And right across from 'em was some of our old foremothers, in a rude log hut, not strong enough to keep out the cold or the Injuns. One was a cardin wools, one of 'em was a spinnin' 'em, a tryin' to make clothes to cover the starved, half-naked old forefathers who was a tramplin' round in the snow with bare feet and shiverin' limbs. And one of 'em had a gun in her hand. She had smuggled the children all in behind her, and she was a lookin' out for the foe. These vim men hadn't no ribbons on, no, fur from it. And then there was General Schuyler a fellin' trees to obstruct the march of the British army. And Miss Schuyler a settin' fire to a field of wheat rather than have it help the enemy of her country. Brave old foremother, worthy partner of a grand man, she was a takin' her life in her hand and a destroyin' her own property for the sake of the cause she loved. A emblem of the way men and women sought fire to their own hopes, their own happiness, and burnt 'em up on the altar of the land we love. And there was some British vim men a follerin' their husbands through the perils of danger and death, likely old foremothers they was, and thought just as much of their partners as I do of my Josiah. I could see that plain. And could see it a sure still plainer in another one of the pictures. Lady Auckland a goin' over the Hudson in a little canoe with the waves a dashin' up high round her, to get to the sick bed of her companion. The white flag of truce was a wavin' over her head, and in her heart was a sure the clear white light of a woman's deathless devotion. Oh! There was likely vim men amongst the British, I hain't a doubt of it, and then too. And then we climb a long flight of stairs and we see some more pictures, all round that room. Alto relieved Agin, or he must have been relieved, and happified to see 'em, they was so impressive. I myself had from 25 to 30 emotions a minute while I stood a lookin' at 'em, big lofty emotions too. There was Jenny McCrae a bein' dragged off'n her horse, and killed by savages. A dreadful sight, a woman settin' out light-hearted toward happiness and goin' to meet a fearful doom. Dreadful sight that has come down through the centuries, and happens over and over agin amongst female vim men. But here it was fearful impressive for the savages that destroyed her was in livin' form, they hain't always materialized. Yes, it was a awful scene. And just beyond it, was Burgoyne a scoldin' the savages for the cruelty of the deed. Curious, hain't it? How the acts and deeds of a man that he sets to goin', when they have come to full fruition, scare him most to death, horrify him by the sight. I'll bet Burgoyne felt bad enough, a lookin' on her dead body, if it was his doin's in the first place, in lettin' loose such ignorance and savagery onto a strugglin' people. Yes, Mr. Burgoyne felt bad and ashamed, I hain't a doubt of it. His poet's soul could suffer as well as enjoy, and then I didn't feel like sayin' too much against Mr. Burgoyne, havin' meditated so lately in the treachery of Arnold, one of our own men doin' a act that ort to keep us sorta humble-minded to this day. And then there was the killin' and buryin' of Fraser, both impressive. He was a gallant officer and a brave man. And then there was General Schuyler, a good creetur, a-tinnin' over his command to Gates. And I methought to myself as I looked on it, that human natur' was just about the same then, it capered just about as it does now in public affairs and offices. Then there was the surrender of Burgoyne to Gates. A sight impressive enough to furnish one with steady emotions for weeks and weeks. A thinkin' of all he surrendered to him that day, and all that was took. The monument is dreadful high. Up, it soars as if it was bound to reach up into the very heavens, and carry up there these ideas of ourn about free rights, and national liberty. It don't go clear up, though. I wish it did. If it had, I should have gone up the high ladder clear to the top. But I desisted from the enterprise for two reasons. One was, that it didn't go, as I say, clear up, and the other was that the stairs wasn't finished. Josiah proposed that he should go up as he climb up our well, with 1 foot on each side on't. He said he was tempted to, for he wanted dreadfully to look out of them windows on the top. And he said it would probable be expected of him. And I told him that I guessed that the monument wouldn't feel hurt if he didn't go up. I guessed it would stand it. I discouraged the enterprise. And anon we went down out of the monument, and crossed over to the good-looking house where the man lives who takes care of the monument, and shows off its good traits, a kind of a guardian to it. And we got a first-rate dinner there, though such is not their practice. And then he took us in a likely buggy with 2 seats, and a horse to draw it, and we sought out to see what the march of 100 years has left us of the doings of them days. Time has trampled out a good many of 'em, but we found some. We found the old Schuyler mansion, a set-in back amongst the trees, with the old knocker on it, that had been pulled by so many old forefather, carry-in tidings of disappointment, and hope, and triumph, and encouragement, and everything. We went over the threshold wore down by the steps that had fell there for 100 years, some light, some heavy steps. We went into the clean, good-looking old kitchen, with the platters, and shirnine dressers and trays, the old-fashioned settee, half-table and half-seat. And we see the cup General Washington drink tea out of, good old creeter. I hope the water biled and it was good tea, and most probable it was. And we see lots of arms that had been carried in the war, and cannon balls, and shells, and tommyhawks, and hatchets, and arrows, and etc., etc., and down in one room all full of other curiosities and relics, was the skull of a traitor. I should judge from the looks on't that besides being mean, he was a homely man. Somebody said folks had made efforts to steal it. But Josiah whispered to me that there was no danger from him, for he would rather be shet right up in the tombs than to own it, in any way. And I felt some like him. Some of his teeth had been stole, so they said. Good land! What did they want with his teeth? But it was a dreadful interesting spot. And I thought as I went through the big square, roomy rooms that I wouldn't swap this good old house for dozens of Queen Anne's, or any other of the fashionable, furbelowed houses of today. The ornaments of this house was more on the inside, and I couldn't help thinking that this house, compared with the modern ornamental cottages, was a good deal like one of our good old-fashioned foremothers in her plain gown, compared with some of the grandmas of today, all paint, and furbelows, and false hair. The old foremother's ornaments was on the inside, and the others was more up on the roof, scalloped off and gingerbread, and criss-crossed. The old house was full of rooms fixed off beautiful. It was quite a treat to walk throng them. But the old fireplaces and mantel tray shelves spoke to our hearts of the generations that had poked them fires, and leaned up against them mantel trays. They went ahead on us through the old rooms. I couldn't see 'em, but I felt their presence, as I followed 'em over the old thresholds their feet had worn down 100 years ago. Their feet didn't make no sound, their petticoats and short gowns didn't rustle against the old doorways and staircases. The dear old grandpas in their embroidered coats didn't cast no shadow as they crossed the sunshine that came in through the old-fashioned window panes. No, but with my mind's eye, the best eye I have got, and one that don't wear specs, I see 'em, and I followed 'em down the narrow, steep staircase, and out into the broad light of 4 p.m., 1886. Anon, or shortly after, we drove up on a corner of the street just above where the Fish Creek empties into the Hudson, and there, right on a tall high brick block, was a tablet, showing that a tree once stood just there, under which Burgoyne surrendered. And agin, when I thought of all that he surrendered that day, and all that America and the world gained, my emotions riz up so powerful, that they wasn't quelled down a mite, by seeing right on the other side of the house wrote down these words: drugs, oils, etc. No oil couldn't smooth them down, nor drugs drug 'em, they was too powerful. And they lasted just as soaring and eloquent as ever till we turned down a cross street, and arrove at the place, just the identical spot where the British stacked their arms, and stacked all their pride, and their ambitious hopes with them. It made a high pile. Wall. From there we went up to a house on a hill, where poor Baroness Riedesel hid with her 3 little children, amongst the wounded and dying officers of the British Army, and stayed there 3 days and 3 nights, while shots and shells was a bombardin' the little house, and not knowing but some of the shots had gone through her lover husband's heart, before they struck the low roof over her head. What do you suppose she was a-thinkin' on as she lay hid in that cellar all them 3 days and 3 nights with her little girls' heads in her lap? Just the same thoughts that a mother thinks today, as she cowers down with the children she loves, to hide from danger. Just the same thoughts that a wife thinks today when her heart is out facing danger and death, with the man she loves. She faced danger, and died 100 deaths in the thought of the danger to them she loved. I see the very splinters that the cruel shells and cannon balls split, and tore right over her head. Good honorable splinters, and not scareful to look at today, but hard, and piercin', and harrowin' through them days and nights. Time has trampled over that calash she rode round so much in. I wish I could 'a' seen it, but time has ground it down into dust. Time's hand, quiet but heavy, rested down on the shirneen heads of the 3 little girls, and their pa and ma, and pushed them gently but firmly down out of sight, and all of them savages who used to follow that calash as it rolled onwards, and all their canoes, and wore hoops, and snowshoes, etc., etc. Yes, that calash of Miss Riedesel has rolled away years ago, carryin' the 3 little girls, their pa and ma, and all the fears, and hopes, and dreads, and joys, and heartaches of that time. It has rolled on with them all, on, down the dusty road of oblivion. It has disappeared there round the turn of road, and a cloud of dust comes up into our faces, as we tried to follow it. And the Injuns that used to howl round it, have all follered on the trail of that calash, and gone on, out of sight. Their canoes have drifted away down the blue Hudson, away off into the mist and the shadows. Curious, hain't it? And there the same hills and valleys lay, calm and placid, there's the same blue sparklin' Hudson. Dreadful curious, and sort o' heart-breakin' to think on't, hain't it? Only just a few more years and we, too, shall go round the turn of the road, out of sight, and a cloud of dust will come up and hide us from the faces of them that love us, and them, too, from the eyes of a newer people. All our hopes, all our ambitions, all our loves, our joys, our sorrows, all will be rolled away or floated away down the river, and the ripples will ripple on just as happy, the sunshine will kiss the hills just as warmly and lovingly, but other eyes will look on 'em, other hearts will throb and burn within 'em at the sight. Kinder sad to think on, hain't it? Chapter 18. The Social Science Meeting. One day Josiah and me went into a meetin' where they was kinder fixin' over the world, sort o' repairin' of it, as you may say. Some of the deepest, smartest speeches I ever hearn in my life, I hearn there. You know it is a middlin' deep subject. But they rose to it. They rose nobly to it. Some was for repairin' it one way, and some another. Some wanted to kinder tinker it up, and make it over like. Some wanted to tear it to pieces, and build it over new. But they all meant well by the world, and nobody could help respectin' 'em. I enjoyed them hours there with 'em, just about as well as it is in my power to enjoy anything. They was all on 'em civilized Christian folks and philanthropists of different shades and degrees, all but one. There was one heathen there. A Hindu right from Hindustan, and I felt kinder sorry for him. A heathen sot right in the midst of them folks of refinement and culture, who had spent their whole lives a-tryin' to fix over the world, and make it good. This poor little heathen, with a white pillar case, or somethin' wound round his head, I s'pose he hadn't money to buy a hat, and his small black eyes lookin' out kinder sideways from his dark humbly little face, rousted up my pity and my sympathy. There had been quite a firm speech made against Alawan foreigners on our shores. And this little heathen, in his broken speech, said it all seemed so funny to him, when everybody was foreigners in this country, to think that them that got here first should say they owned it, and send everybody else back. And he said, it seemed funny to him, that the missionaries we sent over to his land to teach them the truth, told them all about this land of liberty, where everybody was free, and everybody could earn a home for themselves, and urged them all to come over here, and then when they broke away from all that held them in their own land, and came thousands and thousands of miles, to get to this land of freedom and religion, then they was sent back again, and wasn't allowed to land. It seemed so funny. And so it did to me. And I said to myself, I wonder if they don't lose all faith in the missionaries, and what they tell them. I wonder if they don't have doubts about the other free country they tell them about. The other home they have urged them to prepare for, and go to. I wonder if they ain't afraid that when they have left their own country and sailed away for that home of everlasting freedom, they will be sent back again, and not allowed to land. But it comforted me quite a good deal to meditate on't, that land didn't have no laws against foreign emigration. That its ruler was one who held the rights of the lowest, and poorest, and most ignorant of his children, of just as much account as he did the rights of a king. Thinks as I that poor little head with the pillar case on it will be just as much looked up to, as if it was white and had a crown on it. And I felt real glad to think it was so. But I went to every meetin' of 'em, and enjoyed every one of 'em with a deep enjoyment. And I said then, and I say now, for folks that had took such a hefty job as they had, they done well, nobody could do better, and if the world wasn't improved by their talk it was the fault of the world, and not their'n. And we went to meetin' on Sunday mornin' and night, and hearn good sermons. There's several high big churches at Saratoga, of every denomination, and likely folks belong to the hull on 'em. There is no danger of folks losin' their way to heaven unless they want to, and they can go on their own favorite paths too, be they blue Presbyterian paths, or Methodist pastors, or by the Baptist boat, or the Episcopalian highway, or the Catholic covered way, or the Unitarian Broadway, or the shadow road of spiritualism. No danger of their losing their way unless they want to. And I thought to myself as I looked pensively at the different steeples, what though there might be a good deal of wranglin', and screechin', and puffin' off steam, at the different stations, as there must always be where so many different routes are a-layin' side by side, each with its own different runners, and conductors, and porters, and managers, and blowers, still it must be, that the separate highways would all end at last in a serener road, where the true wayfarers and the earnest pilgrims would all walk side by side, and forget the very name of the station they sought out from. I says as much to my companion, as we wended our way home from one of the meetin's, and he says, there hain't but one right way, and it is a pity folks can't see it. Says he a-sithin' deep, why can't everybody be Methodists? We was a-goin' by the Episcopal Church then, and he says a-lookin' at it, as if he was sorry for it. What a pity that such likely folks as they be, should believe in such erroneous doctrines. Why, says he, I have hearn that they believe that the bread at communion is changed into something else. What a pity that they should believe anything so strange as that is, when there is a good, plain, practical, Christian belief that they might believe in, when they might be Methodists. And the Baptists now, says he, a-glancin' back at their steeple, why can't they believe that a drop is as good as a fountain? Why do they want to believe in so much water? There hain't no need on't. They might be Methodists just as well as not, and be somebody. And he walked along pensively and in deep thought, and I feelin' somewhat tuckered didn't argue with him, and silence reigned about us till we got in front of the hall where the spiritualists hold their meetin's, and we met a few a-comin' out on it, and then he broke out and acted mad, awful mad and skernful, and says he angrily, them dumb fools believe in supernatural things. They don't have a shadow of reason or common sense to stand on. A man is a fool to gin the least attention to them, or their doin's. Why can't they believe something sensible? Why can't they jine a church that don't have anything curious in it? Nothin' but plain, common sense facts in it. Why can't they be Methodists? The day, says he, a-breakin' out fresh. The day of believin' that folks that have gone to the other world can come back agin and appear. Shaw, says he, dreadful loud and bold. I don't believe I ever heard a louder shaw in my life than that was, or more kinder-haughty and high-headed. And then I spoke up and says, Josiah, it is always well to shaw in the right place, and I am afraid you hain't studied on it as much as you ort. I am afraid you hain't a shawin' where you ort to. Where should I shaw? Says he, kinder snappish. Wall, says I, when you condemn other folks' beliefs, you ought to be careful that you hain't a condame in your own belief at the same time. Now my belief is grounded in the Methodist meetin' house like a rock. My faith has cast its anchor there inside of her beliefs and can't be washed round by any waves of opposing doctrines. But I am one who can't now, nor never could, abide bigotry and intolerance either in a Pope or a Josiah Allen. And when you condemn a belief simply on the ground of its being miraculous and beyond your comprehension, Josiah Allen, you had better pause and consider on what the Methodist faith is founded. All our Orthodox meetin' houses, Presbyterian, Baptist, Methodist, Episcopalian, every one on Josiah Allen, are sought down on a belief, a deathless faith in a miraculous birth, a life of supernatural events, the resurrection of the dead, his appearance after death, a belief in the grave's opening and the dead comin' forth, a belief in 3 persons inhabitin' one soul, the constant presence and control of spiritual influences, the Holy Ghost, and the spirits of just men. And while you are a-leanin' up against that belief, Josiah Allen, and a-leanin' heavy, don't shaw at any other belief for the qualities you hold sacred in your own. He quailed a very little, and I went on. If you want to shaw at it, shaw for something else in it, or else let it entirely alone. If you think it lacks active Christian force, if you think it is not aggressive in its assaults at sin, if you think it lacks faith in the divine head of the church, say so, do, but for mercy's sake try to shaw in the right place. Wall, says he, they are a low set that follers it up mostly, and you know it. And his head was right up in the air, and he looked very scornful. But I says, Josiah Allen, you are a shawwin agin in the wrong place. Says I. If what you say is true, remember that 1800 years ago, the same cry was riz up by Pharisees, he eats with publicans and sinners. They would not have a king who came in the guise of the poor, they cerned a spiritual truth that did not sparkle with worldly luster. But it shone on, it lights the souls of humanity today. Let us not be afraid, Josiah Allen. Truth is a jewel that cannot be harmed by deepest investigation, by roughest handling. It can't be buried, it will shine out of the deepest darkness. What is false will be washed away, what is true will remain. For all this frettin' and chafing, all this turbulence of conflicting beliefs, opposing wills, will only polish this jewel. Truth, calm and serene, will endure, will shine, will light up the world. He begun to look considerable softer and mean, and I continued on. Josiah Allen, you and I know what we believe the beautiful religion, Methodist Episcopal, that we both love, makes a light in our 2 souls. But don't let us stand in that light and yell out that everybody else's light is darkness, that our light is the only one. No, the heavens are over all the earth. The 12 gates of heaven are open and as shireen down on all sides of us. Jonesville Meetin' House, Methodist Episcopal, hain't the only medium through which the light streams. It is dear to us, Josiah Allen, but let us not think that we must collar everybody and drag 'em into it. And let us not cry out too much at other folks' superstitions, when the rock of our own faith, that comforts us in joy and sorrow, is sought in a sea of supernaturalism. You know how that faith comforts our 2 souls, how it is to us, like the shadow of a great rock in a weary land, but they say, their belief is the same to them, let us not judge them too hardly. No, the 12 gates of heaven are open, Josiah Allen, and as shireen down onto the earth. We know the light that has streamed into our own souls, but we do not know exactly what rays of radiance may have been reflected down into some other lives through some one of those many gates. The plate below has to be prepared, before it can catch the picture and hold it. The light does not strike back the same reflection from every earthly thing. The serene lake mirrors back the light, in a calm flood of glory, the flashin' waterfall breaks it into 1,000 dazzling sparkles. The dewy petal of the yellow field lily reflects its own ray of golden light back, so does the dark cone of the pine tree, and the diamond, the opal, the ruby, each tinges the light with its own coloring, but the light is all from above. And they all reflect the light, in their own way for which the divine skill has prepared them. Let us not try to compel the deep blue ocean waves and the shireen waterfall, and the lily blow, to reflect back the light, in the same identical manner. No, let the light stream down into high places, and low ones, let the truth shine into dark hearts, and into pure souls. God is light. God is love. It is His light that shines down out of the 12 gates, and though the ruby, or the amethyst, may color it by their own medium, the light that is reflected back is the light of heaven. And Josiah Allen, says I in a deeper, earnester tone, let us who know so little ourselves, be patient with other ignorant ones. Let us not be too intolerant, for no intolerance, Josiah Allen, is so cruel as that of ignorance and stupidity. Says Josiah, I won't believe in anything I can't see, Samantha Allen. I just looked round at him witheringly, and says I, "What have you ever seen, Josiah Allen, I mean that is worth saying? Hain't everything that is worth having in life, amongst the unseen? The deathless loves, the aspirations, the deep hopes, and faiths, that live in us and through us, and animate us and keep us alive, whose spectacles has ever seen em? What are we, all of us human creatures, anyway, but little atoms dropped here, heaven knows why, or how, into the midst of a perfect sea of mystery, and unseen influences? What hand shoved us forwards out of the shadows, and what hand will reach out to us from the shadows and draw us back again? Have you seen it, Josiah Allen? You have felt this great unseen force a-moving you along, but you hain't sot your eyes on it. What is there above us, below us, about us, but a waste of mystery, a power of unseen influences? You won't believe anything you can't see. Did you ever see old gravity, Josiah Allen, or get acquainted with him? Yet his hands hold the worlds together. Who ever see the mysterious sun thin in the north that draws the ship's compass round? Who ever see that great mysterious hand that is dropped down in the water, sweeping it back and forth, making the tides come in, and the tides go out? Who ever has catched a glimpse of them majestic fingers, Josiah Allen? Or the lips touched with lightnin', whose whispers reach round the world, and through the ocean? You hain't see 'em, nor I hain't. No, Josiah Allen, we don't know much of anything, and we don't know that for certain. We are all on us only poor pupils down in the earth's schoolroom, learnin' with difficulty and heartache the lessons God sets for us. Tough old experience gives us many a hard floggin' before we learn the day's lessons. And we find the benches hard, long before sundown. And it makes our hearts ache to see the mates we love droop their too tired heads in sleep, all round us before school is out. But we grind on at our lessons, as best we may. Learnin' a little maybe. Havin' to unlearn a sight, as the pinters move on towards 4. Clasping hands with fellow toilers and hard task, unclaspin' 'em, as they go up above us, or down nearer the foot. Havin' little intermissions of enjoyment, soon over. But we plod on, and bimeby, and sometimes we think we do not care how soon the teacher will say to us that we can be dismissed, and then we shall drop out of the rank of learners, and the school will go without us, just as busily, just as cheerfully, just as laboriously, just as sadly. Poor learners at the hard lessons of life. Learnin' out of a book that is held out to us from the shadows by an unseen, inexorable hand. Settin' on hard benches that may fall out from under us at any time. Poor ignorant creatures that we are, would it not be a too arrant folly for us to judge each other hardly, we, all on us, so deplorably ignorant, so weakly helpless? Says Josiah, in earnest accents. Please walk a little faster. And in looking up, I see that he was readin' an advertisement. I catch sight of a picture ornamentin' of it. It was Lydia Pinkham. And as I see that benign face, I found and recovered myself. Truly, I had been a soarin' up for above Saratoga, patent medicines, Josiah Allen, etc., etc. But when I found myself by the side of Josiah Allen once more, I moved onwards in silence, and soon we found ourselves right by the haven where I desired to be, our own tried and true boardin' house. Truly eloquence is tuckerin' very, especially when you are a soarin' and a walkin' at the same time. Chapter 19. St. Christina's Home. Wall, it was that very afternoon, almost immediately after dinner, that Josiah Allen invited me warmly to go with him to the roller coaster. And I compromised the matter by his going with us first to St. Christina's home, and then I told him I would proceed with him to the place where he would be. They was both on one road, nigh to each other, and he consented after some words. I felt dreadfully interested in this home, for it is a place where poor little sick children are took to, out of their miserable, stiflin', dirty garrets, and cellars, and kep' and made well and happy in their pleasant, home-like surroundin's. And I thought to myself, as I looked on the big grounds surroundin' it, and walked through the clean wide rooms, that the change to these children, brought out of their narrow dark homes of want and woe, into this great sunshiny home with its clean fresh rooms, its good food, its cheery Christian atmosphere, its broad sunshiny playgrounds, must seem like Antaran paradise to 'em. And I thought to myself how thankful I was that this pleasant house beautiful, was prepared for the rest and refreshment of the poor little pilgrims, worn out so early in the march of life. And I further thinks as I, Heaven bless the kind heart that first thought on't, and carried out the heavenly day. The children's faces all looked so happy and bright, it was a treat to see 'em. And the face of the sister who showed us round the rooms looked as calm, and peaceful, and happy, as if her face was the sun from which their little lights was reflected. Up amongst the rooms overhead, every one on 'em clean as a pin and sweet and orderly, was one room that specially attracted my attention. It was a small chapel where the little ones was took to learn their prayers and say 'em. It was the big, barren barn of a room, such as I have often seen in similar places, and which I have always thought must impress the children with the awful sense of the immensity and lonesomeness of space, and the intangibility and distance of the Great Spirit who inhabiteth eternity. No, it was small, and cozy, and cheerful, like a home. And the stained glass window held a beautiful picture of love and charity, which might well touch the children's hearts, sweetly and unconsciously, with the divine worth of love, and beauty, and goodness. And I could fancy the dear, little ones kneelin' here, and prayin', Our Father who art in heaven, and feelin' that he was indeed their Father, and not a stranger, and that heaven was not far off from 'em. And I thought to myself, Never! Never! Through all their life will they get entirely away from the pure, sweet lessons they learn here. I enjoyed the hour I spent here with a deep, heart enjoyment, and so did Josiah. Or, that is, I guess he did, though he whispered to me from time to time, or even oftener, as we went through the buildin', that we was a devourin' time that we might be spendin' at the roller coaster. Wall, at last, greatly to my partner's satisfaction, we sought out for the place where he fain would be. On our way there we roamed through another Indian encampment, a smaller one than that where we had the fearful incident of the mermaid and Sarah. No, it wasn't so big, but it had many innocent diversions and a photograph gallery, and other things for its comfort. And a standin' up a leanin' against a tree, by one of the little houses stood a Injun. He was one of the last left of his tribe. He seemed to be a lookin' pensively on, and seein' how the land that had belonged to 'em, the happy hunting grounds, the springs they believed the Great Spirit had ginned to 'em, had all passed away into the bands of another race. I was sorry for that Injun, real sorry. And thinks as I to myself, we feel considerable pert now, and lively, but who knows in another 300 or 400 years, but what one of the last of our race may be a leanin' up against some new tree, right in the same spot, a watchin' the old places passed away into other hands, mebbe black hands, or some other colored ones, mebbe yellow ones, who knows? I don't, nor Josiah don't. But my partner was a hurryin' me on, so I dropped my reverie and my umbrel in my haste to foller on after his footsteps. Josiah picked up my umbrel, but he couldn't pick up my soarin' emotions for me. No, he hain't never been able to get holt of 'em. But suffice it to say, that soon, preceded by my companion, I found myself a mountain the nearly precipitous stairs that led to the roller coaster. And having reached the spot, who should we find there but Ardelia Tutt and Bile Flamberg? They had been on the roller coaster 7 times in succession, and the car. And they was now a sitting down to recooperate their energies, and collect their scattered wits together. The roller coaster is very scatterin' to wits that are not collected firm and sound, and cemented by strong common sense. The reason why the roller coaster don't scatter such folks' wits is supposed to be because they don't go on to it. Ardelia looked as if her ideas was scattered to the 4 pints of the compass. As for Bile, it seemed to me as if he never had none to scatter. But he spoke out to once, and said he didn't care to ride on 'em. Bile Flamberg's strong pint is his truthfulness, I can't deny that. Ardelia wouldn't own up but what she enjoyed it dreadfully. You know folks are most always so. If they partake of a pleasure and recreation that is doubtful in its effects, they will always say what a high extreme of enjoyment they enjoyed a particle of it. Curious, hain't it? Wall, Josiah had been anticipatin' so much enjoyment from the exercise that I didn't make no move to prevent him from embarking on it, though it looked hazardous and dangerous in the extreme. I looked down on the long valleys and precipitous heights of the ascents and descents, in which my partner was so soon to be assenting and dissenting, and I trembled, and was just about to urge him to forego his diversion, for the sake of his partner's happiness, but as I turned to expostulate with him, I see the beautiful, joyous, hopeful look on his lineament, and the words fell almost dead on my tongue. I felt that I had ruther suffer in silence than to say one word to mar that bliss. Such is the love of partners, and such is some of the agonies they suffer silently to save from wounding the more opposite one. No, I said not a word, but silently sat, and see him making his preparations to embark. He see the expression onto my face, and he too was touched by it. He never said one word to me about embarking too, which I laid to two reasons. One was my immovable determination not to embark on the voyage, which I had confided to him before. And the other was the added expenses of the journey if he took his companion with him. No, I felt that he thought it was better we should part temporarily than that the expenditure should be doubled. But as the time drew near for him to leave me, I see by his mien that he felt bad about leaving me. He realized what a companion I had been to him. He realized the safety and repose he had always found at my side and the unknown dangers he was a rushing into. And he got up and silently shook hands with me. He would have kissed me, I make no doubt, if folks hadn't been a-standing by. He then embarked, and with lightning speed was bore away from me. As he disappeared down the dent, his few gray hairs waved back, and as he went over the last precipitous hill, I heard him cry out in agonizing accents, "Samantha! Samantha!" And I rushed forwards to his rescue, but so lightning quick was their movements that I met my companion a-comin' back, and I says, the first thing, "I heard your cry, Josiah. I rushed to save you, my dear partner." "Yes," says he. "I spoke out to you, to call your attention to the landscape over the woods there." I looked at him in a curious, still sort of a way, and didn't say nothin', only just that look. Why, that man looked all trembly and broke up, but he kept on. "Yes, it was beautiful and inspirin', and I knew you was such a case for landscapes, I thought I would call your attention to it," says I coldly. "You was scairt, Josiah Allen, and you know it." "Scairt? The day of me bein' scairt. I was callin' your attention to the beauty of the view, over in the woods." "What was it?" says I still more coldly, for I can't bear deceit, and coverin' up. "Oh, it was a house, and a tree, and a barn, and things. A great scene to scream about," says I. "It would probable have stood there till you got back, but you couldn't seem to wait. No, I have noticed that you always wanted to see things to once. I have noticed it in you. I could most probable have waited till you got back, to see a house and a tree." And in still more frigid accents I added, "Or a barn." And I says, kinder sarcastically, "You enjoyed your ride, I suppose?" "Immensely, it was perfectly beautiful. So sort of free and soarin' like. It is just what suits a man. You'd better go right over it agin," says I. "Yes," says the man who runs the cars. "You'd better go agin." "Oh no," says Josiah. "Why not?" says I. "Why not?" says the man. Josiah Allen looked all around the room, and down on the grass, as if trying to find a good reasonable excuse a layin' round loose somewhere, so's he could get hold of it. "You'd better go," says I. "I love to see you happy, Josiah Allen." "Yes, you'd better go," says the man. "No," says Josiah, still looking round for excuse, up into the heavens and onto the horizon. And at last his face kinder brightening up, as if he had found one. "No, it looks so kinder cloudy, I guess I won't go. I think we shall have rain between now and night." And so we said no more on the subject, and sought out homewards. Ardelia wrote a poem on the occasion, wrote it right there, with rapidity and a lead pencil, and handed it to me, before I left the room. I put it into my pocket and didn't think on it, for some days afterwards. That night after we got home from the roller coaster, I felt dreadful sorta downhearted about Abram G. I see in that little incident of the day, that bile, although I couldn't like him, yet I see he had his good qualities, I see how truthful he was. And although I love truth, I fairly worship it, yet I felt that if things was as he said they was, he would more'n probable get Ardelia tut, for I know the power of ambition in her, and I felt that she would risk the chances of happiness, for the name of being a banker's bride. So I sat there in deep gloom, and a chocolate-colored wrapper, till as late as 9:30 p.m., and I felt that the course of Abram's love was not runnin' smooth. No, I felt that it was runnin' in a dwindlin' torrent over a rocky bed, and a precipitous one. And I felt that if he was with me then and there, if we didn't mingle our tears together we could our siths, for I sithed, powerful and frequent. Poor short-sighted creetur that I was, a settin' in the shadow, when the sun was just a-gettin' ready to shine out onto Abram and reflect off onto my envious heart. Even at that very time the hand of righteous retribution had slipped its sure noose over Bile Flamberg's neck, and was a-walkin' him away from Ardelia, away from happiness, oratory. At that very hour, 9:30 p.m., Ardelia Tut and Abram G. had met again, and rosy love and happiness was even then a stringin' roses on the chain that was to bind 'em together forever. The way on't was, it bein' early when Ardelia got here, Bile proposed to take her out for a drive and she consented. He got a livery horse and buggy, and they say that the livery man knew just what sort of a creetur the horse was, and knew it was liable to break the buggy all to pieces in them two, and he let 'em have it for goin'. But howsomever, whether that is so or not, when they got about 5 or 6 miles from Saratoga the horse skeered out of the road, and throwed 'em both out. It was a bank of sand that skeered it, a high bank that was piled up by a little hovel that stood by the side of the road. The ground all round the hut was too poor to raise anything else but sand, and had raised sights of that. A man and woman, dreadful shabby lookin', was a-standin' by the door of the hut, and the man had a shovel in his hand, and had been a-loadin' sand into a awful big wheelbarrow that was a-standin' by, seemin' ready to carry it across the fields, to where some man was a-mixin' some motor, to lay the foundations of a barn. Wall, the old man stood a-pantin' by the side of the wheelbarrow, as if he had indeed got on too heavy a load. It was piled up high. The horse shied, and Ardelia was throwed right out onto the bank of sand, Bile by the side of her. And the old man and woman came a-runnin' up, and callin' out, "Bile, my son, are you wounded?" And there it all was. Ardelia see the hull on it. The banker was before her, and she was a-layin' on the bank. And the banker was a-doin' a heavy business. If anybody doubted it, let 'em take holt and cart a load on it across the fields. Wall, Ardelia was jarred fearful, in her heart, her ambition, her pride, and her bones. And as the horse was a-fleein' far away, and no other conveyance could be found to transport her to the next house, Ardelia wouldn't go into his inn, and night was approachin' with rapid strides. The old banker just unloaded the load of sand, good old creetur, he would have to load it all over again, and took Ardelia into the wheelbarrow, and wheeled her over to the next house and unloaded her. The old banker told Ardelia that when his neighbor got home he would take her back to Saratoga, which he did. He had been to the village for necessaries, but he turned right round and carried her back to Mr. Pixley's. And I suppose Ardelia paid him, maybe as high as 75 cents. As for Bile, he tramped off into the house, and she didn't see him again, nor didn't want to. Wall, I suppose it was during that ride on the wheelbarrow that Ardelia's ambition quelled to softer emotions. I suppose so. She never owned it right up to me, but I suppose so. Bile Flamberg hadn't lied a word to her. In all her agony she realized that. But she had built a high towerin' structure of ambition on what he said, and it had tottered. And as is natural in times of danger, the heart turns instinctively to its true love. She thought of Abram G., she wanted him. And as if in answer to her deep and lovin' thought, who should come out to the buggy to help her out at Mr. Pixley's gate, but Abram G.? He had come unexpected, and on the 8 o'clock train, and was there waitin' for her. If Bile Flamberg had been with her, he wouldn't have gone anigh the buggy, but he see it was a old man, and he rushed out. Ardelia couldn't walk a step on her feet, owin' to bein' shaken up, in bones and feelin's, and Abram just took her in his strong lovin' arms and carried her into the house, and she sorta clung round his neck, and seemed tickled enough to see him. But she was dreadful shook up and agitated, and it wasn't till way along in the night sometime that she was able to write a poem called A Lay on a Wheelbarrow, or The Fallen One, which I thought when I read it was a good name for it, for truly she had fell, and truly she had lay on it. Howsomever, Ardelia wrote that just because it was second nature to write poetry on every identical thing she ever see or did. She was glad enough to get rid of Bioflamberg, and glad enough to go back to her old love. Abram was too manly and tender to say a word to Ardelia that night on the subject nearest to his heart. No, he sees she needed rest. But the next day, when they was alone together, I suppose he put the case all before her. All his warm burnin' love for her, all his jealousy, and his wretchedness while she was a-waverin' between banks and bread, how his heart had been checked by the thought that bile would vault over him, and in the end hold him at a discount. Why, I suppose he talked powerful and melted Ardelia's soft little heart till it was like the softest kind of dough in his hands. And then he went on tenderly to say how he needed her, and how she could mold him to her will. I suppose he talked well and eloquent, I suppose so. Anyhow, she accepted him right there in full faith and a pink and white cambric dress. And they came over and told me about it in the afternoon p.m., and I felt well and happy in my mind, and wished him joy with a full heart and a willin' mind. They are both good creeturs. And she bein' so soft, and he so kinder-hearty and stout-hearted, I believe they will get along first rate. And when she once let her mind and heart free to think on him, she worships him so openly and unreservedly, though soft, that I don't believe there is a happier man in the whole country. Wall, I lay out to give em a handsome present when they be married, which will be in the fall. Mother G, who has got as well as can be expected, is going to live with Susan. And I'm glad on't. Mother G is a good old female, no doubt, but it is rescue work to take a new husband to live with, and when you take a mother-in-law too it adds to the risk. But she is going to live with Susan, it is her preference. And Abram has done so well, that he has bought another 5 acres onto his place, and is a-going to fix his house all over splendid before the weddin' day. And Ardelia is to go right from the altar to her home, it is her own wishes. She knows enough in her way, Ardelia does. And she has a wisdom of the heart which sometimes, I think, goes for ahead of the wisdom of the head. And then agin, I think they go well together, wisdom of the head and the heart too. The times I think this is after readin' her poetry. But anyway, she will make Abram a good soft little wife, lovin' and affectionate always. And good land! He loves her to that extent that it wouldn't make no difference to him if she didn't know enough to come in when it rained. He would fetch her in, drip in and worship her, damp or dry. Them verses of Ardelia's, that she handed me, by the roller coaster was as follows. Ardelia always will stand up for Josiah Allen, and I am glad on't. I should just as soon be jealous of one of Josiah's gingham neckties, one of the thinnest and stringiest ones, as to be jealous of her. She means well, Ardelia does. Chapter 20. An Accident with Results. Wall, it was on the very day before we laid out to leave for home. I was a-settin' in my room a-mennin' up a-rippin' my partner's best coat, previous to packin' in his trunk, when all of a sudden Miss Flam's hired girl came in a-cryin', and says I, "What is the matter?" And says she, Miss Flam has sent for you and Mr. Allen to come over there right away. There has been a accident. A accident? Says I. Yes, says she. The little girl has got hurt, and they don't think she will live. Poor little pretty thing, says the hired girl, and busted out a-cryin' agin. How did she get hurt? Says I, as I laid down the coat, and went to tyin' on my bonnet mechanically. Wall, the nurse had her out with the baby and the little boys. And we s'posed she had been drinkin' too much. We all knew she drinked, and she wasn't in a condition to go out with the children this mornin', and Miss Flam would have noticed it and kep' 'em in. But the dog was sick all night, and Miss Flam was up with it most all night, and she felt wore out this mornin' with her anxiety for the dog, and her want of sleep, and so they went out, and it was more'n half an hour before it took place. She left the baby carriage and the little boys and girl in a careless place, not knowin' what she was about, and they got run over. The baby and the little boys wasn't hurt much, but they think the little girl will die. Miss Flam went right into a conniption fit, says she, when she was brung in. It is a pity she hadn't went into one before, says I very dryly, dry as a chip almost. My accents was fairly dusty, they was so dry. But my feelings for Miss Flam moistened up and melted down when I see her, when we went into the room. It didn't take us long for they are still to the tarvin, and we met Josiah Allen at the door, so he went with us. Yes, Miss Flam felt bad enough, bad enough. She has got a mother's heart after all, down under all the strings and curtains, and laces, and dogs, etc., that have hid it, and surrounded it. Her face was just as white and deathly as the little girl's, and that was just a picture of stillness and death. And I remembered then that I had heard that the little girl was her favorite amongst her children, whenever she had any time to notice him. She was the only daughter and a beauty, besides being smart. The doctor had been there and done what he could, and gone away. He said there was nothing more to do till she came out of that stupor, if she ever did. But it looked like death, and there Miss Flam sot alone with her child, and her conscience. She wasn't a cryin', but there was a look in her eyes, in her set white face that went beyond tears, fur beyond them. She gripped hold of my hand with her icy cold ones, and says she, "Pray for me." She was brung up a Methodist, and knew we was the same. My feelin's overcame me as I looked in her face and the child's, both lookin' like dyin' faces, and I says with the tears a jest runnin' down my cleeks and a layin' my hand tender on her shoulder, "Is there anything I can do for you, you poor little creetur?" "Pray for me," says she agin, with her white lips not movin' in a smile, nor a groan. Now my companion, Josiah Allen, is a class leader, and though I say it that mebbe shouldn't, that man is able in prayer. He prays as if he meant what he said. He don't try to show off in oratory as so many do, or give the Lord information. He never says, "O Lord, thou knowest by the mornin' papers so and so." No, he prays in simple words for what he wants. And he always seems to feel that somebody is nigh to him, a-hearin' him, and if it is best and right, his requests will be granted. So I motioned for that man to kneel down by the bed and pray, which he did. He was to the fore side of the bed, and Miss Flam and I on the other side. Wall, Josiah commenced his prayer, in a low earnest-a-skin voice, then all of a sudden he begun to hesitate, waver, and act dreadful agitated. And his actions and agitations seemed to last for some time. I thought it was his feelin's overcomin' of him, and of course, my hand bein' over my eyes in a respectful, decent way, I didn't see nothin'. But at last, after what was seemingly a great effort, he began to go on as usual agin. About that time I heard something hit the wall hard on the other side of the room, and I heard a yelp. But then everything was still and Josiah Allen made a good prayer. And before it was through Miss Flam laid her head down onto my shoulder, and busted into tears. And what was rooted up and washed away by them tears I don't know, and I don't s'pose anybody does. Whether vanity, and a mistaken ambition, and the poor empty successes of a fashionable life was uprooted and floated away on the awakened, sweeping tide of a mother's love and remorse, whether the dog floated down that stream, and low-necked dresses, and high-hazardous slippers, and strings for waists and corsets, and fashion, and folly, and rivalry, and waltzin', and glitter, and buttons, and show, whether they all went down that stream, swept along like bubbles on a heaven tumultuous tide, I don't know, nor I don't s'pose anybody does. But anyway, from that day on Miss Flam has been a different woman. I stayed with her all that night and the next day, she a not leavin' the child's bed for a minute, and we a not gettin' of her to, much as we tried to, eatin' whatever we could make her eat right there by the bedside. And on the 2D day the doctor see a change in the child and she began to roust a little out of that stupor, and in a week's time, she was a beginning to get well. We stayed on till she was out of danger, and then we went home. But I see that she was to be trusted with her children after that. She dismissed that nurse, got a good motherly one, who she said would help her take care of the children for the future. Only help her, for she should have the oversight of 'em herself, always. The hired girl told me, Miss Flam never mentioned it to me, and she was glad enough of it, that the dog was dead. It died the day the little girl was hurt. The hired girl said the doctor had told Miss Flam that it couldn't live long. But it wasn't till we was on our way home that I found out one of the last episodes in that dog's life. You see, sick as that dog was, it was bound to bark at my partner as long as it had a breath left in its body. And Josiah told me in confidence, and it must be kept, it is right that it should be, he said just after he had knelt down and began to pray, he felt that dog climb up onto his heels, and pull at his coat tails, and growl a low mad growl, and gnaw at him. He tried to nestle round and get it off quietly, but no, there it stood right onto Josiah Allen's heels, and hung on, and tugged at them coat-tails, and growled at him that low deep growl, and shook him, as if determined to worry him off. And there my companion was. He couldn't show his feelin's in his face. He had got to keep his face all right towards Miss Flam. And his feelin's was rousted up about her, and he was a wantin', and knew he was expected to have his words and manner soothin' and comfortin', and that dog a standin' on his heels and tearin' off his coat-tails. What to do he didn't know. He couldn't stop his prayer on such a time as this and kill a dog, though he owned up to me that he felt like it, and he couldn't keep still and feel his coat-tails tore off of him, and be growled at, and shook, and pawed at all day. So he said after the dog had gin a most powerful tug, almost a partin' the skirts asunder from his coat, he drew up one foot carefully, still a keepin' his face straight and the prayer goin', and brung it back sudden and violent, and he heard the dog strike against the opposite side of the room with one short, sharp yelp, and then silence rained down, and he finished the prayer. But he said, and owned it up to me, that it didn't seem to him so much like a religious exercise as he could wish. It didn't seem to help his spiritual growth much, if any. And I says, I should think as much. And I says, you was in a hard place, Josiah Allen. And he says, it was the dumbest hard place anyone was ever in on earth. And I says, I don't know, but it was. That man was to be pitied, and I told him so, and he acted real cheerful and contented at hearin' my mind. He owned up that he had dreaded tellin' me about it, for fear I would upbraid him. But, good land, I would have been a hard-hearted creetur if I could upbraid a man for goin' through such a time as that. He said he thought mebbe I would think it was irreverent or somethin', the dog's actions, at such a time. Wall, says I, you didn't choose the actions, did you? It was nothin' you wanted. No, says he feelin'ly. Heaven knows I didn't. And I done the best I could, says he sorta pitiful. Says I believe you, Josiah Allen. And says I warmly, I don't believe that Alexander or Cesar or Grover Cleveland could have done any better. He brightened all up at this. He felt dreadful well to think I felt with him, and my feelin's was all rousted up to think of the sufferin's he had went through, so we felt real well towards each other. Such is some of the comforts and consolations of pardners. Howsomever, the dog died, and I was kinder sorry for the dog. I think enough of dogs, as dogs, and always did. Always use 'em dreadful well, only it mads me to have 'em put ahead of children, and sot up in front of 'em. I always did and always shall like a dog as a dog. Wall, they say that when that dog died, Miss Flam hardly inquired about it, she was so took up in gettin' acquainted with her own children. And I s'pose they improved on acquaintance, for they say she is jest devoted to 'em. And she got acquainted with G. Washington too, so they say. He was a stiddy, quiet man, and she had got to lookin' on him as her banker and business man. But they say she liked him real well, come to get acquainted with him. He always jest worshipped her, so they are real happy. There was always somethin' kinder good about Miss Flam. Thas. J. is a carryin' on another lawsuit for her, more money that descended onto her from her father, or that ort to descend. And he is carryin' it stiddy and safe. It will bring Thomas Jefferson over $900 in money besides fame, a whole lot of fame. Wall, we sot sail for home in good spirits, and the noon train. And we reached Jonesville with no particular episodin till we got to the Jonesville depot. I rather think Ardelia Tudd wrote a poem on the cars goin' home, though I can't say for certain. She and Abram sot a few seats in front of us, and I thought I see a certain look to the backside of her head that meant poetry. It was a kind of a sot look, and riz up like. But I can't say for certain, for she didn't have no chance to tell me about it. Abram looked down at her all the time as if he jest worshipped her. And she is a good little creetur, and will make him a happy wife, I don't make no doubt. As I said, the old lady is going to live with Susan. They went right on in the train, for Ardelia's home lays beyond Jonesville, and Abram was going home with her by Deacon Tut's request. They are willin'. Wall, we disembarked from the cars, and we found the old mare and the Democrat a-waitin' for us. Thomas J. was a-comin' for us, but had sprained his wrist and couldn't drive. Wall, Josiah lifted our saddle bags in, and my umbrel, and the bandbox. But when he went to lift my trunk he faltered. It was heavy. I had got relics from Mount McGregor, from the battlefield, from the various springs, minerals, stuns, and things, and Josiah couldn't lift it. What added to the hardness of the job, the handles had broken off in it, and he had to grip hold on it, by the might of his fingernails. It was a hard job, and Josiah's face got red, and I felt, as well as see, that his temper was a-risin'. And I says, instinctively, "Josiah, be calm!" For I knew not what unguarded word he might drop as he vainly tried to grip hold on't, and it eluded his efforts and came down on the ground every time, a-carryin' with it, I suppose, portions of his fingernails, broke off in the fray. Wall, he was a-strugglin' with it, and with his feelin's, for I kep' on a-sayin', "Josiah, do be calm! Do be careful about usin' a profane word so nigh home and at this time of day, and you jest home from a tower." And he kept his feelin's nobly under control, and never said a word, only to wonder what under the high heavens a woman wanted to lug round a ton of stuns in her trunk for, and anon sayin' that he would be dummed if he didn't leave it right there on the platform. Savon these few slight remarks that man nobly restrained himself, and lugged and lifted till the blood almost gushed through his bald head. And right in the midst of the fray, a porter came up and went to lift in the trunk in the usual haughty way railroad officials have. But anon a change came over his lineament, and as it fell back from his fingers to the platform for the 3D time, he broke out in a torrent of swearin' words dreadful to hear. I felt as if I should sink through the Democrat. But Josiah listened to the awful words with a warm glow of pleasure and satisfaction a-beamin' from his face. I never saw him look more complacent. And as the man moistened his hands and with another frightful burst of profanity histed it into the end of the buggy, Wall, I gin the man a few warning words against profanity, and Josiah gin him a quarter for liftin' in the trunk, he said, and we drove off in the meller glow of the summer sunset. But it was duskish before we got to the turn of the road, and considerable dark before we got to the corners. But we went on tough the shadows, a feelin' we could bear 'em, for we was together, and we was a-goin' home. And pretty soon we got there. The door was open, the warm light was a-streamin' out from doors and windows, and there stood the children. There they all was, all we loved best, a-waitin' to welcome us. Love, which is the light of heaven, was a-shirnin' on their faces, and we had got home.